it do, Fortnite fam? It's great to see you guys again. Welcome back to the FNCS All-Star Showdown. It's your boy, Zeke, and once again, we're back. It's day number 3 of the FNCS All-Star Showdown. You know I had to bring the boys back. We've got Vivid, we've got Adam, and in just a little bit, we'll be playing for keeps. That's right. Vivid, Adam, how you guys feeling? You playing for keeps?
Oh, we're going to be playing for keeps. We're going to be playing for who has the best prediction. Isn't that right, Adam?
Yeah, Vivid's playing for keeps with my heart tonight. Whoa! I mean, I'll tell you what, this is going to be amazing. Obviously, this is 2 massive challenges. We've had 3 down, 2 to go. This is our first and only trios set up as well, 3v3s and solos tomorrow. Vivid, solos tomorrow, it's huge!
Yeah, solos are tomorrow, and you know what? We're already on day 3, as Zeke mentioned. The first 2 days absolutely flew by. The competition has been a blast, and we are running it off with probably 2 of the game modes that I am looking forward to the most. Obviously, play for keeps today. Really excited to see trios that come from FNCS, bringing them into a whole different environment, something that they're not really used to, and seeing how they perform, especially with the whole element of not having any building. And then again, you know, obviously the solos tomorrow, the hypest part of this event. So much money on the line, so much to fight for, including, you know, that nice prowess. You get to show off like, hey, I won the solos. Hasn't been one in a while, so I'm really looking forward to watching.
Yeah, bragging rights is what it's all about tomorrow. As you said, you know, it's a long time since we saw competitive solos at this level, and the lobby is absolutely stacked. You know, it's going to be incredible. 90 invitees, 10 qualifiers. Man, oh man, it's going to be one to watch. We cannot wait to get things started.
That's right. But again, that's tomorrow. Right now, we're doing play for keeps. Friends, you guys know I like to introduce you to some players. So let's have a moment and chat with Reverse 2K here from NAE East.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I'm joined by Endless Reverse 2K. Reverse, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Can't complain at all. So for those who might not be familiar with you at home, why don't you give a little introduction? You've been around the Fortnite scene for virtually ever.
I've been here since basically day 1. Lumen gave me an opportunity to compete in the summer skirmishes and stuff. And basically, I got my name out there through that, and also competing like with Ninja.
How was it doing with Ninja, and what do you think would have changed if you guys had qualified for World Cup? You were absurdly close.
At the time, Ninja was like the big Ninja, you know, 200K viewers, you know, or 200K subs, you know, ton of viewers. And we were 1 point off of qualifying for the World Cup. And I was like, man.
What's it like being in a trio? Like, do you have to rein them in a little bit, or is it really just kind of like, no, I trust you guys to go?
So overall, I'm not a strict IGL. I don't like to yell at my teammates and be like, yo, you're following my way or the highway, you know? I'm not really like that. I don't think it works too much. If it does work, you know, GG's to you, but I like to trust my teammates, or they eliminate anyone in their path. So I think overall, just trusting your teammates is definitely the strat.
And now kind of looking forward to the future, do you consistently think that you guys are going to be able to keep winning these FNCSs?
I think overall, in the future FNCSs, I still think we can win them. We got 1st, 4th, and 1st in the last 3 seasons. Obviously, totally different metas. So whatever meta throws at our way, I think we adapt pretty well going into it. And I think we're still a top 5 team. No matter what happens, I think we place top 5, let alone just win the thing.
All right, thank you so much, Reverse, for taking the time and talking about it. That's all the questions for me.
Thank you, Sundowns. Anyways, all my social medias, it's just Reverse 2K, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, you know, stuff like that. Also follow my teammates, Day and Mero. They're also on Twitter and Instagram and stuff. Overall, I just want to say thanks to the fans. Thanks for, you know, staying up those late nights. So thank you to everyone, and I love you guys all.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Reverse.
He's such a good kid. I'm always going to be a Reverse 2K fan. Wait, Reverse 2K fan. There it is. I got it. My brain is doing crazy stuff. We'll be seeing Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K compete in today's Play for Keeps. But, friends, there's a bunch of other competitors as well. So let's break down the format, what we're hoping to see, and what we will see here in Play for Keeps.
Yeah, Play for Keeps. So what we did was we took 2 trios from Season 6 and Season 5, the top 2 trios, and brought them into the Play for Keeps. So that brings us to a total of 4 teams. And basically what they're going to be doing today in this game mode is they're going to be running through a best of 3 in their respective matchups. And basically whoever wins 2 of those 3 rounds goes further into the bracket, and it is a single elimination. So if you do lose, you go down to that lower bracket out of the first match, and then you fight for the 3rd or 4th place there. And then if you win, you go into the upper bracket where you fight for 1st or 2nd.
Indeed. Now, I got thinking a lot about like playing for keeps in general across the entirety of the Fortnite kind of catalog of things in the past. Like we've had Infinity Gauntlets, we've had Ray Guns, the Infinity Blade, classic. But tonight, it's all about the llama. Keeping that llama for as long as humanly possible, and the fact that you guys love the Infinity Blade on, I appreciate that. Yeah, we've obviously had the llama, keeping it for as long as humanly possible, racking up those points over the 5-minute allotted time period as well. It's going to be fun to watch and see how our teams play this one. The meta seems to be having one player kind of camp out, hold out, while the other's going to defend them. So we'll see if they can bring that into play as well. But look at the prize pool tonight as well, Vivid. I mean, first place, $12,000. That is a serious chunk of change.
Yeah, $12,000 there. There are 3 players on a trio, so $4,000 for each person on that trio. Definitely something worth fighting for sure. 2nd place, $9,000, $3,000 each. And here you guys have it, the bracket. Our first 2 matchups, we're going to have Slacks, Acorn, and Jack versus Saf, Stretch, and Avery. Something to look out for sure. Sav, Stretch, and Avery, they've been a favorite on that high ground, and then Slacks, Acorn, and Jack do a really good job of just finding low ground and mid ground eliminations. I would say that the edge here kind of goes towards Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. I think they've been performing better. I think they have more chemistry as a trio, especially knowing that Sav, Stretch, and Avery, I don't really know if they're sticking together, so there might be a little bit of weird stuff going on there. And then the second matchup, Day Miro and Reverse versus Commandment, Scented and Edgy. My favorite Commandment, Scented and Edgy. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, me too. I think those boys could go all the way. We've seen the last few days as well. They had a great kind of run into this in the All-Star Showdown. Obviously, we're looking at Damir Reverse 2K as we saw Reverse 2K. What a guy! I totally agree, Zeke. Like such a nice dude. I mean, I think these guys as well. They're FNCS champions. They are. And one thing that really stood out for me as well. Obviously, we saw it in the recent Season 6. Is that it wasn't necessarily about placements for these guys. It was elimination averages. That was the major key point for them and how they got so far. So tonight, obviously, this is all about defensive work and kind of like, counteracting your opponents, trying to keep them at bay. And I think these guys are going to be a strong opponent as well. But I think that Showdown, if you do get those 3 going up against Acorn, Slacks, and Jack as well, have Season 5 and 6 champions going head to head, man, that could be great. We'll have to wait and see what happens, because whatever happens, 4 trios that are just absolutely mind-blowing at anything you throw at them in Fortnite.
Yeah, that's literally what happened back in Europe, right? We had the Chapter 2, Chapter 5, and Chapter 6 teams going head-to-head, battling it out in that last match. Now, of course, Janice and Trio did walk away. What looked effortless, but very well fought from them. I mean, I don't know. I think we could see that happen again, but I feel like with NAE, it's just everyone, like the talent is so spread out that like anything could in theory happen. A couple tips to people out there, if you're competing in this, make sure you watch that minimap. Apparently people didn't know that the llama will show up on the minimap. It shows up as a white square. Okay. So if someone's got that, look for the white square. You can track them down because a lot of times we saw like Hen just kind of sitting in a corner and being like, okay, I guess I'm gonna get more free points. Sounds good. Now, gentlemen, coming off of EU, we did see a lot of players. Like it seems like the meta kind of developing is both teams send out one initial player to fight for the llama, and typically it ended in both players going down. But eventually, one of those trios did acquire the llama, and the whole concept here is they want to run it back to their base. That's the most defensible position. You respawn right next to it, so kind of even if you do get eliminated, the moment you respawn, you can just look to your left or right and be like, okay, at least the threat is here. Do you guys think we'll be seeing anything crazier than that? It feels like that's our baseline. Like, at least do this little thing right, Vivid, you'll be okay. And then what else do you think we'll be seeing coming out of today?
Yeah, I mean, that strategy makes the most sense to me. I'm not sure if there will be much variation. We've seen some really good runs throughout the other maps, so maybe somebody has some like crazy strat off the start here, but I think the start is very, very important, because if you can edge that llama towards your spawn, you will have that advantage, because you are going to be spawning there. You will have immediate firing power on wherever that llama is, just simply because it's closer to where you are physically spawning. So making that jump right off the rip with those impulse grenades, if you can somehow squeeze it just a little bit, even just a little bit, a couple of inches towards your base, that's worth it. And then obviously you're gonna have your 2 teammates. Hopefully they are good at aiming, so that way they can push down some nice suppressing fire with those assault rifles. And yeah, it's just something that works because of the way that the map is set up.
Yeah, totally. It's all about like battening down the hatches as well. When you do get the llama, just kind of keeping it to yourself. The high ground might be an important part as well, keeping people, keeping other players at bay. Obviously, there's 5 minutes on the clock in each of these rounds as well. So even if it's not a good start from one of our trios, they still have ample time to get back the llama, bring it back to their base, and start racking up the score. So as long as they have that high score going into the end of the clock, that's all that counts ultimately. But I think you're right. I think Strat's going to be interesting here. We've seen the last few days of Vivid mention there as well. Teams, players have found little ways of getting around certain kind of, hazards, if you will, or certain kind of parts of the map, which others may not necessarily have thought about as well. So I think that's going to be a real key factor going into this one. It'd be great to see what strats they bring into this one, because it's going to be from start to finish, just high energy, high intensity, and great to watch.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that right hand angle. In case you guys are kind of unfamiliar with this terminology means, basically, if you look at the reticle, your character, the camera is placed over your right shoulder in Fortnite. So that means if you're looking at a wall, you'll be able to see kind of to the right of that wall, right? So what we've seen is players that can actually fight other players utilizing that left-hand peek, like just come around a corner and just flick someone in the head for 100 to the dome and just down them right there on the spot. They have advantages, right? Because if you can fight people and you can just drop them, that gives you a little bit of time to be like, okay, if we have the llama, it just makes it so we can kind of breathe for a second, just collect ourselves and see what the next step is. Or if you're trying to get that llama, you fly around a corner, you dome someone, you're like, all right, where's the llama? I'd like to walk it back to our base now, So I'm really curious to see if players are going to kind of stick to that right hand, if they're going to try go for those left-hand aggressive plays. What do you think, Vivid?
I mean, the right hands are so important because, typically in Fortnite, you're used to being able to just build whenever you want, but in this, you can't. So maintaining that cover for yourself, I saw a couple times in EU where people just kind of shifted out right into the open where there was no, there's nothing there. There's no cover. You can't build a wall. I think the right hand is going to be something that's very, very important. Whoever has done the most research and put in the most hours on this map and found out where they can set up the best right hand angles will 100% have the advantage here, because it has to be fluid. All of your movement should be based around going from position to position, and each of those positions should be those right hand angles.
Yeah, indeed. And being a best of 3 as well, even if going into that first matchup as well and things don't kind of work out for you, there are still plenty of time in those next 2 games to make up for it as well. But it must be really difficult for our players. Building is such a key part of Fortnite. To not have access to that in a particular game mode must be really frustrating, because you rely on it so heavily. So it's all down to firepower, all down to maneuverability and defensive play as well here. We can see here, these are our matchups as well again. I mean, for me, I think we've all agreed here that I think all 3 of us actually, guys, prediction-wise, I think, Vivid, if I'm not wrong here, I think we've all chosen Commandment, Sentinel, and Edgy as our trio, which I think is a very popular pick. You can see here on screen, as well as Aussie as well. So it's only Monster. But the thing is, Monster's like 2 out of 3 has got correct now as well. So it's like, it does worry me a little bit, but Slacks didn't do particularly well yesterday in high tiers. So it'll be interesting. But we've had 4 teams to pick. There's not a tons of teams here, but Vivid, 4 out of 5 is a pretty strong indication of where we think this is going to go.
Yeah, we're all going to feel a little silly, though, if MDF gets that right. He's going to have a lot of bragging right there if he gets this one right and we don't.
He will never stop talking about it, ever. Ever.
We have like a little multi-view where I could see MDF's face in the moment we just called him out. He was just like, dang it, man. I should have gone with them. Hey, but you know what? It's time to go hang out with Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. They'll be calling an auction, and we'll be back between games. So for now, we're jumping into creative. So boys, over to you.
First of all, how in the world did I end up just swarmed by all these picks? There's 4 amazing teams here, guys.
I know.
And you all went with it. Also, you got to explain this. Why'd you pick them?
I mean, to be fair, okay, this was the hardest prediction, right? So I'm just going to put that out there now. If I'm right, I'm going to be a little bit proud, but this was by far the most difficult. We just talked about it. There's no building. That means there's no editing. There is so many elements of the game taken out. I'm just sitting there and I was thinking, okay, my logic, Sentinel, Edgy, Commandment, they've been really good at other weirder game modes in the past. And I was talking to Vivid about this in the pre-show as well. They're good at other things. We've had the Marvel superhero matches in the past. There was a tournament for that. Also, they've been around since the beginning of time. I just feel like they'll be able to bring it back to basics, come up with a strategy, and they'll be trying really, really hard. See, I was like, Daymiro reverse, double controller, good movement, good aim. Do I want to go with that? Jack Slack's Acorn, for some reason, they are good at every game mode whenever they play together. This was by far the hardest one to pick.
Yeah, for me, it was like, all right, who do I think is going to take this really seriously? I couldn't see Miro. I don't know. There's something about Miro and Day. I'm like, they're probably going to come here super lax. They're controller gods. You know, what kind of preparation would you need, right? They're just going to steamroll. And I think that's not the mentality you need here. So for me, it was like Jack, Acorn, Slacks. I think if there's anyone that I'm looking at here in the competition, then of course I didn't want to go with Commandment and Crew because
I didn't know.
all done picked
I
them.
didn't know.
Like,
I put it in and
I'm
no one
going
else
here.
had picked them. I just was like, I'm going to go with them. I didn't realize it was going to be everything. I would have added some spice in it. I would have changed it up. But again, I will not be at all surprised if they don't do well as well. Like, this is going to be tough. And like we said, these are the 4 teams that have performed the best in the last 2 seasons. So it's like, not only is it a game mode that's a little bit varied, a little bit different, there is really no easy or bad team. Like, they're all phenomenal. You even heard Reverse in the pre-show during the interview. Like, he was like, look, I think our team is always going to be top 5 if we don't win it. So even the players know that at the top of NA East, it's that close that these are the best teams.
Yeah. There's no wrong pick here, guys. These teams are phenomenal. Literally, the reason they're invited to this whole entire event is because they have what it takes to obviously be at the top of the podium, sit there amongst the best of the best. And match number 1 is going to be Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. My pick there up against Saf, Stretch, and Avery, all of which, of course, have just accomplished so much. These guys have accomplished so much. And the best part about it, like, for the most part, this is the roster of just like OG players. Of course, Day, Miro, some of the newer stars that have kind of popped out and risen to prominence, but Slacks, Acorn, Jack been grinding this game for years now, right? All things considering, back to the old Winter Royales, and everyone else here since the dawn and the creation of Fortnite comp. So, you know, just respect to all the teams that are here and respect to the players because they still pop off. They still manage to come up, and players like Day, Miro, right? Day and Miro in particular here alongside Reverse. I mean, they have a long future in front of them as far as Fortnite comp goes if they continue to commit to the game and be as good as they have been because they've risen to the top now.
Yeah, and I'm just going to put it out there, and I hope it's not a casted curse. All I want to see, if I see Centered Edgy Commandment come second, I'm going to freak out. I genuinely am. There is no way this team has come second 3 FNCSs in a row. We've seen now during the FNCS All-Star Skill Games, we did have Edgy break the second place curse. He won the Blueprint battle. Centered didn't do the best in Bullseye Bonanza, still did well, but I want to see them win it. Please just win it, or even third. Like, genuinely, I've picked the team, and I want to see them come third just to break the narrative. I just don't want it to be second. That's the only thing I don't want this team to place.
All right, we know what Aussie's rooting for. Anything but second for that team there. But now it's time to bring our focus to, of course, this head-to-head, this matchup. Saf, Stretch, and Avery on the other side. Jack, Acorn, Slacks here, our previous FNCS champions. It's now time to go head-to-head, and we know the game mode, right? Secure the llama, protect the carrier. Quite literally, there's strategy to be played out here. I do wonder if any of these pros got or took the time to watch the EU competition already. It seems like Slacks, Acorn, and Jack have got some kind of strategy in play. They don't actually want to beeline for the llama.
They didn't beeline for the llama straight off the bat. I think Avery just went fast there. I mean, I guarantee Jack, Slacks, and Acorn have put the time in to go through this map and figure out the strategies. And man, Saf hitting the really good shot there. That's that God pump I was talking about yesterday. Jack's jumping straight in though. Good damage.
God.
I mean, damn, okay, Jack doesn't need the building or the editing. My man's got the aim, and they're playing this differently. They're not holding in the base. They're just going toe-to-toe right now. Jack, Slacks, and Acorn, 20 points to 1. They're racking up again. If you haven't watched this, if you didn't watch the other regions, it's very simple. Play for keeps. You're playing to keep that llama. If you have the llama, you're gaining points. You're seeing in the top left. Whoever has more points after 5 minutes when that timer reaches 0 will win the round. It is a best of 3, and it doesn't matter about accumulated points. It is just who wins the round. So if Slacks, Jack, and Acorn win 2 rounds, they win the best of 3. That is it. So if they win by 1 point or 100, it does not matter. They win.
Yep, definitely. And you can see already, you know, the tide has changed just a little bit here. Slash Acorn and Jack managed to hold on to it and accumulate 40 entire points. And you do see the timer up there. So there's a limit here. Either break out or break loose. But Saf now going toe-to-toe. We call him the God Pump for a reason. He's going to connect every time it mattered there. And all of a sudden, that Siphon also kicks in, guys. So as he's starting to catch these eliminations, no, they don't have like some infinite amount of health. And they're just like super juggernauts. They actually are gathering Siphon in real time as well, so it allows them to really sustain in these battles.
I'm going to try and think with my prediction now. I'm thinking like Sense Energy Commandment. They run up the low ground. They're really coordinated, communicate well in these fights. But I'm actually kind of thinking I might change. I want to change my prediction to Damir Reverse. If this is just going to be all out just gunfights, just in a room, close range, movement and aim, I maybe should have gone for the double controller team. But this is going to be a really interesting day because I don't think any of these teams are really going to separate themselves. Even with strategy, unless one of them come up with a crazy new strategy, these players are so good. It is purely down to just brute force right now. This is just who has better movement, who has better aim. This is basically 3-on-3 aim duels. If you guys have ever gone into creative to work on your aim with your friends, you go into a map, you both have 1,000 health and you just practice tracking each other. That's what this is times 3.
Yeah, it looks like Saf and Stretch are basically holding down the fort right now. Saf, Stretch, and Avery just staying up, somehow maintaining and gathering all the loot that they need, or holding on to Llama is what I should say. And, you know, for a second it looked like they were spawn camping them, but no, instead, they're just playing phenomenal defense, maintaining and managing the push right here. Really, really good job from them. Saf's hitting all the shots that he needs. And as long as you get a trade when you're up, you're essentially doing your job, right? If you can take the player out, you are doing your job.
And there's a lot of small little nuances in here as well. You saw that Stretch deliberately impulsed up to the middle section because he only had about 20 health, so he wanted to deliberately put down as much damage before they push, then go down so he respawns with more health because he didn't have the llama. So there's lots of little strategies here as well. Sometimes going down isn't always a bad thing if it's at a good time. And Jack Slacks and Acorn, I mean, the team that none of us predicted right now, Monster, it looks like Saf, Stretch, and Avery are doing very, very well. But Jack Slacks and Acorn hold it back, and don't know, I kind of like that play. I guess they're pushing aggressively forward to hold them back off the push before they get into the room. But if you do that, it leaves Acorn all alone, but it doesn't matter. I guess they just had that level of confidence in just how good Acorn's aim is.
I really like this though. It's like again, the untraditional way to play this, because if they watch the other regions, everyone else was just camping with it, but instead they're trying to maintain center control and then just steal away as much as they can with the llama on the backside there. But again, this opens up a little bit of risk too, right? So I think Acorn goes down with it, and now they have to re-grab it here, but no, they still maintain control. They are now effectively a minute. There's only a minute left. If they can hold on to this, they might just be able to win this. Oh, look, they traded off again.
They traded off, but you know what I'm talking about, Monster? You're talking about have they done the map research? Notice Jack Slacks and Acorn's back blinks. They've found back blings that look as close to the llama as possible, so at a quick glance, the enemies aren't able to see who has the llama. Because if you see, like right now, Saf, Stretch, and Avery, they have no back bling. So if you see a bright blue llama on their back, you know who it is. But right now, when you walk into this room, Jack Slacks and Acorn all have bright blue, like iridescent back blings, and they do get wiped there. So it looks like they're going to try and take it away. Can they get back out of this one again? Feature we haven't really seen so much today. The glider redeploy, and no, Avery gets jumped on, and they get it back. Jack Slacks and Acorn are looking really, really dominant right now.
I love that. I love that. And you know what? Now it makes all sense too. When they have low HP, they were trading off the llama. They were dropping it for their teammates, you know, trying to make sure whoever's holding it has the most health possible. And it looks like Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, my prediction will take the first round here already. 7 seconds left. It's mathematically impossible. Good plays though. Great plays by Saf, Stretch, and Avery, using the impulses to also chuck the opponents out of those rooms to flush them out. A really, really good game.
It's such an interesting game mode. When you said that they won, I'm not gonna lie, I just completely forgot about the timer. Like, that went by so quickly. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, Monster, bro, it's not over yet. And I was like, oh wait, 8 seconds. Never mind, it is over.
Yeah,
and interestingly, I mean, I love the way they're playing this, and it definitely is a sign of whoever gets it first. Whoever gets it first has a big advantage. If you can get back to your base and have a full 3v3 on 3v3 back in the base, you have a massive, massive advantage. Because even then, Avery got it, but by the time he tried to get out, Jack Slacks and Acorn were respawning. They were able to run him down, take him out, and steal it back again. It's really about getting it that first time, or at least getting it that first time with a dominant position, being able to hold on to it in that room.
Yeah, and that dominant position is going to net worth them 165 points. And you notice it was off of aggressive playstyle. When they were grabbing the llama, when they had control of it, it was like, hey, you stay back, just support us with long-range gunfire. We'll take the middle of the map and try and hold them back, right? Literally hold the line defensively as a 2v3. And it worked. Worked pretty well, and looks like we're going to run it right back here. No time to waste, and this game's going to kick off. Both sides, once again. Same
We're going to need the highlights back. Waiting for another one. There's still highlights now. We're still checking out what's going on here. But remember, this is a best of 3, guys. So if Jack Slacks, Acorn win this next one, we won't play out the 3rd round. There's not just a play for... If they win 2 of 3, we'll continue on and we'll get our next teams ready. But we have to run it back again. Do you think it's going to be a straight clean wipe, Monster? Do you think they're going to go 2-0?
Listen, I think that it can really go either which way. Like when Saf, Avery, and Stretch had control, it looked like they weren't going to give it up, right? And that's just how it is. Like, let's not forget, we're watching the best trios in the world right now go head to head, like of the NA East region. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? There's amazing trios.
I've created enough drama between EU and NA. You don't need to be saying that. That's too much there.
Oh, yeah,
that would
the cat's
be
already
too
out
much.
the bag. Okay. Yeah, the best in the world, guys. Well, honestly, like the best this region has to offer. They're going head to head. So when it comes down to gunplay, positioning, just knowing how to play Fortnite, right, in a PvP setting with no mats, right? Because that's what this is. They all can do this. They all can do it.
It's weird. It's going to be different playstyles. There's different little advantages, but truly, this game mode boils down to just team play, movement, and gunplay. That is it. And I would say the team play right now, because we can't hear the communication, you wouldn't know how much of a level it is, but when you go to team again, this is why I'm leaning on centered, edgy commandment a bit more when you hear them end game, low ground, just calling out the same target, focusing the same target, and having the confidence. If you're going to play that room and have one of your teammates hold a door, and you're going to hold another door, you need to be confident they're going to win. If you start looking back, if you start covering angles, they're covering, another player comes in, there's a lot more team play than we realize because we can't hear the communications, but we're jumping straight back into this. Again, if Jack Slacks, Acorn win this round, they will go through. That will be 2-0. If Saf, Stretch, and Avery can take this round, it will go the tiebreaker for round number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And if I'm not mistaken, if they lose, that's it, right? They take 4th place and they might be out, or
actually, yeah.
Bracket? Like, how does this all work out? Because
I think you're right, because we have the consolidation match after this one. I believe the two losers of this one will play in the consolidation.
Right.
To see,
that makes sense.
Figure it out.
Okay,
this is gonna be interesting.
There's still a redemption round. There's still that consolidation.
And there's
round. You're
money too.
Right.
You got to remember, these guys have already technically won. 4th place last is $3,000. 3rd is $6,000. 2nd is $9,000. And 1st is $12,000. So Jax likes Acorn. Take this one and. This is looking good for you, and they're switching it over now, so Acorn can go out. I love that. Switching it over. Acorn's going to go out, play aggressive. He deliberately got taken out. That's actually a mistake from Avery, Stretch, and Saf, if I'm going to be so bold as to say, because by taking him out, he will now respawn and come back and help them like he just did, but he still wasn't strong enough. Sometimes if you see a player running around weak, it's actually sometimes advantageous not to eliminate them.
And now look, they take advantage of the respawn timer here. They know they have to come up, but also Stretch gets away with it. He manages to get to safety here. The side peek there, right camera peeks, beautifully done. Just textbook cleanup here. And Saf is by himself. Acorn's going to retreat right now. He tries to get to the center. Good position to be in, but not good enough here as Saf is on the hunt right now. But they managed to steal the llama, do they? And they actually back off with it. So they get back into their defensive position.
Back in the defensive position. It's interesting. Acorn, Jack, and Slack, they're looking really good, Monster. I'm backing up your prediction here. They really, really did know, they have strategies. And as we can see, quick stat here in game 1, Acorn tied the single game elim record of 18. That is impressive. Wow. Across the board, we had Acorn on 18 for that team, Slacks on 11, and Jack on 2. So right now, Acorn is far ahead. Avery was the leader on Saf and Stretch's team with 14. So right now, Acorn is doing really, really well.
Yeah, he's doing great here. Jack versus Stretch on the backside. Jack is going to win that one, and Avery picks up the llama and retreats with it. Okay, so 70 points. They get 70 points on their first true possession with the llama. Not bad at all. And now it's just a matter of whether or not they can make it back or infiltrate into this home base with Saf and company. They roll up on Saf out of here. It's up to Avery to play proper defense.
Instantly into the pump.
It looks like Jackson
so
go in and clean that one up and take it.
Jack Slacks and Acorn get the full trio.
Like a big exchange here.
Back out, but backing out. They're actually staying at Saf, Stretch, and Avery's spawn there, or at least we had Acorn staying back to do some damage while Jack tries to run it home and doesn't. Unfortunately, Stretch might be able to take this one. He does. This is the way it's meant to be played, just going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
Yeah, it's a back and forth right now. Who's got possession here? The points of Snarl starting to slow down because they haven't maintained control of the llama for too long. It's just been back and forth here. Slacks out in the open. He's going to get punished a few times. Straight into Stretch he goes. Stretch doesn't actually win that. Slacks manages to maintain the dove there in the fight. And this is just, it's reckless gunplay back and forth between the two. But at the end of the day, they're holding it.
They're holding right now and getting those siphons to turn around and get that big pump shot. I think it is. I think right now, Saf, Stretch, and Avery are holding it. If Jack, Slacks, and Acorn want to win this one, they need to get it back one more time. If they can get it back as a full trio and get it to their base, they're going to be looking so much better because we've seen that. I honestly think Saf, Stretch, and Avery playing this right could hold on to this for at least the next couple minutes. But hey, there it is. Acorn goes down. Jack's around the corner. Jack goes down. They're looking dominant here in their base right now.
There it is. There it is. It falls, but they pick it right back up, and they have control here. And now, just a minute remaining, or we're approaching at 1 minute remaining, and we're approaching at minute 30 right now. So it's getting down to the crunch wire here. You know, eventually it'll just be too far and gone. They can't sit back for very long, but Stretch and crew are doing just such a good job defending right now. I feel like they've gotten the momentum going. You know, they have the momentum right now, and because of that, they are just crushing it here.
I would say Jack, Slax, and Acorn have about 10, 15 seconds. This next push, they need to get it on this next push. That was really unfortunate trades for Sap. That could be the difference. That was a full one-on-one Bloom battle, and Sap did 0 damage. There it is. Acorn takes it if he gets back. If he gets back in, he's not getting sprayed out. If they come back, now the players are going to be spawning. Jack goes down. Jack will now be full health to respawn back and be able to assist Acorn here. If they can hold it now, I think they will win this. 50 seconds is more than enough time. They are now in full defensive position as a trio.
Avery's down.
I honestly think that came down. That Bloom battle between Saf and I think it was Acorn was the difference. Didn't take anyone out. Jack, Slax, and Acorn have this in their base. They now have more points. I have a feeling they're going to hold on to this now. It's very hard for Saf, Stretch, and Avery to break in when Acorn has AR aim like this. He is hitting every shot.
He's hit at every shot, and now they have control. They have possession here. 20 seconds left. If Stretch doesn't jump down now, they're trying to plan
what is this
their
spot?
siege here, but there's not enough time. The camera angle too good. Stretch gets the full life. Wait a second. He has to get to the middle. He has to get to the double XP, right? If he can get here, he can actually score enough points. Another one pump.
He needs to hold on to it inside the circle.
Oh, no, man.
You guys don't know that circle in the middle is double points. Their only way to catch up there was to take it into the double points and hold it for long enough, but unfortunately, they aren't able to.
Close.
Jack, Slax, and Acorn are going to win and go through in straight sets, a 2-0, backing up Monster's prediction and now making me a little bit more nervous, and I think the rest of the cast as an analyst. If Monster gets 3 of the 4 winners in the last 3 days, that's just going to be unheard of as far as predictions.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, listen, on a hot streak right now, but the players are too. Slax, Acorn, and Jack. Way to actually grab it back, and my gosh, I think the highlight has to go to Stretch now, right? Like, the highlight has to go to Stretch. I mean, I loved it. I loved it because they waited there, and you know, like, whatever those communications were like, dude, I got them. They're right here. You know what I mean? Like, get over here.
I don't know what this play was by Jack, Slax, and Acorn to sit down there. I think they needed to just full trio storm the room before Stretch was able to figure out they were there on the right-hand peak. But no harm, no foul. They win the round, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. 130 to 121. That was incredibly close, and that is going to do it for that round. Again, if you guys have just tuned in, you don't know what's going on, that was a best of 3, but it was won in straight sets by Jack, Slax, and Acorn. We are going to throw it to the desk so they can break down any parts we miss before we jump back into the next team game modes. Take it away, Zeke.
Ozzy, thank you so much, you fantastic human beings. You guys are crushing it on the day, and we just began. Man, play for keeps. It is so different. It's so crazy, the chaos. You can literally feel it moment to moment, shot to shot, and I live for it, Vivid. What are your thoughts? Now that you got to see it, you got to watch it all unfold before your eyes, is it what you thought it was going to be? Is it better? Is it worse? Is it chaos? More chaos? Less chaos?
It is a little chaotic, I will not lie. There are constant battles going on, like these 3v3 little short skirmishes that happen, and it's really kind of showcasing how good some of these players are with the pump, especially Stretch at the end there. Man, he was really popping off, like almost clutched up. I think they only ended like less than like 10 points behind. If they were in that middle circle there where they were getting those double points for a little bit longer, they could have potentially actually ended up winning that one there for them. And you know, we're seeing again those impulses right off the rip there. Really good strategy to just impulse it straight back. And again, you know, Stretch making these huge plays. And then I wanted to kind of speak to, you know, Jack, Slax, and Acorn kind of sitting in that corner, kind of like hiding away. Not necessarily the best position to be in when you are in a fight, but they stayed in that corner because it was kind of hidden. Stretch and them had to like wait to execute on an attack on them, and they knew that there wasn't much time left on the map, so they just kind of hid, got those couple extra points, knew that there wasn't really a real shot for Stretch and them to win after they ended up getting eliminated because there just wasn't enough time to gain points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what we thought from the get-go, really, is you saw that straight off the bat, Jack pumped straight into impulse, straight in to try and get as many kind of AR followed by shotgun eliminations as possible. We saw that they felt a lot hotter going into this one, Acorn, Slacks and Jack. And I think with Saf and Stretch, we saw in Avery in the second game as well, they were definitely a lot more collaborative in the way they were kind of approaching the game together and being a lot more strategic and kind of like holding down. But kudos to the guys. They go through to the grand final. You can see there they are already there. And obviously, Saf, Stretch, and Avery go down to the third place decider later on today. But a valiant effort and a great start to proceedings here. We thought it was going to be chaotic. It absolutely was. And those few points we saw that, you know, at the end there, it could have gone the other way and gone to 1-1 and then been a best of 3. But in reality, they were 7 points or so short, and it just wasn't meant to be. But what a great, entertaining start to this show. Play for keeps. I'm all about it right now. I'm loving it.
Man, it's crazy. Game 1, MDF. We made predictions at the start of the show. In case you missed it, MDF was singled out by himself and chose Acorn Slacks. And they are in the finals, so they're at least going to play second. I don't know how MDF is consistent with his predictions, but he just does this. He knows what he's talking about. He's absolutely insane. So, guys, one of the things I really enjoyed about all these clips, and it was something we kind of touched on at the very beginning of the show, was these angles, right? This right and left-hand peak advantage. Understanding how to engage these fights with these angles is super prominent, right? When you watch Saf like stand at a wall and he's like, okay, I'm down to take this left-hand peek, and then domes a fool, like, that's insane. Like, not everyone can do that. Like, that in itself is a skill, right? So I'm curious to see like how you guys are feeling so far. Like, and Adam, actually, you pointed out the impulse, right? Like this chaotic factor, going back to it. I feel like these impulses are playing a huge role, right, boys? Like being able to just say like, oh, this guy's behind a wall. I have an impulse. Beep, 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 beep. You know what I mean? Like that's gonna just flip the entire game on its head.
Yeah, I thought from the get-go, actually, I think Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, again, like the impulse grenades were used really smartly throughout the entirety of that. You know, the moment that the llama resets, straight away hurling themselves towards it, one of the players always singling themselves out to be the nominated or allocated player. You wish you could hear the comms and see exactly how they're doing that and orchestrating that, whether they decide beforehand in the game or in the game itself in the moment. But they utilized it brilliantly and perfectly, while the other two kind of like countered the opposition, kind of holding them at bay whilst that person can grab the llama and keep it to themselves, and then kind of project themselves with the impulse to the other side of the map, holding down the fort and kind of resetting everything so everyone has to rotate and try and attack from a different side. So really smart play there, and definitely, you know, that is how they got such a great point score and got past their opponents there with that kind of, you know, having the llama is what it's all about, and they played for keeps and played it brilliantly.
I want to see some like counter impulse thing off the start. Like I want to see somebody preemptively throw an impulse towards the middle, so that way before the person flies into the llama, they actually get sent just like up in the air, and they're just like basically a free inlim right off the rip, and then they basically have control of the center. Like that's what I'm hoping I see.
Yeah, we saw that a couple of times though. I saw there was a couple of impulses going wild through the middle of the map, thinking, okay, I see what he's doing here. I like it. So yeah, it could be great. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot more of that as well. I think, you know, we've got two brand new teams here as well, two fresh teams who are coming into this, who I'm sure are going to adapt that and probably watch that last match and see exactly how they played it. I want to play a different style, so I want to see that too, because that is just what we're all about here on the desk. We love to see things like that and plays like that as well, and that's maybe the fine difference between a winner and a loser in this next game.
Yeah, it's so good. And like, I don't know if you noticed in that last play from Acorn, he had two impulses, right? So the way this works is you could like, if you look down, you can see that there's like initial setup of inventory, right? And when you respawn, you have a single impulse. So you could just drop your impulse to a buddy. And that's why we saw Acorn go up and then impulse back. But you're so right, Vivid. You just blew my mind. This is why you're like a World Cup qualifier and I'm not. To use to like, you know, they're going up there. So if you're just like, yeah, all right, here's an impulse up there. If you two people went up there as like that hyper aggressive play, and then they just get launched backward and they can't like participate in anything, you're like, okay, it's a 3v1 right now, so we have a window to make something happen. That's insane. Now I also want to see the triple impulse plays, but maybe we will as time goes on. But guess what, Fortnite fam? We're going back into the action. We're jumping back into creative Aussie antics. Monster D-Face, take it away.
Thank you. We are jumping right back into it. And yeah, man, great breakdowns there. There's so much strategy to get still to be revealed, right? I think we kind of talked about this yesterday. We saw as the games went on, Aussie, like more and more tactics were revealed as players played their strats.
Yeah, it's interesting to think as you try and like reveal them as well. Like, I don't know what was going on with Jaxlax and Acorn with that little like down right-hand peak on the ramp. I thought we were going to see something cool with that. Maybe that was an attempt at a strategy and it just didn't work. And it's going to be interesting to see. And it was also exciting that we had that double point centerpiece kind of almost play out. It didn't quite come through how I would have liked, but we haven't talked about that much. That white ring in the middle down the bottom, if you are holding the llama in there, you get double points, where you might think that's very appealing, but when you think of how easy it is to take that player out, it is very, very tough. As right now, Day, Miro, and Reverse make a really aggressive push onto the podium, and Scented Edge and Commandment don't follow up, but then they try to at the end. And it looks like we're pushing up here as well. Looks like we might be able to grab this one. And it does. I think it's going to go over to Scented, Edgy, and Commandment first here. No, it's Damir and Reverse managed to grab this one and run away with it here. It's going to be interesting. No, it was Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. Sorry, I should have stuck to myself the first time. Right now, Mira's sneaking up. And now this will be interesting. Remember, these are our only controller competitors in the tournament today. We have Miro and Day on the same team with Reverse 2K. We've been talking about, you know, obviously, even with the addition of double movement these days, 360 controller movement still in these aim tools could be considered an advantage. Obviously, close range aim assist, but you're going up against Scented, Edgy, Commandment. Like, these guys' aim is clinical.
Yeah, and strategy, right? Like, let's not forget that. The fact that they will have proper communications with one another. Look at just Commandment right now playing a super nice angle there on the side here. So they have a nice, they have sort of a pinch going on here. Look, they control 3 of the bases, if you will. Call them towers, but these stations are all under their control. Commandment does a really good job fending them off, and Day's going to step in. This is where they really want to be, though, right? Up close and personal, in those, like, literally chest to chest here to take the advantage of that controller accuracy at close quarter.
I was getting excited the fact that I'm pretty sure I know at least one of them is, but Damir and Reverse, at least one of them is rocking that FNCS pickaxe. There's no bigger flex and no bigger taunt to your opponents who all qualified into this by placing top 4 in FNCS. I mean, Damir and Reverse right now, they get to flex the pickaxe, see if that gets in the mind games. We saw yesterday the skill battle. Center was feeling the nerves. I think he's feeling pretty good here today, though. He's hitting the shots. That was really well done to take down Miro, and Commandment, Center, and Edgy look like they're just in complete control right now, Monster.
They're in control, they're in sync with one another, and I think the problem is, you know, for Reverse and company, they keep sweeping left. If you sweep left, you're putting yourself at that disadvantage with the camera angle out the gate, and I'm not sure if they've quite picked up on it yet, because Miro and them keep pushing from that side. This time, they finally get to get inside the box, they finally get to get in that base and take the control of the llama, so now they're gonna back up, but up until that point, they weren't really leaning to their favorite spot or the advantage of the camera angle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they want to play this one, because we've seen Commandment, Center, Edgy play the start pretty well. They managed to win the llama off the bat. How are they going to go when they have to take it back? Commandment with a beautiful angle. I mean, we've touched on this so many times, Monster, and I don't want to keep going on about it, but that was almost like a low ground step up peak. Like, these guys are so coordinated when they push as a team, but Damir and Reverse have the firepower. They have the advantage right now of the respawn. I think that was a good push by Commandment, Center, and Edgy, but unluckily to start that off, Commandment at least only had 70 health. Now, though, Commandment, Center, and Edgy are pushing into this one with a health advantage. Now potentially a numbers advantage. Really nice impulse from Day. That was incredibly smart play there from Day. They were not winning a straight gunfight in a 2v3. He impulsed them away, gave them time for Day to respawn, sorry, Miro to respawn, and now they go again.
Yup, and not only that, Miro steps out of there, right? So he also he saw the angle that they were coming in. He knew they were entering through that left door, and he just backed out the right. He's like, okay, I'm not inside anymore. He was out there. He was able to buy himself a little bit more time, and that's really what it comes down to. And all of a sudden now, they have the lead here. They're pretty much in the advantage spot, but no. Miro, Day, and Reverse, they sit a little too still, which means that they did not get their HP to replenish. Sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself so you can go down and spawn with more HP. And that's just one of those little calculations you have to put into play.
Yeah, incredibly smart play there by Commandment too. He didn't try to fight it. He got it. He got out. I actually believe he held onto his impulse. And Edgy just impulsed them forward to try to get the angle on the shot. It was aggressive, but unfortunately, I don't think it works. And I'd have to say, out of all the rounds we've seen today, Monster, that was the quickest regather potentially. Maybe I spoke too soon, but Damir and Reverse are looking really, really good in this one right now. I know they don't have the lead, but they almost regathered the llama in the quickest time we've seen today.
Yeah, being able to, maintain control or take back control is so important. It's actually impressive nonetheless. And now, trying to figure out who's got control of this one here.
Anyone does.
Looks like no one's got it.
Where's the llama?
Oh,
there we go.
Reverse 2K picks it up. Okay.
It must have been just out in the open. I think they must have maybe taken down someone at range and it's just dropped. And now Reverse gets it though. But again, like I just said, Damien and Reverse take this one back very quickly. Reverse with the beautiful angle. That stopped them in their tracks. This is looking very scary for all of our predictions except for Monster, because we've all gone with Centered Edgy Commandment. Unless they can take this back quickly, there's only 20 seconds left. This is going to come down to this push right now. Can Centered Edgy Commandment take the llama on this push, or is Reverse just going to be too strong on that angle? Center goes down. They trade. I think they've won. I think Damien and Reverse hold on to this. I think they've won. 12 seconds. It's over.
That's it.
Damien and Reverse take round 1 over the absolute caster and analyst favorite, including mine of Centered Edgy Commandment.
Wow. And yep, Day knows it too now. He's going to hit the little dance move on the last couple seconds on the way out. But that was just one of the few games they'll have to win in order for them to take this all home here today. Let's take a look at Commandment. Man, just playing positioning really proper. And that mistake, the mistake of Day and them to stay so passive when they don't have HP. If Miro and Day don't have health, if you're playing this and you find yourself low health, you just got to get in there, right? Like, look at Commandment fighting for the Siphon, right? Now he's in even better position to maintain. And if you don't have shield, you just got to get out there, get your respawn going sometimes.
Sometimes it's better to even do the damage and not take them out. If you take someone down to 10 health and they take you out, you now come back with full health, full shield. They have no way to regenerate, and then you have the advantage on the next push. Like, there might actually be strategies of deliberately not eliminating opponents, weakening them at range, and then going for a full push. When right now, the round is being really decided by, I would say, about 2 or 3 different can take it and then go back and hold it. You kind of have to just maybe whittle them down, maybe just kind of preempt a full push, take it, and then hold it. But I mean, that's scary. I was going to say Commandment, Centered Edgy, if anyone is going to figure out these strategies and come up with a game plan, but they've now got to do it back-to-back 2 times in a row, or their chance of winning is gone. If you lose in the first round, you go to the consolidation match to play for 3rd at best.
And that's what I was going to say, man. When you look at these highlights, it seemed like Miro and Day at first are like figuring this out, like, okay, what do we do here? What's the play? And they didn't quite have a great opening instance, but as things went on, as they got control of the llama, they figured out how to play defensively. They're like, oh yeah, when they come to us, this is easy, right? Like, we're gonna hit our shots, we're gonna be ready for the angles. And I love, and I hope we get to see it here, the impulse play, right? Playing defense with the impulse, I think, is grossly underrated, because obviously it's amazing to get in and you can get out with it, but you can also push opponents back. You spawn in with 3 of them. Most of the times they aren't used because you're spawning in so quickly. So when you do get to use all of them, especially on defense, it's huge.
Yeah, I think they give you that mobility. It's also making sure that whoever gets the llama potentially has one to be able to disengage as well. If you use them to engage, you don't then have them to disengage. I think right there, that left-hand peak pump from Reverse was one of the winning moments in that game. That was their full push. Reverse started that fight on 70 health and beat almost 2 opponents on 100. Like, I think that was the change. We're going to focus a lot here, as I feel like, unfortunately, we always do, on the firepower and the skill of Day and Miro when it comes to taking out opponents, but Reverse really holds his own.
Yeah, definitely. Reverse has been holding his own for a long time. He was one of the first players, like back in the Summer Skirmish days, when the format was a lot different. Just him popping off. I think he got 7 eliminations in a tournament, and that was enough to propel him up into top 10. And back then, like, no one was playing aggressively like that. Yeah, like, we're talking big
bonus days. Yeah.
Like, no one was playing like that, you know what I mean? So for he's had his gunfighting confidence for a long time. His trio matches his confidence that he's built up over the years. So this is great. But now look, they start off a lot differently. Forget the center. We're going straight for the side door here.
It is Miro though.
Fight.
Gets the big trade back, and unfortunately he almost won that one. Now they have the advantage, but in that fight though, that 2v2 they win, but I believe has Day just taken it? No, Day has. They've managed to win the 2v2 on the side, but Day won the 1v1, jumped in, grabbed the llama and got out. Day, Miro, and Reverse are off to a fantastic start yet again. That was such an interesting play. It doesn't matter about the 2v2 happening on the edge. Even if you win it, as long as you stall it, it's all about who wins the 1v1.
Yep, Miro's gonna win that 1v1 up against Edgy right there. And now you can peek on in and realize, okay, I have control of this, but oh no, they're counter sweeping them. They're going to the other side. Miro doesn't have shield, right? So the fact that he doesn't have shield, if he stays alive, he's kind of useless unless he can put some damage down. So he is going to get his life worth here. But how can you step in right now? There's no one-pump capabilities with these blue pumps, so you're at a big disadvantage. And he's still going to win. He's still going to manage to find the shots that he needs here.
But even in that instance there, I feel like it's a disadvantage to win there. If Miro doesn't take down Centered, Centered stays on 80 health and he won't respawn back where the llama's going to be. Now Centered's back there to back up Edgy with 100-100. Like I just said, he's now there. So it's really interesting to see in some of these situations, I really think eliminating your opponent isn't actually the advantage all the time. Sometimes it's about knowing when you should actually eliminate them or not. But Miro's come back in full force right now. He's come back 100-100 and he is ready to play.
Oh no, the shotgun was out and he couldn't actually find a siphon. But it's okay. Reverse is here to back him up. Commandment at full HP. Scented a little lit up here on the side, and they do have control of the llama. They are maintaining the objective here and now trying to accrue as many points as possible. But it's been back and forth. 40 on both sides, and now it Trey's hands. Oh, yeah, it's a full clean sweep there, and now they're going to get on out. You see Scented spawn in right in front of them. There's a little bit of buffer there. You notice when they spawn in, they're basically, you're invincible. You can't take any damage. So for Scented, it's going to be a clean, quick exit. And now they're alive, but they back up. They get the llama, and now they have control of it.
And they're looking really good. Very rarely have we seen someone get the llama back up and be on 100, 100, 100, 100, and then 150. So, like, they are very healthy right now for this counter push. Some of the healthiest we've seen. Normally, after going to take the llama, you've lost at least a little bit of health, but despite them being so healthy, maybe they win it. But I think Miro is just putting down the firepower right now. Miro with the blue silenced SMG is just something else. He is putting down big damage. You get to see that flex of the big FNCS pickaxe going to hide around the corner, but this one isn't clear-cut enough. We've still got 2 minutes 20 left. They're only about 40 points ahead probably at this point, and it's going to be interesting. Remember, if you guys have just tuned in, you don't know what the stakes are. If they Miro Reverse win this round, Centered, Edgy, Commandment have to go down to play for 3rd versus 4th. They don't have a chance to win. Edgy's found, and there it is. Commandment, Centered, Edgy are going to take it back. If you're loving this game mode, you want to see Centered, Edgy, Commandment win, so we go to our first tiebreaker of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And something interesting there. I'm not sure if you know this, Ozzy, but when you have the llama, you're on the map. So, like, you're not really hidden.
Can't
like,
just hide.
You are an absolute target. Yeah, they know exactly where you are. So you saw Edgy there. After they clean up the defensive teammates, you know, they swing right on in. They find Miro. They hunt him down. And now they get to exchange llamas to show. He's got it. They got it. Commandment sent an Edgy. They have to hold on to it. There's only just about a minute and 30 seconds here on the clock. So if they can hold it for the next 20, 30 seconds or so, that'll be enough to at least take the lead. But at that point, they need enough of footing, right? You need enough footing.
They almost had that, but of course the respawn advantage. If you haven't followed the map, if you didn't get the beautiful pre-game analysis from our casters on the desk, they're taking the spawn, they're taking the llama back to their spawn. Both spawns are on either side of the map. So if you get the llama back into one of these rooms and it's near your spawn, you have a massive advantage. They have to push, eliminate you, take the llama, and get out before you respawn to then chase them back down, as Day, Miro, and Reverse have somehow managed to do yet again.
Oh, they're going
Day
for double
even
points.
has it for the double points. Day is sitting with the llama on the double points, confident enough he doesn't need the extra cover. Looks like he's maybe a bit overconfident, as Commandment Centered Edgy going to take that one back, but Reverse is full sending it straight back into the middle.
Yeah, I like that. It actually pushes Commandment out. He wanted to see if he can steal away a little bit of those glorious double points, but it's not going to work out. What is this? Is that a shield buff?
I didn't know that was
I think
there.
he might have actually
extra
found
health
that.
and shield. I did not know that was around the corner. Okay, Commandment either lucky or done his map knowledge, because now he goes from 20 health up to 78. I believe it would have given about 50 there, but this could be it right now. We are neck and neck. Daymir Reverse 113. Commandment sends an Edgy 117, and I think Daymir Reverse have this back, and I think it's over. I think this is it. I think despite every caster and analyst except Monster D-Face backing Commandment Centered Edgy.
Wait.
Oh, wait, can they run it? Why this out? This could be
Wait a
over right here.
second.
They take it back.
Wait a second.
Double points. They need to get to double points. They're running for it. They have to get into the middle right now. Otherwise, they won't accrue enough points. Commandment's going for it. It comes down to the difference of literally, I think, 4 points. I think that's it. 3 points was the difference.
Oh my
Commandment, Centered, and Edgy are out of play for keeps, at least for the first place running. They'll need to play the consolidation match against Saf's team, but they just went down 2-0. Daymir in reverse, but it was so close.
It was, oh man, that was so evenly matched there. What a way to end off. And both times we almost see the photo finish, the race to the double points. That's how you know the game was really, really close. I love how Day thought about it, though. At some point or another, the fact that Day ran to the double points is going to be the difference maker for them, because had he not done that, Ozzy, he wouldn't have got the additional ticks. This came down to a 3-point difference. So it is going to be on the backs of Day actually getting to the double point in time to get this small lead at the very, very end.
I love Commandment Centered Edgy. I don't regret my choice. But in a game mode about eliminating players and playing aggressive, why did I go against Daymiro in reverse? I don't understand. I was thinking about it. I was so close, and I was like, no, Commandment Center Edge, they're gonna have crazy strategies. They're gonna be able to figure out all these ways to play around it. No, Daymiro in reverse, they're just freight trains. They just run through everyone in front of them. But we're gonna throw it to the desk to get their thoughts. I have to imagine that was one of, if not the closest games we've seen today on the broadcast. Zeke, break it down for us.
Ozzy, that is 100%. We have not seen anything closer than that. I'm talking a handful of points. Ozzy, don't worry, though, because you and I, we both predicted Reverse 2K's team. Production, go ahead and run the graphic, but change me and Ozzy's predictions. Thank you so much. Hey... This always happens, man. This literally happened in EU. I thought, I'm the same way, Ozzy. I was like, Commandment, they're going to be able to do something. Like, I feel like they're so well suited for this. Of course they're going to win. Cast or curse. It's real. It's a thing, Vivid. It's real.
Yeah, I guess 4 predictions for that team. They're not really helping them out at all, I guess. But, you know, it was still really well played from both teams. I mean, Sentin, Edgy, and Commandment. I gotta give a huge shout out to Edgy. A couple times there, he definitely saved the game. And at the end there, they actually, I believe they would have won, but they tried impulsing to the center there so that way they could start grabbing those double points. And instead of going towards the middle, they actually went towards the edge because of a failed impulse. Not sure if the math checks out there, but I'm pretty sure they would have had a way better chance at winning if he would have actually made it into the center there. So a couple of mistakes from the side of Sentin, Edgy, and Commandment, but not to, you know, take away from Daymiro and Reverse. They were, like you said, absolutely just running through everybody at the end there throughout the entire game. Miro and Day are just machines.
I know, yeah, I mean, obviously we talk a lot about, you know teams. And I genuinely, when I picked Commandment's Trio today, I thought, okay, I regularly choose Reverse, Miro, you know, all the time. They're FNCS.
It's true,
I can't
do.
I do all the time because they're so good. And I thought I gotta spread the love, you know, choose somebody else. What was I thinking? I should have been a lot more cutthroat about it and gone straight for these guys because they are, as you know, as Ozzy rightly said, they are freight trains when it comes to, you know, that is how they won FNCS, and in my opinion, it was all about driving through builds and making their way to every single Storm Circle and doing the business. And you can see Miro here as well, who was just off the hook. I mean, each of the games here, eliminations left, right, and center. He performed brilliantly. One thing I did pick up on, which I thought was really interesting as well, we talked about the llama earlier on, obviously it being a bit of a target and people knowing where you are when you're carrying the llama. Reverse, Miro in that first game were working together brilliantly, actually, when they're actually in a base area together in their spawn area, passing the llama back and forth to kind of almost like goad in and kind of coax in the opposition there to kind of chase after them, and they would counteract them after that. Really smart play, utilizing the llama throwing it back and forth there to seduce the opposition into taking them on. Let's have a look here at the brackets. As you can see here, we now have our grand final and our third place decided. That third place decided will still be an absolute beauty. I mean, Saf's trio, Commandment's trio going head to head for that. But Vivid, well, look at this. Slags, Acorn, Jack versus Daymiro, a reverse. It happened. Season 5 versus Season 6 FNCS champions. We couldn't have asked for much better than this.
It is happening. The head-to-head champions going at it, and man, I gotta give a shout out to MDF because MDF is probably gonna have a lot to say about, you know, having the only prediction in the grand finals. But the way that Daymiro and Reverse played that, and the way that Slacks, Acorn, and Jack played their matchup, this is going to become, you know, champions. They're head-to-head champions right now, and it's going to live up to that because they're good in game, they're good in the battle royale, and it seems like they're good in this play for keeps.
Absolutely. And, you know, actually, production, if you just want to change all of our predictions in Snot Monster to Reverse 2K's trio, so we're just all against him in the final, that would be well appreciated. Yeah, one thing I did want to note specifically on Miro that I thought was awesome, I jokingly was like, hey, man, I want to see the triple impulse play, but in game 1, Miro was sitting there with the llama and had 3 impulses. Yep. So, like, when we do go into that final match, do keep in mind, right now, the next match we're going to see is playing for 3rd place and who's going to, like, ultimately place 4th. But I feel like the way Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K are playing, they're utilizing those impulses. They're saying, okay, not only kind of what you hinted at before, Vivid, was like, being able to use these offensively, defensively, having these be like a pivotal part in your gameplay to just cause even more chaos. Like, I don't know if you've ever played with an impulse, but if you're like, you've got your sights on someone, you ADS, and you're like, all right, I'm going to shoot that target, and then you get impulse, and your whole world gets like flipped upside down. You're like, what just happened? And it's that 1 second that these guys will absolutely dome anyone that gets in their way, right? And so I'm excited, like being able to see so much Impulse play. I'm living for it, Vivid. That's what I live for.
Yeah, they did a great job of just basically just impulsing all around the map. And a thing that is really, really important in this game mode is actually when you are on the back foot there and the other team has the llama, you can't overextend and get picked off as like a solo. You need to make sure that all of your attacks are cohesive with your team. And that's something that Day, Mirror, and Reverse are really good at doing. And props to Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. They were really good at like defending against those too, but I don't think they ever really had a good shot in that second game to get set up. The first game, they had a good setup, but they ended up losing it. And, you know, they did a really good job of defending it. So defense and offense are equally as important. You just got to make sure that you are doing both equally together.
Yeah, and you mentioned it there as well, Zeke. You know, the one variant in all of this is the impulse grenades. I think that's the difference here as well. Is that obviously we know our teams have got incredible aim, they've got accuracy, they've got great camaraderie and teamwork as well. But those impulses can be used in different ways. And the last few days, the last few challenges here at All-Star Showdown, that's differentiated the difference between our winners and our losers. It's all about finding that variable and utilizing it. And I think impulses are going to be so key going into this one. So I can't wait to see what happens in this final two. I think very evenly matched teams that is going to make for a brilliant showdown.
Man, absolutely. The hype is real, but don't forget, right now we're going to see and who places third, and then we're moving into that final match to see which trio does walk away the winner of Play for Keeps. So for now, we're gearing back up on the battle bus. We're jumping into creative, and we're going back over to Monster Deface and Aussie Antics for the next game here in Play for Keeps.
Ready. I'm ready for it. I think everyone else at home is ready for it. I mean, we get to figure out who's going to go ahead and take third and fourth place now. Well, obviously, someone's got to walk away. But either way, everyone's a winner here. There's tons of prizing on the line. And I think there's about a $2,000 jump up if you actually win this round here. So it's a fair margin.
It's a fair margin. Yeah, I think it's 3 right now. There is a lot of money between this one. It is 3,000 up to 6,000. So at least one of these teams is walking away with $6,000. Last place, fourth, will get 3,000. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, this is one where I've still got a horse in the race. I get to get excited. I get to cheer on. And I mean, hey, they're not going to get second. Is that my fault? Maybe that's my fault. They're not going to get second like I asked, but unfortunately, it's not because they're going to get third. Yeah, there you go.
You wanted them to get third.
You wanted them to get third. So technically, I can still try and say I won here, but nah. We'll see how they go. This is going to be an interesting one to go down. And again, these teams have a lot of chemistry, especially when it comes to Scented, Edgy, Commandment with Stretch. I mean, Stretch duos with Commandment, really good friends with Edgy. I mean, Scented, this is pretty much 6 friends going head-to-head right now. Like, these guys are all in the same friend group. They all play together all the time. It's going to be interesting to see which one comes out on top.
I really do like the teamwork right now from Saf, Stretch, and Avery, though. They let Stretch go toe-to-toe at the centerpiece against Scented. He wins the gunfight, but a teammate was there to throw an impulse and get him back out. So I don't know if it ended up playing out that way by luck or not, but it was actually really cool to watch play out because it was an in-sync play between the two. Now it's about pushing back, but Stretch, man, Stretch hits every shot. He wins and plays good defense too.
I also like the fact they didn't rush straight back to their base there at the very end. They kind of, they made their way there slowly, or like they kind of made their way around the edges until they could push in properly as a full team. Stretch didn't just try to glide a redeploy straight back in that home base and rush it like we've seen a lot of teams, and now they're looking really good for it as Stretch is now putting out some serious damage here, and Sash, Stretch, and Avery almost 60 points on the board without having lost it yet. They're doing really, really well.
Ooh, that was really nice. Stretch once again holding the angle. Man, this guy's had 6 eliminations already. I think the most he's seen in such a short, tight time span there. And now with the llama, though, he's going to get away here, Aussie.
Saf might have it. Here we go. They're going to keep holding on to this one. Saf, the God Pump around the corners. Can he hold on to it? It's going to be a left-hand peek versus right, but he moves out. Center wasn't ready for him to come around the corner. And Saf hits the big shot there. And right now, Saf, Stretch, and Avery are looking fantastic. There is no way all the casters and analysts, except for Monster, picked the last place team. I don't think that has ever happened here. I'm calling it a bit early, but right now, this round is looking very dominantly towards Saf, Stretch, and Avery. We're going to have production to run this. I doubt it's going to go this way, but has any team today had a 0-point loss? Have we had any team today across any of the regions and managed to get clean wiped? I don't think it's going to happen here, as already, I believe, Commandment, Scented, Edgy have just taken the llama. They have. They're going to be getting their first points on the board, but they need to now hold it for over 100 points straight. This is going to be very, very tough ask, Monster.
It's pretty much the next 3 minutes they need to hold it, so they can't allow it to exchange, and I think there's a point limit as well. There might be here, but what they needed to do has not been done yet. Stretch manages to win the fight here in the corner, in the cut. and walks away here, and now walks up onto Edgy as well. I mean, he doesn't win that one, but the fact that it trades hands is a little bit of a ramp up for the points to start adding in. They have to get this llama to the center. I think they got to just get in the middle somehow, pull it off, and just earn a lot of points, like really quickly.
It's going to be really tough as well because you're in the center. It adds a lot of craziness to it. You can jump in, jump out. That's just pure gunplay at that point of movement because there is next to nothing to hide behind. At least this feels a little bit more like strategy, and I like this. Centered going aggressively forward. We saw this is what Stretch was doing against Centered Edgy Commandment. Have they got a full pinch? They do. Commandment's mid-side, middle-way left side. Centered's midway right side, and then we have Edgy back in the base holding onto it, but Stretch makes it past Commandment, and if he wins the 1v1, just like that, the formation breaks down. I like it, but at the same time, it's a very risky play here by Centered Edgy Commandment. Unfortunately, I don't think the risk plays off. I don't like them spreading out that much. Just go toe-to-toe in the base. That is definitely the best strategy right now.
Yeah, Stretch just unlocked a whole new level right now because this man is literally carrying the team on his back. He's got 12 elims already. The best we've seen is 18. We saw that fly through with Mero at the start of this whole thing in game number 1, I believe, or game number 2 there. So, no, actually, it was Acorn, wasn't it? The 18 elims. So, you know, Stretch is on track here. There's just a minute left. We've seen him pop off before. I think this train's too gone. I think it's way too far gone. It might just be theirs.
I think it might just be theirs. I mean, yeah, they have to hold on to it now with double points. Like, again, math never been my strong point. We have a minute left. That's 60 points. They need more than that already. Like, they need to go into the center. Like, I know math isn't my strong point, but I feel like this one's simple. Commandment Centered Edgy, you have to take that llama to the middle and hold on to it for the rest of the game. It's just, I think at this point, it's just unwinnable unless they do that. And even doing that is such a tall ask.
Yep, sure, but Stretch is going to walk his way around, and no, he actually gets impulsed out in the open, takes the fight, doesn't hit a single shot. They figure it out. Okay, they figure it out. We have to get to the middle. They work their way to the middle. So now they're at the middle point, but I think it's already been exchanged. I think the llama's already traded hands. Saf, Stretch, and Avery pick it back up, and they have control of the field. For Commandment, Centered, and Edgy, it looks like this is the end of the road for them. The llama gets reset, Ozzy, and that is all she wrote here.
That's all she wrote. That is round 1, though. Remember, we are still going to go to our best of 3. So if Saf, Stretch, and Avery could win this again next time, it will be over. And unfortunately, potentially at this point, Centered Edgy Commandment, by far the favorite today from myself and the other casted analysts, they could go out in straight sets. There is a very real possibility if Centered Edgy Commandment don't win the next round, they've gone 4-0, or sorry, 0-4 on this map.
Yup, but look at this, man. Stretch is the guy of the hour here. He's going to be up and down this highlight package here. Look at the tracking. Oh my gosh. How is that a 107? Hello? Pump shotgun.
Did we see how many he ended up on? Because 18 is our record so far, and I feel like Stretch has to have been pushing it, or maybe it was just he was getting the eliminations when they mattered, but he was just, look at this, he's just holding off entire trios. We saw him get a 1v3 earlier. That's 11. We're racking it up. This is literally just a Stretch package at this point. I don't know if he got close to 18, but he did phenomenal. Definitely MVP of any of the rounds we've seen so far. I'm saying, I'm putting it hands down.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 162 to 106, though, is going to be that score of the first game here. Remember, there's still at least a second to go up. Now, if Commandment and Centered Edgy here win this round, they do get to go to a third to see who can actually best in that scoring there. So, you know, it's not completely over, but if Saf, Stretch, and Avery take that one, that's it. That's it. They walk away with third place. They earn an additional $3,000, of course, added. So what's that? Make it a $6,000 dub for them. Not bad at all. And, you know, for Commandment and crew, it sucked being as great as they are and then getting last in this one. Because this is a game mode of you know, teamwork.
Sorry, Monster, you called out at the start. I think we just saw something really interesting. That wasn't a teammate impulsing Stretch out. One of the teammates dropped Stretch their only impulse, so he had 2. He had 1 impulse to go in and then 1 impulse to come out. So they didn't impulse him in, they actually gave him 1. I don't know if we've seen anyone else do that. And Adam was talking about in the pre-show, that is the variable that is going to make the biggest difference. It's the impulse grenades, and that was incredibly smart. I absolutely love that play. That is the play that got them the llama off the bat and just created this massive deficit. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's big. That's actually really big. I knew something was up there because he got in, he got out, and I was like, dude, what kind of teamwork? Like, whatever that strat was, they opened them up to really take the lead. And what was it? They grabbed it and made almost 100 points.
Yeah, that was the big push. Yeah, that's what made pretty much the deficit just insurmountable. So huge plays by them. I wonder if they'll do it again, because there's not a lot of other teams we've seen do that. I don't think any have done that, and it makes sense. If you're going to run around to the edge and just go for that 2v2, you don't need your impulses, so you might as well stack them on the guy who's going for the middle.
Yeah, and then think about this too, like getting it and holding on to it for almost 2 minutes, like out the gate there. That's a really long possession. There's only 5 minutes. We're pretty much capped. The counter comes down. So for them to hold it for almost, well, for more than half the game, nearly at the start, was like ridiculous. Really great way to kick things off. That kind of sets the tone here for Saf, Stretch, and Avery. For Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, we already know Scented has a tough time with the pressure. I was hoping that with Edgy, with Commandment in his corner here, you know, it's a team-based game where you're not alone under the spotlight, right? They'd perform a little bit better, but it could just be the pressure sinking in right now.
I think it's also a factor of, I don't think anyone's playing particularly poorly. I think everyone's just playing so well. Here it is. See the double there. It's double impulse. Goes in. Let's see if Scented had the same idea. Scented did not have the same idea. Does he get back in? He does. He gets in. It's such a good strategy. It really is.
Snipe it.
It's ridiculous. It's just that strategy alone. I really, really hope Damir in reverse or Jaxlax and Acorn are paying attention, because that is the way to open this round. Stretch jumped in, even missed the shot. He missed the engage on Scented, and they still have the llama. This play is the most impactful play we've seen here today by far. It is the best open.
Yeah, for sure. And then you think about it, since you can drop the llama, you just get back. You trade it off, give it to your teammate with all the HP, sitting back here waiting for your return or getting on the respawn. So that's how it's going to play out. Stretch now in that same position here where they have to trade it in order for him to get out there and get active. Scented and crew are not pushing, though. They're allowing the timer to really just get eaten up here. And almost a minute already, and they have not touched the llama a single time. So the possession here for Stretch and company, I mean, they hold on to it for so long. It just earns so much points.
They're pushing up that lead, and again, it puts the pressure on the enemy. They start to panic. They realize they're on the back foot. You start making, you know, really aggressive pushes that you shouldn't do. Like, Scented, Edgy, Commandment are a trio that's used to being in control. That's how they play their game. That's why they have the low ground advantage, because they play it so well and they control it. And that's when they're in the driver's seat, they look a lot better. And again, was that Stretch? Stretch is just an animal. His aim is so ridiculous. Here they are. I think they're impulsing out. They've got it. Nope, Stretch hits every single bullet to take him down in the middle.
There it is. He's going to open up onto Commandment. No, doesn't win that shot. That could have been a big one for them. And luckily, at least Scented has got his gunplay on point. He does win the fight. Tries to run with the llama, but now it's left in the middle. It's left in the middle. Edgy can grab this and actually score a ton of points if he just decides to sit here. But no, he's going to play it nice and safe. He's going to back up and away from the danger of being in the middle and back to cover. Now they have an opportunity to actually score some real points here. They have an opportunity to create a victory lap for themselves.
Funny enough as well, when we talk about how dominant Stretch was in that first round, he had 14 eliminations. Edgy actually had 16. So Edgy, so far, is the one leading the charge of eliminations for these two teams. But I think Stretch is doing it in the more impactful situations. When the llama's on the line, when it's that one-on-one, that toe-to-toe, when it's these kind of fights, when he's getting pushed in on center with the B-Hop, managed to pull it off. But Stretch doing that amount of damage to an opponent who had a massive health advantage is enough for them to still win the trade. Stretch is really carrying this one right now.
Yep, and now Saf has the center control here. He's able to flush players out from behind the pole. Scented is forced into Stretch. Stretch wins that fight naturally, like he has been this entire time. And now he's going to go for the middle. His goal here, just get damage, probably reset. If he gets to Elam in the process, even better. And for Edgy, you know what? It's just unfortunate that he could not have his teammates there faster, because the clock is ticking here, and they have such a huge lead.
They have a big lead right now. Again, it's looking, I want to use the same word, insurmountable here. It gives you 1 point per second. You know, we've got less than 120 seconds left. They need to get it within the next 10 seconds and hold it, or they're going to have to go for those center points, and we know how difficult that is. I have to say, I think we're going to see Scented, Edgy, Commandment, the biggest favorite here today, go down in straight sets.
Yeah, and it's crazy because now we're starting to see Saf, Stretch, and Avery really turn up. And this would be a great matchup against Slacks, Acorn, and Jack again, right? Like to see that happen one more time, but it's just not how it's going to work out. The team that loses here will get last place. The team that wins this round here, the consolidation match, will get third place. And then we'll get to see Reverse 2K Miro and Day, who put up another, just a phenomenal fight battle for first place there. So Either way, 60 seconds just about on the clock here. And it seems like Commandment Sense and Edgy are trying to make a beeline here to the center. They have to stay alive here and win this one, but nope. The fact that they're going down here, Ozzy, means that, you know, their odds at winning this all here is slipping away.
It's very much slipping away, but hey, when you think about it, when this is your 3rd and 4th place teams, just how exciting is this finals going to be after this? Like, when these are the 2 teams who managed to lose, we're going to watch the 2 better teams go head-to-head. It's going to be very interesting to close it out, and we talked about this at the start of the day. It was so hard to pick favorites when it came into this, because you've got the 4 best teams in NAEs going head-to-head in a pretty unconventional game mode, but one that they're all really still performing insanely well at. It's still movement, it's still gunplay, it's still teamwork, it's communication, it's all those skills that make these teams the best, but just in a very different setting. And now we have Stretch, Saf, and Avery just going for the victory lap. They know they've won. I think they're literally just going to dance it out. They're that confident. I don't think they're even playing anymore. They're just going to dance to close it out. They have won in straight sets, and it looks like Commandment Sense and Edgy know they've lost as well. They're just, everyone's having fun with it. Hey, they're walking away with at least $3,000 for Sense and Edgy Commandment and $6,000 for Saf, Stretch, and Avery. That's not bad for a few creative games.
Yeah, not bad at all for a couple creative games, and that's how that one's going to wrap up there. 223 might be the final scoring there. My gosh, big game from overall, and the victory's going to play out. The replay pack is going to just be a running Stretch montage here, and Stretch reveals an interesting play. He leaves, I'd say he leaves the most valuable bit of information here for the other competitors fighting for 1st and 2nd to think about, right? That opening play.
That opening play, the only problem is it is only so effective when you're not carrying 2 impulses yourself, or when you don't know. If you're carrying the 2nd impulse as well, I mean, I'm going to go as far as say maybe a triple impulse play. Impulse in, impulse them out, impulse you back. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too excited. Maybe I'm going too far ahead, but there is a lot you can do with that initial impulse opening, because the other 2 players going for the flank just don't need them. They just don't. You might as well give them to the guy going for the flag, but 223 to 36. Again, we'll have to get at the analytics behind that. We're going to have to get the production team to run it, because surely that's got to be one of the biggest deficits today.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It might be one of the bigger gaps we've seen, and I do wonder if there's a huge cap limit, too, for how much points you can earn. But either way, we're going to toss it over to Zeke and Vivid, Adam there, see if maybe Vivid's got the answer for that. He seems to answer all the good questions.
Vivid? I got this one.
Nah.
There's no cap.
There's nothing.
That's right. Unlimited amount of points forever. You have 5 minutes. Good luck. Boys, I mean, look, you know, this is actually the play that these guys are talking about was actually, we saw that from Acorn, but Acorn didn't do it as his opening play. We saw that in the initial set of games where you could basically impulse in, grab llama, and impulse out. But for this game, right, they had initial, like, the game's going, we're about to kick things off. I'll tell you what, we're just going to impulse right in. We're going to steal the llama, and then we're just going to bail. Stretch, making it look effortless. And I mean, this is like exactly what you want to do, right? Being able to open the match with the llama and start at least accruing some points. And even if you're picked off, having the llama drop in your base is so good. At that point, you just have a homie walk over, pick it up and be like, all right, thanks. Mission accomplished. We can start accruing more points.
Yeah, I mean, all in all there, though, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment going down in last place, obviously not something that I would have ever guessed happened. I mean, I've played these guys in like the Marvel knockout events, those LTMs. They seem to always be good at, you know, anything outside of the Battle Royale itself. So I went ahead and favored them today because I know that they're good in other aspects of the game, but today just wasn't their day. And I got to give a huge shout out to Stretcher because Stretch really seemed like the MVP there. That opening that we talked about, executed on that really well. Barely got out of there, but he got the job done. And then his pump aim, he like barely ever missed the head. He was always going for the headshots, always making it really, really clean, and always defending the llama really, really well. And Sending Edge and Commandment never really had a chance because of that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's exactly why we can see our, you know, our third place decider goes to Saf, Stretch, and Avery. I mean, Stretch, again, I mean, forget llamas for a second. Let's talk chameleons. He adapts to any situation that's put in front of him.
Oh.
Honestly, it blows my mind, really. You think about how things first started. You can see that Stretch, as he's going, he's first and foremost, he starts off and he's all about eliminations and making sure he's just controlling the elimination side of things and putting the advantage to his team to make sure there's a deficit on their side and how many players are on the map at any one time. But as it goes on, on, he starts to see, okay, now I can only start working on the way that I'm actually getting, using those impulses, getting in there first. We saw Saf and Stretch on a bunch of occasions there, always the ones impulsing into the center circle, exactly where the llama is, before the llama had even reset, just waiting, ready to pounce, ready to take it away and bolt. And I think that's the difference here. I mean, we saw that clip there as well, but get impulsing in, impulsing back out again. That was the difference. I think that's why Scented and co didn't get as many points on the board. I mean, a bit of a whopping in that second match in particular there, by over a couple of 100 points. They just didn't click. They didn't have the same kind of mindset around how to I think approach each of the games. And Saf, Stretch, Avery. I mean, Avery there as well. You double elimination. Over 10 eliminations in that second game as well. They were working so well together in the end. It just didn't. It wasn't really much of a match. But I think that's what it came down to, is just an understanding of what they were doing as a team and putting it into effect. And those impulses, as we talked about before, they were the key.
Adaptability, right? That we use this word, we throw it around a lot. That's what has to happen. If you want to be good at Fortnite, you have to be willing to adapt and to have the capabilities to adapt to whatever the season throws at you, whatever items you might have to be using in those moments. And for these guys, they did, right? So they're going to secure that third place. But boys, now we got to shift our attention. Slacks, Acorn, Jock, they're going in. They made it through that initial round of games, and they're waiting in the finals. But Day, Miro, Reverse 2K, they're there joining them. Which of these trios will walk away your overall winner? And guys, we got to take a look at these our predictions once again, because look at this. We've all predicted that it's Reverse's 2K's trio. Whoa! Wow. They changed. I have all the power at my fingertips. That's right. That's right, MDF. So we're going in this game. It's all of us versus just you. We're going to dethrone you right here, baby. You're going down, son. You're going down.
How in the world did we end up here where all the predictions all of a sudden flip-flopped on us, switched it up, and now Ozzy, you guys are over there. I thought if anyone, you would have had my back. We cast together.
I didn't do anything. All of a sudden, I'm in the race, and I mean, I'm excited for it. How good of a storyline if you now win again on top of literally us getting 2 chances out of 4. We had 2 chances out of 4 to pick the winner, and you could potentially still beat us twice. So I don't know. We'll see how we go. I don't have the power like Zeke does. I don't.
I was gonna say we'll have to find out, because either way, we know all the competitors right now are gonna be playing their hearts out. There's a lot of cash on the line here, $12,000 to be exact to take first place. Second will get a little less than that. I think it's about 9K, so not bad at all. Still a big victory to go ahead and win your opening rounds. Huge. There's the prize to go ahead and break it down for you. For Saf, Stretch, and Avery, they take a nice $6 grand. And one thing I did want to note and bring to you guys' attention is for Saf, Stretch, and Avery versus Commandment Sense and Edgy just a little bit ago, they had very similar eliminations, but a massive point difference between the two. So it really is about strategic, effective elims. So for Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, Day, Reverse 2K, and Miro here, pay very close attention to how these elims actually impact the game, because you need to have possession when you're catching these elims, or it's not going to happen.
And again, we've been hyping up as well. This is the battle of the FNCS Trio Champions here. We have Reverse 2K Day Mirror with 2 of the last 3. Jack, Slacks, and Acorn with the other 1. Interesting play already. This is breaking down very differently to any round we've seen before this. I'm trying to get a grasp of exactly what's going on here and what the playstyle is. Looks like Jack, Slacks, and Acorn have taken it initially. They have control of the llama, but it's looking like it's not completely secure. Slacks trying to pre-fire that angle, and yeah, Slacks, Jack, and Acorn are off to a very good start, but we saw earlier today, Damir and Reverse are one of the best teams, if not the best, at taking back the llama once they lost it.
Yeah, definitely, but now it's a 3v2 situation until Day comes back up. Day now finally gets the spawn in, and they can think about reinitiating this push here. But for Miro, they're just playing nice and smart. This is kind of how Commandment and Senses played out, but they took too long. This is another instance where 60 seconds are about to pass by, and possession is still in Jack, Acorn, and Slack's hands. But now, finally, the sweep happens through, so it doesn't last that long. And they actually reclaim the llama here for the first time in this match. Miro hiding defensively over there, but no! Acorn manages to hunt them down, and they get it back again. This could be Slacks, Acorn, and Jax's day here, and the mode.
I mean, they could. We've seen it. Once you take it, it's very, very hard to get back against these top tier teams. And we wanted to see Saf, Stretch, and Avery play in the finals. They look so good, but Jack, Slacks, and Acorn are looking insane here. But this angle we saw last time, someone found themselves down here around the corner. it's really, really tough spot to play out of, and this one's going to be a close one, but they need to get it quickly. Damir Reverse needs to make something for this. How is Jack, Slacked, and Acorn just good at every game mode? Not just these random creative game modes. Jack and Acorn are insane duos. Jack and Acorn and Slacks are all really good solo players, trios. They're good at everything. I think they also won one of the squad tournaments.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you know what? I think they figured out a strategy. This spawn location is off to the left. Their spawn location is off to the left. So they're actually increasing the distance. It seems like they're increasing the distance from Reverse UK, Miro, and Day that they have to travel. And if they get eliminated in that little cubby, they spawn on the flank. So this is actually like what looks like straight next level strats here. Look, they're able to play defense effectively. If they go down, they just respawn on the other side.
I guess, yeah, we've seen most teams really running it back into their spawn point to get that extra advantage, but the angles right now are really helping them. Yeah, I know. It's working. It's working. That's all I can say. It's working. So clearly,
what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
they have a strategy.
This is, it's all coming down to just pure, it's coming down to pure AR gunplay from Jack, Slacks, and Acorn, but they have that, I guess. This is ridiculous. It's completely different, but it's working. And they're now 112 points in the lead with 2 minutes left. If they can hold on to this for 15 more seconds, they win, unless Damir and Reverse can take the Llama into double points, which we know no team has really done today successfully.
So it's either Jack, Acorn, and Slacks or geniuses, and they held on to this play for so long, which I think they showed at the first round. We were wondering, like, hey, man, they're in a weird cubby. Why are they hiding out here? It either clicked right then and there, or they had the prep game coming into this, and now they're just revealing it all out. There's only 2 big rounds they have to win in order to take this all home. So what a time to go ahead and play the trump card and make it all come to life here. And it seems like that strategy is just so perfect. It's even got them flustered. Look, Day and company can't even put up the proper defense. And what a way to kick this off.
What a way to kick it off. And even now, just delaying it, just not letting Damir and Reverse get it. Now they're going to go for double points. This is it. They know they have to get double points. I think round 1's already over here. We've never seen a team hold double points, I think, for more than like 5 seconds at a time. It just keeps trading. You pick it up, you drop it, you take it down, you pick it up, you drop it, and while it's on the ground, no one's accruing points. You need to be holding it, but Damir Reverse have to go for it. They're huddling behind that pole. They know this is the only chance. Slacks is playing this so smart. He's not going for a close engagement. He impulsed towards the edge to try to get that flank shot off, to try to get that pinch angle, and Jack, Slacks, and Acorn, they're looking so good. Damir Reverse have it back, but they just can't hold it.
Yeah, for sure. And now it's just all gunplay here, big exchanges. And you know what? Just, again, phenomenal play there, but that play might lead them to their first win here today. But it's a matter of whether or not Miro, Day, and company reverse there. If they kind of figure it out, right? If they figured out what was going on there, then they can actually counter-strat them. Now, if they don't really know why that was so effective on offense and defense there, then there's going to be a big problem here.
I mean, this is incredible. Jack, Slacks, and Acorn are just doing that well, and it's so great when you have these strategies. That's what the creative maps are so fun, because they're new. You can have a chance to go play it. Jack, Slacks, and Acorn could have grabbed 3 of their friends, 3 other pros, and versed them in the days leading up to this, but you have those strategies that give you such a big advantage, and when it's a best of 3, if you pull it out in 1 round and guarantee that 1 round win, the other team has to win straight sets now. Even if Damir and Reverse can somehow come up with a counter to that strategy in split seconds, they have to pull it off to perfection twice now.
Yep, for sure. And this is those highlights that we're talking about here as we're looking at the replay. It was here and now. It just all made sense to me. I was like, okay, how are they able to recover from this position so fast and get to it? And I was like, they put it in such a weird spot that even if it goes down, even if the llama falls there, you gotta pick it up, you gotta loop back around the ramp, and by that time, these guys are spawning up, right? You're out in the open, and we all know pro players have pro aim. They're gonna hit those shots. You guys saw how it looked in the Bullseye Bonanza. You know, once you're there, they're on just a different level. 160 though to 90 points from Damir and Reverse. Not bad at all. And now we get to watch what could be a clean sweep here, Ozzy.
A clean sweep for everyone. Like, we haven't seen a tiebreaker today. If Jack, Slack, and Acorn win this, today's tournament against the 4 best teams in NA East have somehow all gone to 2-0 stomps. Like, I don't know. I guess there's tiers in this right now. I guess there's teams that are just that much better than the person beneath them, despite them all being really good.
Yeah, it just looks like preparation. These are some really cool strats you got to see. And even with Stretch and what he did in that game for the 3rd place win there, it was really, really cool. Take a look here at how things kicked off. Here comes the Impulse Exchange. He managed to pick it up. They stack him onto Acorn, and then Acorn goes in the same play we saw before. Tries to bounce him out, and it works. It does.
That's even better. Goes for the impulse. He knew right as the llama was spawning, he knew the exact second he threw that impulse down before the llama spawned, knowing that he'd grab it and it would send the opponent flying. Big strats, it is. This is coming down to strategies. Don't get me wrong. Right now, every team has got good fraggers, though. Day, Miro, and Reverse. Day got 12 elims, Miro 12, Reverse 11. Slack's got 11, Acorn 12, and Jack 10. They got pretty much identical eliminations. It's not about who's doing better with the gunplay and movement. It is coming down purely to strategies right now. That's the difference.
Positioning, formation, right? Just having a game plan, having a strategy to execute here. It's literally the difference. I love what we saw here, though. Really, like a true valiant effort from Dave, Miro, and Versus 2K to try and figure out a way to hold down the middle. It ultimately end up to all 3 of them behind the double point XP. Is that a trophy? Actually, no. It looks like it's a big chalice here, holding up the fire, something like that. But anyways, they managed to hide behind the pole here, sit down. They earned a ton of points. They were so far behind. They get up to 90, but the clock beats them all. Father Time ends up winning this one for them too. And now we get to see this 2nd round go back into it. So we know who's kind of leading this whole thing. It's Acorn. Acorn was, if anything, the MVP for kicking it off and grabbing that llama off the gate.
I mean, I think right now across the board, I don't think there's been almost a single round where Acorn hasn't had the most amount of eliminations. I think he tied with Jack in one of the rounds, but yeah, Acorn has had the most amount of eliminations or tied for the most in every round he's played. So when he's also the one making the plays, and they go for an interesting play here. Dave, I think that was a bit of a mistake potentially. They double stacked up on the podium and it doesn't work for them. Jack, Sykes, and Acorn take it away. When we're seeing these top tier teams, every single time someone has taken the llama first, they've won. That's what we've seen the last 4 rounds in a row pretty much once everyone's figured out these strategies. It's really hard to take it off the team once they've got their foothold.
I'm wondering, though, if they're going to go ahead and bring it back to this little cubby spot. You can Slacks is kind of holding it down here, but Acorn reading the plays just a little bit better. He's like, nah, man, it's better if I just sit here. I can see them. I've got eyes on it. And now Miro, Versus 2K, and Day have to figure out a strategy, how to execute a proper push here and win this. This trio right now, though, Acorn, Jack, and Slacks have so much, like, shield. They actually have a fair amount of shield. They can play proper defense here. Here comes the time push. Okay, Day wins it. Nicely done. They full sweep the trio. But do they get the llama?
That's the difference right now. It is. You can full sweep, but you've got to get it and then get it back out as well because they're playing some weird angles. Jack, Slacks, and Acorn are playing this differently to everyone. Miro with the really nice movement, the duck and the weave, and that little bit of extra damage could be the difference here. It is. Then Day gets to clean up. Day comes through. I talked about them before as freight trains. They really do just run through teams, and this might be Day, Miro versus chance. Day has to get this. Day needs to win this 1v1. That was their main chance to hold on to that. Because of that, Acorn's now putting down some serious damage in. They got the clean sweep, but I don't think they're going to be able to get the llama back out. They're holding on to it, but they've got to get back to their base. That's their chance.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It seems like things are going to have to start kicking up here, though. Day, Miro, in reverse. Lose exchange or lose the possession there once again. So now it seems like Acorn, Jack, and Slacks have control of it. And if things are looking right here, it seems like they have the lead for quite some time. Now, almost 2 minutes have been exhausted here on that timer. There's only going to be 3 minutes left in order for them to exchange possessions here. And honestly, I'm thinking they just got to get it to the middle again. Get to that double point, catch up, close the gap, and do it sooner rather than later. But no, they are in the middle. Oh, yes, they actually get it. Okay, so Ozzy, they've effectively done it. They have controlled the middle right now.
Yeah, it's so scary. Like, the map was designed for that reason. It's the last-ditch effort, but it's so hard. When you're versing 3 other of the best fraggers in your region, it's so hard when you're out in the open to hold on to it for any amount of time. You might get that 10 seconds, which gives you 20 points, but right now, with that difference, I mean, I guess they have to maybe get in there for 10, 20, cut down the gap, and then hold it for the rest of the game in their base, but ooh, I was about to say Jack, Slacks, and Acorn just look too good, but that was a really clean wipe. That could be the play that turns this entire game around, the entire tournament. Getting that full wipe around the corner at range. That was a bit of a misplay by Jack, Slacks, and Acorn there.
Yeah, but they were so weak. There's not much they can do. And even though they managed to clean it up and find a last laugh, they still spawn right in. They pick up a llama once again, and Miro in reverse could not get there in time. You can see Miro still holding on to those impulses. Could be the difference maker here. It does always come down to it. Jack, though, left camera peek against Miro and doesn't stand the chance there. Miro just manages to win it, but this is like FNCS Trio against FNCS Trio. We said it at the start, and you can see it. Like, the gunplay is there. But, again, it's about where the llama ends up at the end of the day.
It is, and it's about preparation, it's about strategy, but it's also just about reactions. Like, this is just complete chaos right now. You can imagine what these comms are like. 21, 110, 10, impulse, llama, me, shot, corner, Jack. It's like, it's just, there's only so much communication you can do in these situations. Yeah, when they had that little pinch going, like right now, things are calm, you can settle it down. But when you got Dave, Miro, and Reverse just sprinting into this little room and just all hell breaks loose, and you can imagine how hard it must be to coordinate, but they're doing it really well. Slax is holding that corner, he's backing up now, he's impulsing back around to try to get behind the angle, and I have to think it's over. I think we've managed to see NAE's play for keeps go in all straight sets, and Jack, Slax, and Acorn, Monster's pick, manages to beat every caster and analyst twice. We got a 50% chance to pick a winner, and we still didn't do it.
I don't know how I did it, but I did it, guys. It looks like I might have just clean sweep the entire caster desk, ladies and gentlemen, the same way Slax, Acorn, and Jack are sweeping up Day, Mirror, Reverse, and everyone else who's come across them on this map here. They're going to be seeing the entirety of that $12,000 very soon. Just 30 seconds remaining, and you can see as things start to settle, the dust begins to settle. I think reality kicks in for Day, Mirror, and Reverse here. It's just about over, and it's the victory lap for Slax, Acorn, and Jack right now. But phenomenal plays.
We said it already, $9,000, $3,000 each for a little over an hour of just some creative games. I don't think they'll be too upset. And honestly, Jack, Slax, and Acorn, they have to be the most versatile team in NA East. They are good at, like I said, everything. They win everything. Jack wins solo events, Acorn and Jack win duo events, Jack, Slax, and Acorn win trio events, and I think they've won squads. They're now winning creative events. Like, there's just something about this team's coordination. They just pick up new skill sets and just play so well together, but that will do it for NA East Play for Keeps. Jack, Slax, and Acorn are the champions in straight sets. Every single round went 2-0, but Day, Mirror, and Reverse runners up with $9,000, won't be too upset. And I know it's not going to count as a win, but Day, Mirror, Reverse with the 2 FNCS wins, Jack, Slax, Acorn with the FNCS and Play for Keeps. It's a notch. It's something they can, lean back on.
Hey, it's not bad. Pad up the earnings here, get a little bit more to take home. The highlight, though, from Acorn. This is back-to-back here, man. Well played. All the competitors, of course, that stepped out today. We appreciate y'all for coming through and giving us the good gameplay, because this was fun to watch. Creative games happening here for this week of the lead up to the FNCS All-Star Solo Invitational, which is happening tomorrow. Let's not forget, 10 competitors also qualified their way through to that. So, man, what a week of just, it's been a very festive week for the creative season.
It's been a festive week. This has been a fun few days. We've crowned some creative champions. We've got to say who's the best editor, the best builder, who's the best, who's the best llama holder. But tomorrow we will be crowning a solo champion as well. That's going to do it for us here on the cast. Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to throw it back to the desk, but we'll see you guys tomorrow for the solo champions.
If we just have a moment here to prove that Monster D-Face was wrong. Let's look at these predictions. He thought it was going to be his team. Nope. Boom, baby. I'm unstoppable. That's right. We changed his prediction. He's wrong. We're all right. We're never going to lose. No, in all seriousness, though. Boom. Got him, baby. Listen. In all seriousness, though, Monster D-Face called it from the very beginning. He said Slax, Acorn, and Chalk are going to go all the way through. And sure enough, he was right. They made their way to the end, and he once again nails it on the predictions. Well fought, brother. Of course, you know I had to mess with you, dude. You know I had to. Man, this was crazy. Like, once again, this theme we've been talking about this whole time is like being able to adapt to situations and utilizing the tools at your fingertips to get the win. And for these guys, it was impulses, it was clutch plays. Like, for the whole time, it was like they were just creating walls for Day, Mirror, and Reverse 2K, and then slowly bringing those walls together and boxing them and be like, well, you're not allowed to play anymore, friends. It's over. We're just going to go ahead and walk away with the W.
I see what you did there. You know, you can't build walls in this game mode, but
They did, though.
can form walls as a trio and just create these scenarios where it feels like you are behind a wall, right? You're just creating this unbreakable defense. And yeah, that's what Acorn, Slacks, and Jack were really, really good at. I mean, it's no surprise they are, you know, previous FNCS champions. That means that they have that team, right? They have the communication down. They know how to hold areas because, you know, that's what they do on that low to mid ground in the Battle Royale version of the game. They are really good at sticking together as a trio and creating situations that are favorable for them as three members together. And, you know, that's what they showcased today.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need mats when you can build foundations. So, you know, I think this is exactly the kind of like final we were hoping for as well. There are two teams here who are clearly at the very top. You know, they're both FNCS champions season 5 and season 6. And I think we saw there, surprisingly actually, was compared to other games, I felt like a bit of a slugfest. They just go dueling out, going head to head constantly around the map there, just trying to outgun one another really ultimately. And although the points were quite in the favor of Slacks, Acorn, and Jack's trio there, I still think it was a very hard fought battle. I think that, you know, there must be an element of vendetta or something there as well. Obviously, you know, we saw that the most recent champions took the AXA champions away from Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, and now it's in the hands of Miro, Day, and Reverse as well. So I think ultimately the entire day, as Ozzy and MDF said as well, it's all been about tactics. It's been strategy. It's been coming into it and playing your game, knowing how you deliver the best results according to the skill sets that you have. We've seen that everyone's adapted in different ways, but it's been such a thrill to watch. Loved every second of it, and I think we've seen why these guys are at the very top, because they can all approach the same situation in so many different ways.
Yep. And you know what? That was fun. You know, the three events that we held that were in the the 4 events that we held in the creative version of the game showcased how these individual players, you know, how good they are outside of the Battle Royale itself. But that being said, with all 4 of those done now, tomorrow, the big day, it's basically here already. Now, we don't have to wait much longer. They get to showcase how good they are in solos.
Yo, it is gonna be insane. Fortnite fam, you do not want to miss tomorrow. The solo competition, crazy prize pools, crazy plays, all on the brand new season of Fortnite. It is going to be next level. Mark your calendars. Make sure you come back tomorrow. Remember, we're in EU. We're here in NA East and as well in NA West. But if you want to see more for Play from Keeps, make sure you stick around because we have NA West to close out the day. And then tomorrow, it's all about that solo championship. So Fortnite fam, that's it from us. Please, as always, make sure to give these two a follow. Give MDF a follow. You know, give him that pity follow for always being wrong with his predictions. You know, someday he'll get them right. And Ozzy Antics, he's a pretty cool dude. Give him a follow as well. Fortnite fam, we love you. We'll see you for NA West. And as always, we'll see you guys on that battle bus.
What's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, and I'm joined here by the one, the only FaZe Bizzle.
Thanks for having me. So for those who don't know me, my name's Bizzle. I've been playing Fortnite for almost 4 years now, since the very start of the first Summer Skirmish series, ready for All-Stars, and I'm glad to be here.
So looking forward now to the All-Star Showdown, do you feel like just on a mechanical level, you stack up to some of these guys?
Everyone roasts me for my mechanics. I'm on the older side of Fortnite, I'm 23, which for any other game isn't too old. But for Fortnite, I get made fun of for my age. Mechanics are probably my worst part of the game, but I think they're fine. But where I stand out is the end game. I'll be playing every single game as long as I can, trying to win every possible game.
And I think when it kind of comes to experience, you have it in boatloads compared to the rest of the competition.
When you're constantly just always staying relevant and always staying up top, It just makes it that much easier to just keep placing and keep playing the game. Hardest part is probably losing the friends that you made along the way. I still have a great time playing it, and yeah, I'll keep doing so.
Now kind of going to go through real quick, just ask you a series of questions, just one word answer real quick. High ground or low grounds?
High ground.
Late game aggression or early game aggression?
Late game aggression.
Pump or charge?
Pump. Easy. Easiest question.
Lever or tack?
Lever.
Sniper or bow?
Sniper.
Launch pads or bouncers?
Bouncers.
All right, now I'm interested in that one because I figured you were going to go launch pad. Why do you prefer bouncers?
Just looking at a game and competitive standpoint, bouncers are better for the game. That's just my opinion. Follow me on Twitter @FazeBizzle or check out my YouTube FazeBizzle. That's really all from me. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I don't want to contest Zayt and Seth ever again.
Also a very OP POI.
Oh, Lazy Lagoon is the one with the pirate ship. Or the Lazy Lake? Which one's better? Well, I choose Lagoon. I choose Lazy Lagoon.
Ooh, Lazy Lagoon. I really liked how the POI was set up. Very underrated.
Oh, Lazy Lagoon, 100%. That's me and Ninja's duo spot for World Cup. I miss Lazy. Between Loot Lake and Sweaty, I'd probably drop Sweaty just because it has a bunch of more loot.
If I win Loot Lake, that only means I'm gonna get landed on by Zayt and Saf, and I don't want to do that. I'll rather stay as Sweaty. I don't want to contest Zayt and Saf ever again.
Oh, Sweaty Sands all the way. Pleasant Park, I just liked how much bigger it is. There's more loot, it's more spread out.
Pleasant's definitely better than Salty. And I think Clicks lands at Pleasant, so I'd rather land at Pleasant, yeah.
I'm definitely going Pleasant Park. Salty Springs is known for just bad loot or no loot at all.
Probably Happy Hamlet, because I don't think I've ever landed at Craggy once in my life. I would not know what I'm doing.
I would say Craggy Cliffs. I never really landed Happy Hamlet.
This one's a close one. Happy Hamlet, Craggy. I'll probably go Happy Hamlet just because I kind of missed the POI.
Ooh, Wailing Woods definitely. I like the fact that there was the little centerpiece and under there was the bunker with the rift.
I would go Wailing Woods just because it has, I guess, more cover.
Wailing Woods was a lot better. It used to have all the rifts around it. That's where the whole Liquid team used to land. Wailing Woods, final answer.
What's going on, everybody? Zeke here, and I'm hanging out with the living legend. That's right, it's Riverson. How are you feeling about the competition? You feel like, man, I can actually run the show? Because, like, you have literally been around since, like, the very beginning.
Last season, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't grinding that hard because, you know, the transfer from NAE to NA West was pretty hard. Moving into my parents' house, you know, a lot of, it was a big transitioning phase, but I think all that experience is just gonna come into it now. This next FNCS, as long as I put the hard work in.
You being that veteran player, you've been around since the beginning. You've seen Fortnite evolve. Do you have, like, a favorite season?
I want to say Season X Trios is my favorite season for sure. And even though Shockwave is kind of like, it creates a lot of RNG to the game, it was pretty fun.
How do your parents feel about you being a competitive player? Do they even understand what that means?
I mean, going way back, they didn't support it. I had to, like, you know, sneak playing, you know, I had my laptop. You know, on vacations, I'd bring my laptop. And they never really supported it until I started playing. I think my first tournament I made money was Winter Royale, the first one. I got like 90th place, but I made $500, bought my new PC with it, and they're like, go, all right, we'll support you.
We've seen Riverson Fortnite side, but like, what's your deal? What kind of stuff do you like to do?
I like surfing, I play guitar. I'm not that interesting, bro. I'm not gonna lie, so I don't do too much.
What? Bro, you shred? That's crazy. That in itself is awesome. Riverson, I want you to tell the world where everyone can find you.
Just Twitter, Twitch, both Riverson, Riversan.
It's been a super great time. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you, Zeke. Appreciate you, man.
Quad crashers and hoverboards.
Oh, yeah, that place was always fun to go.
That's a tough one.
That's hard.
They're pretty even, to be honest. They both have like pretty good mats, same amount of chest kind of.
Probably Jung Junction, because it reminds me of Haunted Hills.
I'm pretty sure I would choose Flush Factory. Last season at Flush Factory, there was an upgrade NPC, so I could upgrade my weapons with them.
I'd probably go with Junk though. I think it has a little more loot. I'm not sure.
I have to go with Slurpy Swamp. Viking Village is really elevated. It's really high, but Slurpy Swamp just has the luxury of pretty much infinite shield. Whether you sit in the little geyser, or you break the slurp barrels, or you sit in the tank in the middle, you just pretty much get infinite shield.
Viking Village for sure. Honestly, just for nostalgia reasons. I love like old Fortnite World Cup days a lot. So, you know, any POI related to that, I'm just gonna pick, so.
Slurpee just has way more loot, better mats. Definitely Slurpee. I would honestly probably pick Shifty Shop just because it's like dead center of the map. It probably has less loot though, but I think center map's more worth it.
I'm gonna go with Lucky Landing. I remember back in the day at Lucky there was quad crushers and hoverboards, and even though it was very south side of the map, I could always use one of those after I looted and I could just zoom to the center.
Shifty for sure. Yeah, that place was always fun to go to. So yeah, for sure Shifty. Polar Peak for sure. It's kind of a nostalgia thing.
I would choose the Spire because the Spire is super elevated, so you can get like a bird's eye view on the rest of the world.
I would choose Polar Peak. I know it very well. Definitely pick Polar.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I'm joined by Gabe Ski, aka Gabe. Gabe, how are you doing today?
I'm doing phenomenal, man. So I'm Gabe. My trio is me, Tahi, and Spray.
How long have you been playing as a trio?
This is our 3rd season, going on 4th. We've been playing for a long time. We've been playing since the Daily Cups last year. So we've been playing a full year together. Chemistry is amazing. We just vibe. We're really good friends.
I mean, that's exactly what you want, to just be able to vibe with your friends in a call and be able to play Fortnite, win some money on the side as well. Can't complain. Are you going to high school still? Are you just like gaming then as much as you can on the side? How do you kind of mix in being able to do all of your assignments in your day life while also being one of the top Fortnite players in NAEs?
Yeah, this year since lockdown happened, I've been virtual. So it's pretty easy. I've just been doing my assignments and then playing, but always assignments first, always homework first. Gotta keep on top of my grades, and then Fortnite second.
What kind of classes do you really enjoy taking? Are there any assignments where you're like, oh, that's really kind of interesting to me?
I'm a huge history nerd. I like the puzzle part of math.
When you are working with your trio, how do you tend to improve? Like, what's your practice regimen like?
Yeah, so we like to just scrimming, VOD reviewing, all of that stuff. You should be doing that with a trio, and that's pretty much it. Just playing together a lot, keeping the chemistry up, have fun, keep the vibes up. Thank you so much. I want to give you a chance to give any shout outs, say thanks, plug any socials. The floor is yours, Gabe. Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at GabeFN_, I'm pretty sure, and you can find me on Twitch, GabeFN1. Thank you so much.
Sweet, thank you so much.
I've been playing this game for 4 years now, so if I don't know where it is, I probably shouldn't have played this game.
Ooh, dude, these could be anywhere, bro.
I never really passed through Weeping, but so I don't really know.
What even is that? An oven? Is that a pizza oven? 3 pizza ovens?
Dude, I'm gonna guess near Orchard.
In like the Tomato Man building?
I'm just gonna say it's the pizza building.
Oh, that's Weeping Wood? No shot. That's Weeping? I know this spot. This is Stealthy.
Is it Stealthy Stronghold or Colossal Colossus? It's Stealthy Stronghold. Stealthy Stronghold, sorry.
Oh, that's Stealthy Stronghold.
Next. Keep going. Pleasant Park, basement house.
Pleasant Modern Building.
Pleasant Park underneath the Modern Building. All day.
Where is that?
This is the picture you guys went with? Okay.
Is that in Caddy Corner?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Caddy somewhere. It's gotta be there.
Yeah, I think so, Dirty Docs.
Holly Hedges.
I mean, I'm gonna have to guess like bony birds.
Is that bony burbs?
Is that, I gotta say that's right on the edge of bony birds.
Oh, maybe.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? I'm hanging out with Chris. Now, this is the Chris in FNCS that qualified and said, you know what, that's not good enough, actually. I'm going to split up for my trio. I'm going to re-qualify, and then I'm going to do really well going into the FNCS finals. Yeah, it's that Chris. Chris, my boy. How are you feeling, my friend?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
It was just okay, but then I heard I'm going to get to talk to you. Suddenly, boom, 100% better. So why don't you paint a picture of who you are in the Fortnite community?
I've been playing for the past 4 years. I'm on NA West. I'm in a smaller organization called Pure. I just got second in the last 2 FNCS ago, and I got 6th in this FNCS.
So how do you feel about like where you're at specifically as like a player?
I mean, I'm pretty happy. Can't really be mad. I've done pretty good the past couple seasons. I do want to do better, and I'm going for first.
What advice can you give to those players that want to like emulate you?
After a bad performance, and even after a good performance, like look at something like in retrospect. Even if you did something good, just make sure you did what was right. And consistency is way better than speed. You don't need to be the fastest in the world, but if you're the most consistent in the world, it's way better.
Do you have some rituals that you kind of prepare going into competition?
I have always ordered Cajun chicken pasta.
Okay.
For one of my restaurants before I play. I don't know. I just love it. And it's one of my favorite meals. It's not that expensive, and I usually just always eat that before I play.
So why do you like pasta?
I don't have that great of a diet, so I eat like fast food here and there. But I've noticed that I don't know. I get more energy, and I just feel better when I play.
Okay, talk to me about Chris outside of the Fortnite scene. What do you like to do? You know, what can people learn about you specifically?
I'm a pretty family-oriented person. I like hanging out with my family. I just went to a wedding the past couple of days for one of my cousins, so I had a good time.
Dude, that's crazy. Did you dance your heart out?
No, I did not.
Dang it!
It looked pretty fun, but no, I did not.
Everyone who is not following you right now needs to do that. Where can they find you?
You can search up Pure Chris to find me on Twitter. The ad is twitter.com/ChrisTFUp.
I can't wait to see your performance in next FNCS, bro, and of course at the All-Star event. So best of luck to you, and I'll see you later, man.
See you later.
Game day, basically, if I have a tournament that day, say it's on a Sunday, whatever.
I'll wake up, brush my teeth, get shower and all of that.
I usually get the most amount of rest possible.
Be waking up early no matter what, playing the game for at least 2 to 3 hours before we play the tournament.
Like a couple minutes before like the tournament, I like to play some hype music just to get me into that excited mood.
I just listen to my favorite songs on Spotify.
When I play tournaments, I always play with sleeves. I don't know what it is about it. I've always done it. Every single tournament I've played in, really.
Big game days, I tend to wear like this gray shirt. I don't know, it's just my lucky shirt, I guess.
In the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, if I tweet out good luck, I'm gonna have good luck. But I don't wear like a red t-shirt this way and then going into that.
Don't really think about it too much.
I usually don't eat. If I do eat, it's gonna be like some fruit, and then I just drink just a ton of water.
When I play, I pretty much just drink water, not relying on like caffeine or anything like that.
If I'm not doing arena with my friends just to warm up and fight people, it's just a simple like creative 1v1 map. I'm just more just like chill, just ready to ready to compete.
I'll do probably 1v1s, like little PG battles. That's probably my favorite way to warm up.
Normally just keep it simple, just going to the next.
Stay in the right mood, stay in the right mindset, stay positive.
Yeah, I think a good first game is always important, and on top of that, knowing how to play end game.
Staying on that mindset throughout the games. If you have a bad game, you say, okay, it's fine.
And just get ready to play your game, I guess.
What's going on, everybody? I'm hanging out with one of the very best in the West, the most epic of whales. It's Epic Whale himself. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. Now, Epic Whale, in case the world doesn't know who you are, can you just tell them a little bit about yourself?
Tier 1 Fortnite player on NA West. I won duo FNCS too with Rex, and then we won the last 3 trio FNCSs too. So
literally one of the most consistent trios I think NA West has ever seen. And so how is your family kind of taking that? Do they understand what it means to be a 4-time FNCS champion? Do they know what that means?
During World Cup, they didn't really know too much about the actual game, but now they have a solid understanding just over the years.
So I know Epic Whale on the Fortnite side, okay? Now tell me about, like, you outside of Fortnite. Like, what kind of stuff are you into?
You know, I like my dogs. I've been working out a lot lately, so just hanging out with friends, and we play poker sometimes.
Is the 4-time FNCS champion translate to poker? Is that not the
I'm
same?
pretty good, you know. There's a decent amount of luck involved.
Do your friends, like, you legitimately have the track record, you have the stats, it is basically certified at this point. Do they understand that?
We would play pubs back in the day, and they're like, oh yeah, you always used to carry, and now you're like one of the best players in the world, and it's just so funny to them.
You said dogs. How many? What are their names?
2 dogs, both Australian Shepherds, Milo and Maisie. Kind of smart. Milo's pretty dumb though. But yeah, I love them.
Brother, thank you so much for hanging out with us, getting to know you. Now, where can people find you?
Twitch is Epic Whale, Twitter, Epic Whale, all with a K.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks so much for hanging out, talking with us. And once again, this is the most epicest whale. So please give him a follow. Thanks so much, Epic.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew. I go by immature gamer, but you know, I'm actually the opposite of that.
I go by my alias Enigma. I am a Fortnite creative map designer or builder.
My name is Haley, also known as Dumb Blonde, and I am the designer of the maps. So I built the entire hub that is being used for FNCS and designed the actual look and not necessarily the layout for each one, but design probably 90% of the maps that are going up for FNCS.
What I do is I create creative maps within Fortnite, basically their sandbox game mode. I've been doing this since the start. It was actually season 7, which was like over 2 years ago already. I'm now making maps for Epic Games. It's crazy.
We've created, I think, 5 or so maps plus a hub for the competitive team to use in their All-Star Showdown. We have an aim map, a build map, an edit map, a 3v3 protect the VIP map, a trick shot map, as well as a central hub designed to kind of show off that aesthetic. I think the main goal for us was to make something that the competitive community would love, something that really tests your skills to a certain level. We wanted to make it not too easy, but also not too difficult for the average, you know, Fortnite player. Very exciting to watch for the broadcast.
On the design process, we've talking to Epic Art Department, season 7 type style and design. As our team, me, Dumb Blonde, and Enigma, we kind of sat down, talked about what their vision was and kind of how we were going to take their vision and put it in our maps. And basically, we kind of came up with this more of like a neon goldish, purple, orange, kind of like the new FNCS style, and basically that is the style of design we took.
I loved being a part of this process. It was a challenge, but it was also very fun.
It took a lot of planning, a lot of editing based off of the feedback we were given. I think we found a very happy medium that the players will be happy with at the end of the day, and we're pretty proud of the projects as well. So I couldn't be happier.
Most tournaments start at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, one or the other.
I usually watch East, which is before West.
When it's on the weekend, I try to like sleep in so I can wake up at like 2.
Something I always do is I do like 10 burpees before I play and then like 20 push-ups.
I usually do aim duels.
Like do creative for like an hour and a half.
Aim duel, PG, always PGing creative.
5 minutes before, we just hype each other up. We like clap and stuff like that, and we just, you know, elevate the vibes and just get everyone hyped up, ready to go.
I like blast, you know, like 5 songs that I love.
If you hype yourself up too much, you know, you might start getting nervous.
You never want to go into it with bad vibes.
Talking to my teammates helps me out a lot.
I've definitely noticed me getting less nervous over time.
If you're happy going into the game, you're probably going to do better.
It helps not eating trashy foods.
I swear, I think donuts like help me play better. I'm not even trying.
I always order a chicken pasta that I like. I don't know, it fills me up and it just gets me more energized than like ordering like fast food, because it doesn't sit that well for me.
Not really, no. I don't have any superstitious rituals or anything, no.
I'm not superstitious, but like stuff like, so a lot of pros are really 50-50 on if you should shower before tournaments. So, and I know some pros that don't shower a whole week before like finals or something. which is pretty insane. But I'm not really superstitious, but that's one thing I just kind of found funny.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I'm joined by Endless Reverse 2K. Reverse, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Can't complain at all. So for those who might not be familiar with you at home, why don't you give a little introduction? You've been around the Fortnite scene for virtually ever.
I've been here since basically day one. Lumen gave me an opportunity to compete in the summer skirmishes and stuff. And basically, I got my name out there through that, and also competing like with Ninja.
How was it doing with Ninja, and what do you think would have changed if you guys had qualified for World Cup? You were absurdly close.
At the time, Ninja was like the big Ninja, 200K viewers, or 200K subs, ton of viewers. And we were 1 point off of qualifying for the World Cup. And I was like, man.
What's it like being in a trio? Like, do you have to rein them in a little bit, or is it really just kind of like, no, I trust you guys to go?
So overall, I'm not a strict IGL. I don't like to yell at my teammates and be like, yo, you're following my way or the highway, I'm not really like that. I don't think it works too much. If it does work, GG's to you, but I like to trust my teammates, or they eliminate anyone in their path. So I think overall, just trusting your teammates is definitely the strat.
And now kind of looking forward to the future, do you consistently think that you guys are going to be able to keep winning these FNCSs?
I think overall, in the future FNCSs, I still think we can win them. We got first, fourth, and first in the last 3 seasons. Obviously, totally different metas. So whatever meta throws at our way, I think we adapt pretty well in going into it. I think we're still a top 5 team. No matter what happens, I think we're place top 5, let alone just win the thing.
All right, thank you so much, Reverse, for taking the time and talking about it. That's all the questions for me.
Thank you, Sundowns. Anyways, all my social medias, it's just Reverse 2K, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, stuff like that. Also follow my teammates, Day and Mero. They're also on Twitter and Instagram and stuff. Overall, I just want to say thanks to the fans. Thanks for, staying up those late nights. So thank you to everyone, and I love you guys all.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Reverse.
Quad crushers and hoverboards.
Oh, yeah, that place was always fun to go.
That's a tough one.
That's hard.
They're pretty even, to be honest. They both have pretty good maps, same amount of chest kind of.
Probably Junk Junction, because it reminds me of Haunted Hills.
I'm pretty sure I would choose Flush Factory. Last season at Flush Factory, there was an upgrade NPC, so I could upgrade my weapons with them.
I'd probably go with Junk Dubs. I think it has a little more loot, I'm not sure.
I have to go with Slurpy Swamp. Viking Village is really elevated, it's really high, but Slurpy Swamp just has the luxury of pretty much infinite shield, whether you sit in the little geyser, or you break the slurp barrels, or you sit in the tank in the middle, you just pretty much get infinite shield.
Viking Village for sure. Honestly, just for nostalgia reasons. I love old Fortnite World Cup days a lot, so any POI related to that, I'm just gonna pick. So
Slurpee just has way more loot, better mats. Definitely Slurpee. I would honestly probably pick Shifty Shoppers because it's dead center of the map. It probably has less loot though, but I think center map's more worth it.
I'm gonna go with Lucky Landing. I remember back in the day at Lucky there was quad crushers and hoverboards, and even though it was very south side of the map, I could always use one of those after I looted and I could just zoom to the center.
Shifty for sure. Yeah, that place was always fun to go to. So yeah, for sure Shifty. Polar Peak for sure. It's kind of a nostalgia thing.
I would choose the Spire because the Spire is super elevated, so you can get like a bird's eye view on the rest of the world.
I would choose Polar Peak. I know it very well. Definitely pick Polar.
What's going on, everybody? I'm hanging out with one of the very best in the West, the most epic of whales. It's Epic Whale himself. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. Now, Epic Whale, in case the world doesn't know who you are, can you just tell them a little bit about yourself?
Tier 1 Fortnite player on NA West. I won Duo FNCS too with Rex, and then we won the last 3 trio FNCSs too. So
literally one of the most consistent trios I think NA West has ever seen. And so how is your family kind of taking that? Do they understand what it means to be a 4-time FNCS champion? Do they know what that means?
During World Cup, they didn't really know too much about the actual game, but now they have a solid understanding just over the years.
So I know Epic Whale on the Fortnite side, okay? Now tell me about you outside of Fortnite. What kind of stuff are you into?
You know, I like my dogs. I've been working out a lot lately, so just hanging out with friends. You know, we play poker sometimes.
Is the 4-time FNCS champion translate to poker? Is that not the
I'm
same?
pretty good, you know. There's a decent amount of luck involved.
Do your friends, like, you legitimately have the track record, you have the stats, it is basically certified at this point. Do they understand that?
We would play pubs back in the day, and they're like, oh yeah, you always used to carry, and now you're like one of the best players in the world, and it's just so funny to them.
You said dogs. How many? What are their names?
2 dogs, both Australian Shepherds, Milo and Maisie. Kind of smart. Milo's pretty dumb though. But yeah, I love them.
Brother, thank you so much for hanging out with us, getting to know you. Now, where can people find you?
Twitch is Epic Whale, Twitter, Epic Whale, all with a K.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks so much for hanging out, talking with us. And once again, this is the most epicest whale. So please give him a follow. Thanks so much, Epic.
Thank you.
My geography is terrible.
I know it pretty well. I have quite a few hours in it.
Kinda confident, we'll see.
Show me the first picture.
I'm seeing like ice. Trying to think if there's any like snow on the map. There isn't any.
I see blue water.
Oh, maybe it's like a water? Is it water? Do I get a hint?
It's blue. It looks like it's like stained.
I do not know.
Slurpee.
I'm gonna have to go with Coral Castle.
That was not easy at all. I'm gonna be impressed if anybody gets that.
Oh, I was right.
I was gonna say coral.
Okay. Oh, wait, where is that?
Well, I know it's in the water, or at least right next to the water. There might be a beach on the bottom.
So it's like a buoy thing.
It looks like a buoy. Wait.
Is there only one of these on the map?
I know they're scattered all over the place.
I'm just gonna say it's like sweaty or something.
We'll go with like Dirty Dogs maybe.
The new Believer Beach has green crash pads, so I'm gonna go with somewhere on Believer Beach.
Oh, sweaty. That's my drop right there. I can't be missing this. I swear, there's gotta be more than one of those.
Hey, okay, let's go.
Feeling pretty good right now.
I'm gonna go with Dirty because I know there's one of those like yellow cranes with a boat. Yeah, Dirty Dogs, final answer.
Oh, easy. That's Craigie. Wait.
I'm pretty sure that it's like a swampy tree. Those looks like one of like an old warehouse. I'm gonna go with somewhere near Slurpy Swamps.
Yeah, Craigie, for sure.
Oh, Craggy. Unfortunate.
I just know the map too well. There's no way it's not Craigie.
That's Slurpee, that's easy.
Oh, that one's Slurpy Swamps.
Oh, Slurpee.
Yeah, very confident. Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Oh, my home. This is Lazy.
Oh, I know this one. This one's in Lazy Lakes.
It's like the main building in Lazy.
Yeah. Oh no, I've fought in here hundreds of times to not know.
I redeemed myself a little.
I don't want to contest Zayt and Saf ever again.
Also a very OP POI.
Oh, Lazy Lagoon is the one with the pirate ship. Or Lazy Lake? Which one's better? Well, I choose Lagoon. I choose Lazy Lagoon.
Ooh, Lazy Lagoon. I really liked how the POI was set up. Very underrated.
Oh, Lazy Lagoon, 100%. That's me and Ninja's duo spot for World Cup. I miss Lazy. Between Loot Lake and Sweaty, I'd probably drop Sweaty just because it has a bunch of more loot.
If I went Loot Lake, that only means I'm gonna get landed on by Zayt and Saf, and I don't want to do that. I'll rather stay as Sweaty. I don't want to contest Zayt and Saf ever again.
Oh, Sweaty Sands all the way. Pleasant Park, I just like how much bigger it is. There's more loot, it's more spread out.
Pleasant's definitely better than Salty. And I think Clicks lands at Pleasant, so I'd rather land at Pleasant, yeah.
I'm definitely going Pleasant Park. Salty Springs is known for just bad loot or no loot at all.
Probably Happy Hamlet, because I don't think I've ever landed at Craggy once in my life. I would not know what I'm doing.
I would say Craggy Cliffs. I never really landed Happy Hamlet.
This one's a close one. Happy Hamlet Fraggy. I'll probably go Happy Hamlet just because I kind of missed the POI.
Ooh, Wailing Woods definitely. I like the fact that there was the little centerpiece and under there was the bunker with the rift.
I would go Wailing Woods. Just because it has, I guess, more cover.
Wailing Woods was a lot better. It used to have all the rifts around it. That's where the whole Liquid team used to land. Wailing Woods, final answer.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? I'm hanging out with Chris. Now, this is the Chris in FNCS that qualified and said, you know what, that's not good enough, actually. I'm going to split up for my trio. I'm going to re-qualify, and then I'm going to do really well going into the FNCS finals. Yeah, it's that Chris. Chris, my boy. How are you feeling, my friend?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
It was just okay, but then I heard I'm going to get to talk to you. Suddenly, boom, 100% better. So why don't you paint a picture of who you are in the Fortnite community?
I've been playing for the past 4 years. I'm on NA West. I'm in a smaller organization called Pure. I just got second in the last 2 FNCS ago, and I got 6th in this FNCS.
So how do you feel about like where you're at specifically as like a player?
I mean, I'm pretty happy. Can't really be mad. I've done pretty good the past couple seasons. I do want to do better, and I'm going for first.
What advice can you give to those players that want to like emulate you?
After a bad performance and even after a good performance, like look at something like in retrospect. Even if you did something good, just make sure you did what was right. And consistency is way better than speed. You don't need to be the fastest in the world, but if you're the most consistent in the world, it's way better.
Do you have some rituals that you kind of prepare going into competition?
I have always ordered Cajun chicken pasta.
Okay.
For one of my restaurants before I play. I don't know. I just love it. And it's one of my favorite meals. It's not that expensive, and I usually just always eat that before I play.
So why do you like pasta?
I don't have that great of a diet, so I eat like fast food here and there. But I've noticed that I don't know. I get more energy and I just feel better when I play.
Okay, talk to me about Chris outside of the Fortnite scene. What do you like to do? You know, what can people learn about you specifically?
I'm a pretty family-oriented person. I like hanging out with my family. I just went to a wedding the past couple of days for one of my cousins, so I had a good time.
Dude, that's crazy. Did you dance your heart out?
No, I did not. I kind
Dang
of
it!
It looked pretty fun, but no, I did not.
Everyone who is not following you right now needs to do that. Where can they find you?
You can search up Pure Chris to find me on Twitter. The ad is twitter.com/ChrisTFUp.
I can't wait to see your performance in next FNCS, bro, and of course at the All-Star event. So best of luck to you, and I'll see you later, man.
See you later.
My name is Matthew. I go by immature gamer, but you know, I'm actually the opposite of that.
I go by my alias Enigma. I am a Fortnite creative map designer or builder.
My name is Haley, also known as Dumb Blonde, and I am the designer of the maps. So I built the entire hub that is being used for FNCS and designed the actual look and not necessarily the layout for each one, but design probably 90% of the maps that are going up for FNCS.
What I do is I create creative maps within Fortnite, basically their sandbox game mode. I've been doing this since the start. It was actually season 7, which was like over 2 years ago already. I'm now making maps for Epic Games. It's crazy.
We've created, I think, 5 or so maps plus a hub for the competitive team to use in their All-Star Showdown. We have an aim map, a build map, an edit map, a 3v3 protect the VIP map, a trick shot map, as well as a central hub designed to kind of show off that aesthetic. I think the main goal for us was to make something that the competitive community would love, something that really tests your skills to a certain level. We wanted to make it not too easy, but also not too difficult for the average, Fortnite player. Very exciting to watch for the broadcast.
On the design process, we've talking to Epic Art Department, season 7 type style and design. As our team, me, Dumb Blonde, and Enigma, we kind of sat down and talked about what their vision was and kind of how we were going to take their vision and put it in our maps. And basically, we kind of came up with this more of like a neon goldish, purple orange, kind of like the new FNCS style, and basically that is the style of design we took.
I loved being a part of this process. It was a challenge, but it was also very fun.
It took a lot of planning, a lot of editing based off of the feedback we were given. I think we found a very happy medium that the players will be happy with at the end of the day, and we're pretty proud of the projects as well. So I couldn't be happier.
Fortnite fam, y'all look incredible. Y'all been getting some victory royales today? Man, I see you out there. Yeah, you have. You guys looking great. What's going on? We're back for the FNCS All-Star Showdown. This is day number 3. We've only got 1 day left, but before we say goodbye, you know we had to go and play for keeps. That's right. We got Kelly, we got Shy Witcher here, and in just a little bit, we'll be getting into some games. Friends, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great. It has been an incredible 2 days of Fortnite competition so far. We've seen editing, we've seen building, we've seen shooting, and now we finally get to see what we're kind of used to, which is the 3v3 team-style battle right here. And it's going to be a fun mode where there's not going to be any building, Shio. There's going to be like a llama that you can grab and a central point of the map where you can get extra points.
Yeah, it's all about basically controlling that llama the entire way through. With the map itself, there's so many hidey holes, so many weird techs and different ways trails are actually attacking this map. It'll be fun to see exactly how the more aggressive NA West, the more unpredictable players will end up taking this map by storm. Play for keeps so far has been so great, Kelly.
Yeah, but all of this is kind of leading up to the final tournament on Saturday. That right there is the Solo Championship. 100 of the best players in North American West are going to be duking it out over a 6-game series. And of course, they're going to be collecting points. They're going to be getting eliminations. They're going to get those placement points, all for the hopes of claiming that first place spot and walking away with the lion's share of our prize pool.
Yeah, new places of interest, new ways to play the game, lots of different things up for solos, and it's all up to each player individually to mark their territory, go for that grand prize. Everyone's looking forward to it. We still got 1 more day, Zeke. We still have to play for keeps.
Hey, you know it, and it's been a fantastic set of games so far. But first, I want to take a moment. We got to focus in on none other than Epic Whale. I had a chance to talk with him, so let's hear what he had to say. What's going on, everybody? I'm hanging out with one of the very best in the West. The most epic of whales is Epic Whale himself. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. Now, Epic Whale, in case the world doesn't know who you are, can you just tell them a little bit about yourself?
Tier 1 Fortnite player on NA West. I won duo FNCS too with Rex, and then we won the last 3 trio FNCSs too. So
literally one of the most consistent trios I think NA West has ever seen. And so how is your family kind of taking that? Do they understand what it means to be a 4-time FNCS champion? Do they know what that means?
During World Cup, they didn't really know too much about the actual game, but now they have a solid understanding just over the years.
So I know Epic Whale on the Fortnite side, okay? Now tell me about like you outside of Fortnite. Like what kind of stuff are you into?
You know, I like my dogs. I've been working out a lot lately, so just hanging out with friends, you know. We play poker sometimes.
Is the 4-time FNCS champion translate to poker?
I'm pretty good, you know. There's a decent amount of luck involved.
Do your friends, like, you legitimately have the track record, you have the stats, it is basically certified at this point. Do they understand that?
We would play pubs back in the day, and they're like, oh yeah, you always used to carry, and now you're like one of the best players in the world, and it's just so funny to them.
You said dogs. How many? What are their names?
2 dogs, both Australian Shepherds, Milo and Maisie. Kind of smart. Milo's pretty dumb though. But yeah, I love them.
Brother, thank you so much for hanging out with us, getting to know you. Now, where can people find you?
Twitch is Epic Whale, Twitter, Epic Whale, all with a K.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks so much for hanging out, talking with us. And once again, this is the most epicest whale. So please give him a follow. Thanks so much, Epic.
Thank you.
I mean, there you have it. I mean, this dude's absolutely insane. We're going to be seeing him compete alongside his trio mates. We'll get into all those details in just a little bit. We'll see a bracket in a moment. But first, we got to talk about what the heck Play for Keeps is. If you just tuned in for the first time today, you missed NA East, you missed EU, and man, the action was absolutely insane. This is a really unique 3v3 map. No buildings allowed, Kelly. 0 building.
That's correct. A lot of it's going to come down to teamwork and kind of just being aware of where the opponents are. You don't really have a lot of places where you can hide, except for like, there's these little like spawn areas where you can hide. But in the middle, it's this big open area. That's where you grab the llama. And then if you drop down, you can see that there's kind of this translucent barrier around this area that is going to give you double points. But unfortunately, besides the pillar that is in the middle, there isn't too many places to hide, Chayo.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of windows around down below the bottom. The kind of strategy we've seen is sometimes teams like to control that llama, get back into their base, and then just stay there, playing their respawns, playing with the invulnerability. Who is playing, though, you'll see the toppest of top trios, the first placing ones alongside the second placing ones, I believe, from each season in NA West. Then you have a total of 4 teams because of that, Kelly. It'll be a best of 3 rolling in, single elim, so no 2 brackets, but each match goes 5 minutes long, and it's all about getting the maximum score and winning basically 2 out of 3 times, hopefully. I don't think I've seen a tiebreaker happen almost just yet, but man, Play for Keeps is so much more fun to watch.
And with it being single elimination, that means that once you are down, you are out. But of course, all of our players here that are competing today are going to be walking away with some cash. So although it is single elimination, even if you do go down right at the start of the competition, you're going to have a consolation 3rd place playoff as well. So it's not like we're not going to see them again, but $5,000 for first place right there. And we have some incredible teams: Shayo, Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, Caleb, Tautai, Wheels, Kenshi, Snacky, Chris, and then Blezro, Nigel, and Nani are all going to be competing today in Play for Keeps.
Yeah, top tier players up on their own, like no matter what mode it is, whether it is trios or you're fighting alongside teammates, solos, and whatever third-party tournament, every name that you mentioned, Kelly, like these guys are the elite in NA West. They've played for so long over the last year as well, together with teammates or just swapping things around. I'm excited to see what they'll bring to the table once their builds are basically taken away.
Yeah, the builds are gone, but they do have weapons. I think they're going to get 3 rare weapons: the tac shotgun, the AR, and the SMG, of course. And most importantly, I think the real big strategy item there is the impulse. That right there can make or break. I think you start with 3 of them, and you can use it defensively, offensively. Shayo, how do you think that these players are going to be utilizing this item?
For me on EU, I saw the coolest thing where like you actually end up dropping your impulses to one of your teammates. He becomes like the seeker or like the fetcher for the llama all the way in the middle. You have 2 teammates with like 3 impulses battle out. They're like riding around on brooms basically in the air, just impulsing over and over, and then bring things back to home base. I mean, Zeke, that is one of the most creative things. And then after that, the real match starts.
Yeah, man, that's right. The solo competition happening tomorrow, and of course, that's a tomorrow thing, because right now we can't forget about this incredible Play for Keeps. But yeah, you know, Kelly, you're so right. And Shywager, you and I were together for EU, so you got to cast the action there. Now I'm hoping that NA West has really kind of watched these other matches and really taken this time to like figure out what they need to do to move on. But 100%, these impulses are the make or break factor, right? Like you're right, Kelly. So basically the way it works is your team has 3, each player gets 1. So like Shy was saying, you could just dump all of your impulses into one player, and you can have that player use them to just initiate and run in and snag the llama as quick as possible. Here we have Acorn showing us a beautiful example. Impulse in, grab the llama, impulse out. So clean, so crisp. So we'll have to see how players opt to use this. Vivid in NA East was actually talking about using these offensively. So like in that case, if you just threw an impulse the moment the door opened out into the llama, they wouldn't even have that time to react, right? Because it's already exploding as they're coming near it. That means they're going to be bounced all the way back. So friends, I'm curious to see what you guys think. Are we going to be seeing more of these plays? Like I feel like that initial opening act, Shywager, is the double impulse, trying to get in, steal, and get out.
Yeah, but like teams have kind of already anti-stratted, like Andretta from EU. Yep. He was doing a shorter impulse, so like that counter impulse you're talking about is not possible. Then Savage is actually saving his impulses to use them offensively to get elims, because everyone's just waiting behind walls. And then, you know, you saw Acorn there. He goes for the impulse. Everyone's kind of doing it at the same speed, but he throws his impulse down first and then grabs the llama mid-air. So everyone has like a small technique or an addition they're making to counter someone else's strat. Kelly, it's insane.
I mean, I'm excited to see if we're going to have teams teaming up together, or is it just one person that's going to grab the llama, try and sit in the middle, and then the other 2 players are just going to be bullies in the enemy base. It's going to be exciting to see how NA West changes it up, because it's NA West. It's the Wild Wild West, and it definitely seems to try and change the meta for tournaments that we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see the guys who are actually matched up. We'll start off with Arkham Rex and Epic Wheel against Bluzro, Nigel, and Nani. And then it'll be Caleb, Tata, and Wheels versus Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris. That first matchup, Kelly, I mean, I'm just looking at the names right now, right? It just feels like it's slightly imbalanced. When we're rolling in with this, I understand Nani, Bluzro, really good fighters, Nigel beside them as well, the supportive player. But when you're up against the Titans, I mean, the Fort X and Epic Whale's name is there for a reason, Kelly.
I mean, Yeah, that 4X, man. And it doesn't help that 3 of those X's come from the trios competition in the FNCS for the last 3 seasons. So a trio setting is exactly where Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkram feel so comfortable. And we've seen them in the FNCS, if they go down to a solo or a duo, be able to pull out all the stops and still be able to remain in the competition. So I'm sure even if they do have a player that goes down right off the drop, that they're not going to be in a bad situation. They're going to be able to find a way to kind of work themselves into whatever positive they possibly can, because again, it's Arc, Rex, and Epic Whale. Like, who can beat them?
I mean, it might have to be Caleb, might have to be Chris. That second matchup there seems very scrappy. Those are actually super aggressive players. They kind of just grab everything by storm themselves. They don't really play that position as much as, you know, the champion trio out of West. So I want to see exactly what their strat will be. Maybe it's more aggressively based. Maybe it's actually highly offensively based. So, I mean, we just have to wait and see, Zeke.
It's like, it's not just, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You're going to make a point. Go for it.
It's not just the fact that they're like the 3-time trio champ, but all 3 of these players are first, second, and third for the most amount of eliminations that we've seen in the FNCS. And also, Epic Whale was the invitational champion as well. So as a solo player, we know that he can absolutely dominate. It's just the cards are stacked against all these other teams. It has to be Arkham Rex and Epic Whale.
No, and like so far, we've made things pretty balanced, right? All the skill competitions, they've been solos. We made it interesting. Now it's like, you know, the group of dads who gamed a long time ago and stopped for a bit, finally had their new release come out and are reassembling. And these guys are the GOATs of West. It's not fair to have them play on the same team again, but they are. And now it's trios, and they're just gonna slap everyone, honestly. I don't know what else there is to say.
You know, yeah, we can't talk this trio up enough if you're unfamiliar with NAS. These guys are widely regarded as the best in the West. They have the track record, they have the stats, and that's why for most of us, this is our predictions to win on the day. Now, originally, I feel like I wasn't gonna pick these guys, and then I decided not. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think this is the easy choice, okay? I think Arkham Rex and Epic Whale are the easy choice. They're the choice that makes the most sense. But historically, we have known them to be this consistent team that's kind of like always working in the shadows in the FNCS. This, I feel like, if they have not practiced it, it will absolutely just be a complete shakeup to them. And with only 5 minutes on the timer, if they make even a single mistake, I think Kenshi, Stacky, and Chris can walk away the winner. Also, I'm doing my best Monster D-Face impersonation right now, going against the grain. And you know what? It might work for me today. It might not work for me today. I don't know, but I'm following my heart.
The fact that you bring up practice, what just happened in season 6? Who won? What was the practice? What was?
Look,
they
again,
had 12 games to dominate.
Look, Kelly, I'm saying this is why they are gonna lose. Okay, it feels like this is the only option. It feels like there's really no other way. Look, at the end of the day, if I'm wrong, it's like, oh yeah, well, Zeke, you know, they always win winner. But if I'm right though,
all right, let me speak for everyone then on the desk and with the casters on that basis, right? You will be wrong, Zeke. You will be wrong. There's no chance. There's no shot. The sky would have to be purple and the ground would have to be like, I don't know, whatever color it's not supposed to be. It's not possible. It ain't gonna happen.
You know what? At the end of the day, if there's one consistent factor, is that I have control over the show and I can tell production to change my prediction to whatever I want. So, woo! I win no matter what. Let's get ready to jump aboard the battle bus. That's right, it's Clay and Sundown. Let's kick off Play for Keeps.
You can do your best to attempt to rewrite the future of the past, Zeke, but don't forget, we always have the VODs to go back and check what actually went down. What's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to bring you all of the Play for Keeps actions. It's our last creative showdown aspect when it comes to this all-star selection, and honestly, it's been a fantastic time so far, Clay.
It really has. Just sitting here getting to watch these and cast these has been so hyped in of itself. Right, a lot of people come into this and like, creative matches, how competitive these are gonna be. They've been some of the most competitive creative matches we've ever seen, and it's been such a blast to get to watch these players compete on such a high level in a different style of play.
And it's one thing we talked about a little bit yesterday, how the skills challenges were very much focused on what the individual aspects of Fortnite were. You have to be clean in your ability to aim, in your ability to build, in your ability to edit precisely, or you're not going to be successful. And that's why these guys were at the top of the top. Well, now the goal of this mode is to focus on the 3v3 teamwork from our past top 2 FNCS performance. So right now you can see Nani, Nigel, Blezzo going up against Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. Let's see what the strats are right now. Players just looking to get a little bit of spatial dominance here. Waiting for the llama to go up, and the first move is made by Nigel and Arkham, and Nigel comes out the winner there, just absolutely destroying Arkham, but Rex ends up getting the cleanup to make it a 1-for-1. Now, as we talked about, the goal here is to hold on to that llama. That's how you accrue points, double points if you're holding it in the middle.
And I believe Arkham is going to grab it. Yes, you saw the redeploy coming through. They are out there trying to just stay back, and Nigel going to go down to Rex, and this is where I think they're going to really excel. Rex has got such good aim, and so does Arkham, and so does Epic Whale. Just look at them beaming Nani, beaming everyone. Epic Whale down to the sliver HP, was able to do it. Rex hopping on in. Doesn't matter about getting in their faces. He wants to fight face to face. This long range battle, they'll win as well. But look, they're absolutely just dominating right now, Sundown.
Yeah, they're destroying him, leaving 2 on defense, and then just letting Rex hang out just a little bit farther out. Actually, that's Epic Whale who's hanging out, kind of being a little bit of the fragger role, who's trying to create a little bit of space and really putting down some harassment. And you're not seeing Buzzer, Nigel, and Nani really take advantage of the fact that they're able to push together. This is a rapid respawn based mode, but if you're not able to get somebody down, eliminate them, and create a little bit of space, it's really hard to break some of these setups.
And they're just playing so well defensively. Look at that. A 125 though on Arkham is going to give Nani the lead. And no, look at that. They swap out. They send Epic Whale on that outside. Oh my God, wait a minute. Epic Whale just absolutely dominated there. So they swap places, and we've seen this in a lot of competitive games in the past where you send that player out that has more HP after you take a lot of damage, and you just swing a little bit wider. And that's how Epic Whale was able to stay alive. And look at that, they're trading back and forth the same. They've done their homework, they've put in the time, and they look like they're just gonna take the competition.
Honestly, I think you might have heard Blezro just shout Leroy there for a second as he went sprinting in straight up 1v3, but it didn't go so well. You can see him now starting to kind of occupy that space right at the top of the ramp where you can get a right hand to get in, and now they're finally getting a push, and Epic Whale goes down. Arkham's hurt a little bit. They backed Rex off, and they have him pinned there into the spawn, and every time they try and push out, they're trading decent shots. It looks like they finally managed to steal that llama away. They're using the glider redeploy to try and create a little bit of distance. They were able to hang out in that double point zone for just a little bit, and despite hitting a perfect 175 tag, immediately gets ripped down. It looks like even just for a second when they're able to get control, it gets wrested right away from them as Nigel will clean it up there, use the impulse to get in, but then can't really get back out. The pressure's relentless right now.
And I'm glad I saw Arkham use that with Rex to get back out, because they need to get back into one of these defense positions that they were in before, because that's how they got such a big lead. And honestly, I like that from Rex. He went in and dropped that llama because he knew he wasn't going to survive that long, and left it for Arkham and Epic Whale to defend, but they just get rolled by Nani, and Nani will get taken down by Rex, but the llama's given over to Blezro and company. They've started to gain points, but honestly, at this point, I think it might be too little too late. I think they've got too little of a lead, and unless they're able to grab this lead from something, maybe?
They have enough time if they're able to just hold it. They have the window set up going through. You see Rex challenges it right away, doesn't care, but a good job making sure you rotate who's available to take shots. Blezro is going to peek out Arkham in a 1v2, hits the 100 tag, peeks back in, finds the 30. He's going to get the siphon there as well, not quite able to clean it up. Good defense from Nigel, but now has to fight through the window, and he's going to lose that. And they need to be careful, because if they hand a setup over to Epic Whale and Co. right now, that's it. They're done. They're only behind, I believe right now, what's that, 60 and a little bit points, 68 points, and with just a little bit more, 75 seconds left, they pretty much have to be holding this corner with the power up.
And none of them seemingly seem to have the llama. It's actually going to go over to Rex, so I don't know where they got it from, but they went and grabbed it, and now I think it's just too little too late. As you see the points coming in as well, there's just not a lot of opportunity for Blezro, Nani, and Nigel to come on through. They do take it on over, but still, I think that lead is just too far.
Yeah, they're going to need to get it into that double point zone, but it's out in the open, which makes it that much harder to control. The players are going to be able to spawn and get an angle, and round number 1 here, going to go over to the clear favorites, the 100 Thieves duo of Arkham and Rex plus NRG's Epic Whale with the 4X in there. Nothing doing, even with the double time. Bloodsport, Nigel, and Nani are going to fall here in match number 1, and honestly, it just looks, the teamwork and the chemistry is a little bit solid from our reigning 2-time champs, and we already know they have the slaying power, Clay.
Oh, and that is the one thing that coming in that I think everyone was just agreeing with, is that they just will outfight you almost every single time. There's not an opportunity really that we've seen unless they're the ones making a really big mistake, pushing a little bit too aggressively, which they do end up picking up that match number 1. There's not really an opportunity. Even if they make a mistake like Rex going down low, his shotgun aim is just insane.
Yeah, they play so well around these tight corners, and every single time hitting big numbers on the pumps. It felt like we weren't seeing pretty much anything less than a 50 every time they fired up, hitting consistent headshots and shooting for each other, making sure they're cleaning up the damage eliminations. And just look at those monster shots coming out. And when you're able to trade so effectively every time, and you have to come with 3 every single time if you're Nigel, Nani, and Blezro, it's so hard. You can see just a little under 120-point lead there to close out match number 1.
And what they did so well is that rotation of players, right? When one of them would get low, they'd say, hey, fall back. I'm going to swatch out for you. And then boom, you're good. And that rotating in and out is something that a lot of these high tier players are going to have to do if they want to keep up with Arkham, Epic, Whale, and Rex.
So the one thing you can note is that the one time Nigel and co were able to get the setup around the window, they got a pretty significant amount of points. It took a decent trade out coming from Rex in that situation to kind of really force out a 1v2 to allow Epic Whale to come in and clean it out after the fact. But there was hope there. If they're able to kind of assert a little bit of control early on, but they cannot, I repeat, they cannot fall into a 60, 70 point hole right off of the bat. Pretty much the entire first minute that the Llama was available, Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale were holding on to it.
He looked so good doing so. This is where Nigel was able to get it back from Rex, but at that point it felt like it was just too little. Look at the aim though from Nigel, starting to warm up there a little bit at the end, but again, unless they're able to hop into that double point zone, it doesn't matter that they're getting these elims, and as long as they're these elims onto the players that don't have the llama, doesn't matter again.
Yeah, and the one thing you're going to be looking for, getting eliminations, again, doesn't score you any points. It's all about holding on to the llama. So it's about creating opportunities and creating space for more time. So if you're able to stagger an opponent, maybe get somebody low, but then wait a second, wait for somebody else to respawn, and then finish off that elimination. There's small little mind games you're able to do. And the key thing is that siphon. If you are able to eliminate an opponent, you will get either 50 shield or 50 health, whichever you end up needing more. It prioritizes health first. And that's where you're able to come up with these really clutch plays. And one thing that separates these guys from the common player to me is the hipfire AR aim. It feels like they're always able to tag somebody with those shots.
We'll see if they're able to do it again. I think Arkham setting up to go for it. Ooh, I like that Rex and Epic Whale going 2-on-2 on the outsides there. But Rex takes a big damage shot, and Bloodsport this time will get it. Arkham is going to go for it. Ooh. Impulses all the way in, able to get out, takes a lot of damage though, but they have secured the llama for now, already getting those points. And look, they've got the setup again. They have Epic Whale on the outside causing some chaos. Rex trying to get on through. The one thing they don't have is the HP, and that's going to cost them. Now finally Nigel able to pick up the llama, but goes down yet again in a trade. We saw Epic Whale out there. Rex is going to back him on up, and I think now they're able to find the llama. No, Blezro has stolen it away.
Yeah, and they're not able to quite get it out right away, but doing a good job. But you saw how Nigel was able to push in there and make their lives just a little bit more difficult this time, really holding down the hatches, and Arkham doing his best as kind of trying to hold that strong top mid position, just be raining shots down from the sides. Blezro right now, really good job onto the AR swap to just back off Epic Whale for a second. Just going to then use the impulse into the glider redeploy, but a good follow-up from Blezro again. Look at that swap accuracy. Arkham doing a good job of backing him up, but Nani coming in from the side and going to put some pressure. It looks like they should be able to break the setup. Now they need to get the llama and get out of dodge, because they're going to continue spawning right in there, and that's the problem. They're just going to be able to rain down the shots. Llama did end up resetting, which is going to benefit with them, they're just going to pull it back.
And Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex really needed the opportunity to just kind of reset this because they started off so hectic. They started off with only one player being up and have since finally been able to get everyone together. Now they're starting to fall on down, but look at that. Blezro is going to get Epic Whale, but immediately followed up. Arkham will take them down, and now Rex there, just trying to find any sort of shots onto the enemies coming on through, and it's perfect. They finally got their setup. They haven't been taken out one by one, which was really costing them early this game.
And you can see the push coming in, 2 from the top, 1 from the bottom, but they're just going to shut that down right away. You can see quick stat left hand side. These trios were 1-1 when they fought head-to-head last FNCS finals, so not necessarily a ton of information and statistics to really show which way this is going to go, but as most of the casters ended up predicting, Arkham, Rex, Epic Whale putting in work. I mean, there's a reason these guys are up top. If you would ask who some of the most consistent trios in the world are, they would be remiss to be included in the conversation, and right now you can see why. Their teamwork is just on another level, not to even talk about the individual skill they got.
That shot from Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale just looked so good today. Like you said, their shotgun aim, their AR aim, their SMG aim is looking phenomenal all around, and their lead is just growing. And unless they're able to grab it, at this point, Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex are just pushing out. They don't even care. They know we are just going to outshoot you. We are going to outscore you right now. And they are going in, not even trying to make something happen on Epic Whale, but it doesn't even matter. They get shut down just like that. And look, they are just finding fights. They want to get as many as they can. And Rex is just sitting back, holding that llama, trying to get points, and we'll trade one out there, but not for long. Nigel trying to get involved with Epic Whale. Arkham steals the llama and gets away with them.
Yeah, and you can see the importance of getting the initial llama back to your side, because it's that much harder to get it over in a spot where your teammates are spawning. They're trying to now get that window set up we talked about, but it's too little too late. You cannot, literally cannot catch up at this point by utilizing the window setup. 1 point per second is not enough. You have to be pushed out into the middle, and I mean, these guys are just fragging out. In the first match, we saw Arkham with 11 eliminations, Epic Whale with 11, and then Rex pushing the pace with 13. On the other side, Nigel had 13, then Blezro with 9, and Nani with 7, so really edging out in terms of the eliminations. They had 5 more on the other side. It really feels like it's more so on this end as they're pushing forward, trying to get the trade out. And again, Arkham leading the way. Epic Whale going to be able to pick up the pieces, grab that Lerma, and get back to your side.
And this will be interesting to see how Nani, Blezro, and Nigel will do in that knockout bracket that we saw, because it is not that defeating, right? Coming out playing against the previous champions, at least they're putting up a fight and they're not getting no points at all. They're putting some points on the board, but oh my god, just look at Rex right now popping off. And the thing is if we saw every elim on all of these players, 10, 11, 12 on all of them, I guarantee they're all finding elim after elim after elim. Blezro trying to put some down, but they're gonna get sprayed out. Rex is now on to 12 elims, and like you said, elims don't matter, it's all about points. But when you just have more elims than the other team, you're going to more than likely win.
Clay, honestly, I think you're feeling more generous than Santa Claus on Christmas, saying these guys are putting up a fight or having a chance. They're getting blown out of the water. 120-point difference in the first match. Currently sitting at a 160-point difference here. I mean, there's a reason these guys are the champs. There's a reason 5 out of the 6 of us, everybody who apparently has a brain, might as well call Zeke. No, I'm not gonna be mean there. I'm not gonna make the reference. But that's what he said. Easy 2-0 going through.
That just, it's dominance. There's only one word for that, and it was dominance the entire match. And this is just, and even if they didn't put time in on this map, right? It's just the chemistry coming through. It's just how good they are. They can play on any, ooh, look at that shot from Rex. And then look, a turnaround. That's why Rex is so scary. His aim in these tight corner situations on these, in what would be boxes in the normal game, just looks amazing. And look at Epic Whale, fully taking down Nani, not at full HP either. Just looking so good.
I mean, again, there's a reason they are the best in the West. They win literally everything. It doesn't matter what you put them in, with the exception of maybe the individual skills challenges. They face a little bit of adversity there, but when it comes to the 3v3, they've done nothing but take W's, and we're gonna kick it back on over the desk and see what they got in terms of that W. Zeke, Shio, Kelly, take it away.
Sundown, don't do me like this, okay? Please don't do me like this. Listen, I'm trying to be big brain. I'm trying to be more like my brother MDF, okay? I'm trying to read into the future, utilize my mind's eye, okay? We haven't even seen Kenshi and company go, all right, man? Chill out, bro. I know where you live, okay? We're in the same meetings, bro. Please don't do this to me, Sundown. Anyway, what could we say about what just transpired? Okay. Expected. They're unstoppable.
Yeah.
There's a reason Epic Well has a 4X in his name, because he's the 4-time FNCS champion. Shy Wager, do you want to add?
Clay said there's one word to describe this. It was domination. Let me look at my book here real quick. I got annihilation, complete destruction, a raising of the earth, somewhat disrespectful, banned in certain countries. These guys, I mean, this is just I expected 100%, but dear God, give Blues a chance. Like, these guys getting straight to the third place bracket. The defense was amazing. Kelly, we were talking about, they were so far ahead. Would they even go for the llama at one point, right? They were deciding. It's like they were on lawn chairs with lemonades. Like, should we keep going? There's a minute 30 left, guys. Like,
we were like breaking down the analysis. What strats are they going to bring? Are they going to go into the center and get the double points? Are they going to? They're not doing any of that. They are just shooting and destroying. And although Blezro did get a bunch of eliminations, that was not enough. Being able to hold that llama for an elongated period of time just is all it spells for victory in this situation. And that is what Arkham Rex and Epic Whale did in spades right there. They just, we saw them kind of just stay in their base most of the time. Neither team was really worried about staying in that middle area. Double points don't mean anything. If you got the double point, Blezro had 49 points, double those points would still not even get close to where Arkham Rex and Epic Whale were.
Yeah, this was absolutely a statement game. This was just like, hey, by the way, like, in case you aren't aware, we are this good. Don't forget, please. Zeke, you should have made a better decision. Look, Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, like, I've been a fan of yours since the beginning. All right, 100%. But like, I gotta make it interesting. I gotta throw the wrench in there somewhere. Now we're gonna see Caleb Tautai Wheels. They're gonna go up against Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris. My prediction. How do we think this is going to fare? All right, we've already talked about how incredible Arkham Rex and Epic Will is. Let's talk about these other teams, what we're hoping to see out of them.
For me, I love momentum, and we saw Kenshi do an incredible job during our Bullseye Bonanza, of course. So with Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, although they didn't play together in Season 6, they did compete together in Season 5 and get that second place finish. So we know that they have a great synergy already, and coming off of that great Bullseye Bonanza performance, I think it's going to be them. But Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels are an incredible team as well. What we're going to see differently in this game is that it is going to be way more competitive than the game that we just saw.
Yeah, it has to come down to the line in terms of, how are things going to play here? Are we going to see anything special? Honestly, one of these teams would have to roll in with a big blowout. They'd have to show as much strength as our top trio. Then, I mean, that's the only way I can respect a true good matchup going on in that grand final. If not, we have that underdog story, Zeke. And, it could still go either which way.
Man, this is, I'm already, like, starting to get stressed out. Unnecessarily, because like we're all aware Epic Whale's trio is freaking god tier. That's it, we're aware, but this has to be a competition, right? We gotta at least put the pieces up. If they knock them down, that's on them. You know what I mean? It's a rough time, absolutely. But you know what, friends, it's time. We're going into this next match. Let's see how different things can be when Kenshi and company hit the table. Clay, Sundown, back over to you guys.
Thank you so much. And after what? Well, Clay thought it was relatively close. Seemed like there was a little bit of a gargantuan gap there between the first two teams. Maybe the second match will be a little bit closer.
Yeah, looking down, trying to get all the math right there. But you're right. It was, at least they put up a fight, but it wasn't that big of a fight. And you just, I think Kelly said it well. Even if the points were doubled there, it still wouldn't have impacted as much. But now hopping into the next match, Caleb, Wheels, and Tautai, Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris. And already Snacky going in immediately, trying to set up for that llama to come through, trying to get there. But sometimes when you get there a little bit too early, that llama isn't there yet. And Tautai going to take such big advantage of that.
Yeah, you never want to be the first one to show up to the party. Host is there just getting out of the shower. You said, we brought snacks. And they're like, okay, I guess you can sit in the living room or sit down and go back to the respawn because they're going to grab that llama, pull it back to the spawn, and Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels will kick off what's almost an extra family feud going on here with 4 of the 6 members currently representing for the team, with Wheels and Chris being the outliers, but they got to pull back in the spawn. Got it nice and decorated up there. Some pictures of Drift, Raven representing, as well as the Zone Wars logo, and they're doing a good job holding this defensively. However, they've taken a lot of chip damage, so this setup should be broken for the next push.
Well, sometimes able to find a really big shot there, and Kenshi they do, but a blue pump will only do 160, I believe, maybe 180 there. Not able to follow on up. Snacky will get taken down pretty low, but trying to go up and grab a different angle. Kenshi will start to fall down. This is looking really good. And in all honesty, if you would have asked me out of these two which one I would have picked, it would have been Kenshi. It would have been Saki. It would have been Chris, rather. But Wheels, Tautai, and Caleb are coming out looking really good. They got the llama right now. I honestly think, I was going to say, I was setting it up. I wanted them to hold that llama, have that defensive moment, but right now, it's just looking bleak.
Yeah, and Caleb with a nice little pump swap there. You can hear that little gajump sound. That means the llama reset back to the middle, but Wheels popping right out. He's going to grab that, pull it back in, and just try and pull it into their spawn. You can see Caleb trying to hold that left hand, pops out, hits the 100 shot. Then they're going to rotate it back on in and still see that the time is coming through. We're just trying to work on getting those scores to fix themselves. An update will give you guys an update on those when they end up coming through. As you can see, we catch up a little bit, and Caleb trying to find the shots here. They're trying to work together, using the glider redeploy, finding a great shot, almost using that as a quick little vertical change, but hitting the headshot out of it. Chris gets blown up. Some nice follow-up from Caleb, but they need to pull the llama back over to their side.
Look at this point difference coming through, I believe now fully updated, and they're continuing to grab the points there. Tautai sitting in that middle section trying to grab whatever they can angle-wise, but look, the points going up over to Kenshi and Saki and Chris. They've set this defense and push up. Tautai trying to go in, and in this moment, you cannot go in one by one. You just cannot afford to do that because you're going to get eliminated every single time. You have to wait for your team to push through, get in, and find these angles. And Caleb is trying to do it right now. The 45 will come through. They get one. Are they going to get the other one? Kenshi's putting the damage down, and they do get the elimination. Again, going in one by one, you're just going to always lose.
And you can't just trade out 1-for-1 either, because it ends up being beneficial for the defenders. They will have a teammate who respawns right there. You give the opportunity for somebody who's lower to potentially then get a siphon. So they're going to be able to pick off Snacky, but then you can see what the game plan is. They have Kenshi and Chris stacked along that backhand side. And then Snacky is just spawning right back in and getting there. They're doing a fantastic job of making sure they're covering the different angles, and they've effectively cut the map in 2/3 to where now Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels are forced to basically spawn in, wait, and then try and isolate this one player out. But as they do that, they're just getting ripped from the opposite spawn.
And look at how low their HP is. Caleb is running, and this is what we saw with Epic Whale and company, is that they just went off and they found these elims. It didn't matter they were getting defensive. Kenshi and Saki are going out looking for these eliminations. Tautai trying to make something happen around the middle, but how low they are. Already took a lot of damage. Will take more. Finding Saki down below will get that elimination, but not able to help out with much as Chris is going to find another one. Kenshi is sitting in the spawn untouched.
And this honestly has looked like one of the strongest setups I think we've seen today, where it's pretty typical you have the llama holder sitting on spawn holding one of the right hands and then another player on the door next to him. But the one thing that they're doing different, and I wonder if we can get a view of Chris when he ends up doing it, but they keep rotating whoever it is. There's one of those little higher barrier zones where they're putting a player up on the side to then rain down shots as they end up rotating across. If the player remains crouched there, they can cut off the angle. You can see Caleb now trying to just clear out, make sure they're not there, but they've all stacked back inside the spawn, and at this point, the time is too much, even with the double points. Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris are going to walk away with the W here and try and keep up the clean 2-0.
If they're able to do that, we'd find out who's in that last match very, very quickly here. But honestly, with NA West, I think it was kind of expected that these matches would end just a little bit quicker because they're always aggressive. And we've seen it in the challenges as well. They're just pushing all of the paces today. Kenshi, again, doesn't matter, realizes Caleb at that point, 2 seconds left. 2 seconds left, knows there's no way to come back. So just standing there, Kenshi will pick up that elim, and they pick up the dub on top of that.
Yeah, and Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, they look like they had the better game plan coming out. Even though they lost the initial start push, and Taotai and Co were able to pull it back and have the llama on their side. Once they broke the initial setup, that was pretty much it. Caleb, Taotai, and Wheels weren't able to really ever get the llama back onto their side, and every single one of these defensive trades just kept going for Kenshi and Co.
And in that moment, we talked about it, you have to group up. There's no reason to go in and try to split these fights off into different side areas of the map because it's just not going to work. And look at that, 199 points to 54. Even if they had the double points there, it still would have gone over to Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris. And now with a 1-0 lead, even though we saw them mess up in the beginning, they went very, very aggro early on. Llama doesn't spawn right away. You can get to that platform, but it doesn't mean anything. And Taotai and them took advantage of that. And this is exactly, look at this. Taotai knew they were low. Chris just got out of a fight, swapped over to the pickaxe, was trying to impulse their way in out and said, hey, thanks for the llama. Thanks for the siphon. I got this, I'm out. But like you said, Cam, that initial push was almost immediately broken, and then they just fell apart.
Yeah, and this is a situation where they're able to break it. And we talked about it, how they were so low, and if you end up then timing the push correctly and disallow the defenders, the ones holding the llama, to be able to get those siphons, it makes it really difficult to then hold it. You can see Kenshi is able to take over that back doorway and then keep the pressure on them as they're trying to disengage. Then every single time they tried to grab that llama and pull it back, they just always had one extra player there, whether it was because they had the pressure beforehand or one of their members was able to win out a key 1v2. We saw Chris win a couple, and Kenshi doing a fantastic job on some of these AR angles. It felt like he was always in a spot to be able to offer some form of supporting fire, which is so huge in these types of game modes.
And Kenshi had 15 eliminations compared to Chris's 9 and Snacky's 4. And in that moment, they needed that, right? In some of these game modes, sometimes you're gonna have players that don't have a lot of elims because they're sitting back, they're holding the llama. They said, hey, go, keep me safe. I'll stay here. I'll protect the llama if need be. And I like that Chris, Snacky, and Kenshi have learned from their initial push. Now going over the llama will spawn. They impulse over first. Taotai gonna miss it. He will get the elimination, but the llama has been yoinked by Chris. Quickly going down though. Snacky looks to grab it.
Yeah, Snacky will grab it now. He's going to be forced into a quick little man-down defensive situation. However, he has reinforcements riding over the hill, doesn't have to wait for the dawn of the 7th day. Instead, they'll be able to come immediately, and they're right into the setup. Snacky holding that door. Chris on the right-hand side. Kenshi's going to look to get a positioning around one of the sides, but as I say that, Chris gets cleaned up, and Taotai holding top mid, really turning this into a positional battle. They need to work together and put pressure on these opponents as they spawn. It's not enough to eliminate them the first time around. You basically need to get them twice out because they've already pulled the llama back to their side. That's the positional advantage that ends up happening, and it's something you see in a lot of really team-based objective games.
Once it's over that halfway mark, you're right. It's immensely harder, but the points aren't that hard to grab right now. Only 40. Caleb gonna grab it and yoink it all the way back. And if he's able to move that back over to their side, like you talked about, so good for them, because even if they have to respawn, they're respawning right on top of that llama. Chris is going, but look how much damage Chris has taken. And look at that swing out there from Taotai going to the rescue. Now the points are coming back. They're putting up a fight right now.
Yeah, great work from Taotai to fight defensively back there and to give his team enough room to get in, but they're just not able to set up and keep the pressure. Every single time they pull it back in a way, it feels like Chris and Snacky, under the cover of Kenshi, are able to just swoop in, grab the llama. They're not worried about getting eliminations. They're just prioritizing keeping the positional control. And again, I got my start back in competitive and pro games playing these objective-based team game modes where you're coming in. It's a lot of 4v4 with a singular goal coming through. One of the most important things to do is to always be pressuring your opponents, always be throwing bullets, throwing ammunition towards them, because if you're shooting at them, they have two choices: get behind cover and not take shots, or expose themselves and shoot back. If you're the one who's able to start laying down the bullets ahead of time, you're the one who's able to control the tempo. It makes it that much more difficult for the opponents.
And look at the tempo being set by Snacky. I was gonna say, it doesn't even matter. There's two people on him almost. Taking that 1v2 scenario, and this is where Caleb, Taotai, and Wheels can make up that advantage that they ended up giving over. They can still come back. There's still enough time. But in all honesty, they're gonna need to maybe hit that double points area there and maybe just need to keep it on up, because 50 now going into a 40-point lead is still a lot.
It's a quick stat left-hand side. Kenchi's Trio was 3-1 against Caleb's Trio in the last FNCS, so the BR match rate so far holding up, but right now, this is the best these guys have looked in terms of a defensive setup. They're doing a good job of making sure that they're disallowing Chris to get up to that left-hand door, which is where most of their setups are being broken. They're recognizing, hey, that left-hand side pressure was causing a lot, but as we say that, you can see there's some pressure to the other side, and now Snacky trying to pinch up and hits a huge shot. Ooh. Drops Caleb, pushes it, 118, and Snacky, tons of damage, but not quite enough, as Tautai just barely is able to pick up the key elimination there. Kenchi going to be able to pick up wheels, but we have a match, Clay. It's under 10 seconds now in terms of the time, under 5. They need to make a push and they need to break it here. Otherwise, it's going to end up being tough, and a great job from Snacky to do just that as Chris yoinks the llama and Yabba Dabba doos his way out of there.
That was so close. If they were able to hold on for just a little bit longer, they could have done something, but all of a sudden Caleb coming back in, they say, hold on, wait a minute. We've still got a game. I thought they were gonna be able to take it and run with it there, but no, they have taken the llama back, and they should be able to, if they can hold it, they can get back into this 100%. They're going to get that little heal up there. Caleb is playing around that little window setup, trying to just find any elims. Chris was one shot if they were able to find it, and this is coming back. They're within 5 points of each other now, going to go within 4. If they can just hold on, they'll take the lead and they'll put it into the 3rd game.
It looks like we might end up going 2-3 here. Kenchi, Snacky, and Chris a little paused, and they're good. They don't know where the llama is. They don't. It seems like they just keep pushing it towards the spawn. There should be an indicator on the map that he's hanging out down the bottom right-hand corner, but they're just running around, doing their best to try and fight these players off of spawn, who will get that very brief bit of spawn shield, but they cannot find Caleb. They can't find the pressure. They should just be able to check the minimap. They're going to find him now, and they have to get to the double point zone with it. They have to get the llama over there, and they don't have enough time. You can see Chris getting over there. They will just barely, if they can run that out, keep an eye on the top part of the screen. Any eliminations here? Ooh. As Chris tries his best to play ring around the Rosie, but he all falls down a little bit too early. And the worst part is he drops the llama in the double point zone. 1-1 here in match number 2. We'll go to a deciding 3rd round heat. And I mean, that was a fantastic comeback to break that setup.
And what quick adaptation there from Tautai, Caleb, and Wheels to realize, hey, we can do this. We can take them down. Because that first game did not look that strong for them, except for out of that initial push. But they were able to break that hold multiple different times and grab it. But like you said, if Chris was able to grab that and hold it for just that entire timeout, they, I believe, would have edged them out by a couple points to win it. So it was so close down to that wire, but we'll see that Chris eventually falling. And that's the thing about the double point zone, is that it's just out in the open. There's nowhere to hide. And if anybody finds an angle on you, they're going to eliminate you.
And it's a double-edged sword, because you're giving up the positioning for the risk of potentially getting the 2 times points. But if you get eliminated, you drop the llama right there. It's not like you chuck it somewhere else, right? It's just gonna fall in the safe zone. So they have the ability to then go and clean it up. They're man down. And you can see it just felt a little bit cleaner in terms of the shots from Tautai and co. I mean, the one thing that I really want to see from Snacky, Kenchi, and Chris is clean up that opening. If you don't put yourself down the initial 40 points off of the start in both of these games, it's a 2-0 and you move through, right? Like, you don't need to full send off the llama. You're winning most of these trades, at least in terms of the opening engagements and the team firefights. So don't put yourself in a bad situation.
And what's interesting to me is that Kenchi, Snacky, and Chris in that game had more eliminations than they did last game, but still were not able to pick up that dub in that match. And that is very intriguing to see. Again, it was so close. It was very down to the wire, but still, they are being very aggressive, even when they are down, and that's great to see. But in all honesty, when they weren't looking for that llama and they were kind of just all funneling into that spawn area, that gave Caleb so much drive. Look at this. Look at it, just sitting down here, grabbing some extra heal ups, and they had no idea.
And it's on the minimap. There's no excuse for that. If somebody is holding the minimap, they're a giant white square. Like, you can't miss it. You can see it right on the map. So just a little bit of a lack of awareness going on from Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, but it's going to send us to a tiebreaker to see who will advance to the grand final to battle off against Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, and who will go down to the 3rd and 4th place match. Clay, if you had to pick right now, who you got?
I am going to go, I'm just gonna go with Caleb, Taltai, and Wheels. I think they're gonna come through. They're gonna upset.
I'm not even sure if you can necessarily call it an upset at this point after the performance we saw last time. Seems like they've had the better starts here, and Caleb picking up the early elimination. If they're going to be able to get the confirmation onto Chris and they can pull the llama back to their side, it'll be a good start. They do have the llama, they have the control, and for the 3rd match in a row, Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, despite being absolutely out-fragged in both of them, have won the initial start and put Kenshi, Snack, and Chris on the back foot, and great hip-fire shots from Wheels. That was disgusting. And great support as well, giving just enough for Tautai to be able to finish off Kenshi. This is looking great for them so far.
And while they learned how to play from behind, they learned how to break these holds, I don't think that Chris, Snacky, and Kenshi have figured that one out yet. They are going in now, all going in together. As I say that, they say, Clay, no, we know. They are going to break that hole, but Tautai going to beam it down. Kenshi, Snacky going to try to grab it. The shots will connect. Tautai going to run out of ammo before Snacky does, but look who comes from behind. Caleb with the big pump shot will connect. No building reminder. You are out there sitting like just with nothing. As Caleb is going to get there. They're trying to put the pressure down, but look, this lead is just growing.
And unfortunate for Snacky, they're putting his shot from the pump directly into the spawn shield there. The player's going to be able to force this fight off. Tautai, great defensive play, but it looks like it's going to be Brock the spawning coming in just in time to be able to force him out and not quite able to break the setup. And this is probably where Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris are gonna start to feel a little bit of the pressure, because in game 1, the one they were able to win, they kind of got gifted the break. All 3 of the members were low at the same moment, and Wheels goes for almost a little satchel play there with the impulse, trying to get a pop against the side, but instead ends up suffering down. They will get the impulse out to try and disengage. They're going to be able to pull that llama back and away and try and reset, but it's looking a little bit tough here, because Caleb is almost immediately able to get some retribution, but now windows setting up for Snacky, Kenshi, and Chris. What can they do? Snacky picks up one, picks up a second, but gets shots rained down from him on top mid. That's Tautai doing a great job of controlling the space up there and letting Caleb and Wheels just rain shots from below, but they weren't actually able to create enough space. And interesting team impulse.
Yeah, I think he was trying to impulse his teammate in, but not able to do much. Caleb and Chris going in. Wheels is going to get out, I believe, is going to be able to maybe yoink that llama away. Snacky is so low. Tautai going to know that, but only 138.4 HP for them. And look, they're just going straight in. It doesn't matter. Tautai now with his team is going to go down. Caleb holding that llama for now. Snacky will go in for a desperate little push, but not going to be able to do much. Kenshi going in as well. Wheels somehow not able to grab that llama off of it all. As it's being taken away, Chris is running with it. They're getting the points. This, again, could be a game.
They're right now currently sitting at just under a 50-point difference. It will tick over. Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris back in possession, but Snacky gets just destroyed right there. Kenshi also going in, and they have an angle on him from pretty much every side, so even if they end up pulling it back in, Caleb's right outside that left-hand door, so both these guys getting stacked up are about to just get obliterated. But as I say that, some great defense coming out from the immediate spawner. Kenshi also picking up a number of eliminations. And right now, Chris doing all the work with 11 elims. This is going to come down to the wire, Clay. Who will get the opportunity to compete against our reigning FNCS champions in the grand final? Will they be able to tighten up? Wheels with a huge push. He gets Snacky. He gets Chris. Can he get Snacky again off of the respawn? Chris ends up coming through, but Tautai is looking to try and find that llama, try and pull it away. Chris trading the shots out, and he ends up losing that exchange. This is so incredibly close. Just 35 points separate him right now, and the push is coming on. It's going to come down to this push.
They go and they get it, but they have to get into the double points. I think at this point, they're about 40, maybe 50 points off. So if they hold it for the time, I think they honestly will just tie it. right on up, if my math is correct. Maybe
no, there's 9 seconds. There's 9 seconds difference right now. 9 seconds difference, but any pressure that drops that will end up losing the time. So there could potentially be scuffles going down, but looking at it, it's right on that line. They have just enough. It's down to just a 5-second difference between the two, but they're finding the eliminations. Right now, you need that llama. You can't drop that. Just barely enough time going on. Pardon me, but as the excitement comes through, my math is still yet a little off. 5 seconds for it to take over. Tasha goes down. Snacky keeping up his HP. Will it take over? Will they be able to deny it? They're dropping off the llama to the highest HP, and Win denies the comeback, denies the reverse sweep. A huge push at the end. Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris will go on to face Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex in the grand finals. But honestly, I think that's been the best overall play for Keep series we've had all day.
It was literally down to the last seconds, and they dropped it, and I was with you there. I was so worried that they were gonna mismanage that time there, but at the end, when it mattered the most, they came back, they broke that area, and just look, Chris went in. This is where they grabbed it, and where Wheels and them had the chance to keep going, had the chance, and look at Wheels just slaying out there in the spawn. Southside goes back over, but Chris grabbed it, ran, was able to stay alive, put some damage back down. Again, they just looked so good right there, that last little bit.
And 34 to 33 eliminations, only I believe it was a 3 or 4 second difference in terms of time. Ended up being 10 seconds there at the end, so a little bit of discrepancy going on. But like we said, it came down to just one final push. But what a first opening round of matches. We'll have third and fourth after this, and then the grand final. We're gonna kick it on back over to the desk. Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, break that down for us. That was nuts.
This is my third eye. It is opening. Okay, it is looking into the future. That's right, everybody. I'm doing it. I'm making it happen right here, baby. I told you they could do it. They're going to finals, Kelly and Shy Wager. See, y'all making fun of me. Y'all out here trying to dig the hole for me to sleep in at night. Nope. Nope.
You did. You're right. No, you're totally right. In fact, even just a minute ago when we were watching the end of Game 3, I was like, oh, Zeke, look, they're not going to make. But it's Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris. Honestly, I mean, although Blezro, Nani, and their team did an incredible job, going down to 10 points in that last game right there, Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, they're a team that's gotten second place now for the last 2 seasons, and there's a reason why they're going to get second place in this competition as well.
Yeah, second place is going to look so good overall, but the way these guys roll in with the tech they're looking at with as well. I mean, I saw some crazy stuff from Kenshi and Snacky specifically, actually changing doorways with the impulse grenades and getting new angles. Haven't really seen that from many different players and different teams. That final push was sick too. Jumping into the 2x sometimes as well to catch up on the points in the midpoint of the entire series too. I mean, these guys were just completely nuts, back and forth. Somehow, I felt like in the very beginning when this first started, Kelly, that, okay, Kenshi, Snacky, Chris, they don't actually look that good rolling into it, but man, as soon as like 20 seconds passed, these guys like activated or something that is slow boot up, and they just took the entire series by storm.
Especially in game number 3, I'm not saying that they were playing with Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels whatsoever. Clearly, this was a very competitive game right here. But I don't think they were taking it as seriously until game number 3, or in game number 2, where they lost, and then game number 3, when it went down to the wire, they were like, oh, we need to step up our game right now. We need to try and come up with some strategy, just like what you said, Shio, earlier. And, I mean, to come down to just a 10-point difference, a 1 elimination difference, I mean, I think that they thought that was a bit too close than what they thought it was going to be.
Yeah, in terms of like what we're looking forward to for that grand final match now, Arkham, Rex, and Epic, we're gonna have to just watch out for their retake potential. They're so fast in getting that team wipe out in a very, very concise and close to manner, as in all 3 people go down at the same time, and then they get out with that llama so fast as well, cover so much distance. So right now, you can see the bracket. That third place decider match, Kelly, that one's also gonna be a banger. Blues Rose Trio versus Caleb's, like both these guys have a very, very good defensive style of play.
Yeah, and just based off of what we saw from game number 1 with Arkham versus Blizzro's team right there was actually a lot of instances where Blizzro's team had more eliminations than the individual players from Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. So going into this grand finals right now, you're right. I think it's going to be interesting to see if Kinchi, Snacky, and Chris can kind of synergize a little bit better, be able to pull out some more strategies, because Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, I don't think they're playing the map. I think that they're just kind of playing a standard FNCS game right now. They're not really thinking about the angles. They're not really thinking about the map that they're in. But talking about that third place, I'm excited to see what's going to go on right here. Like I just mentioned, Blizzro, Nigel's team, they had more eliminations in certain games than Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, even though they lost. So I think that this is going to be a pretty competitive game in our third place match.
Especially if they have Llama in hand, right? If you just pair that eliminations with Weird just holding on to the Llama, we're not letting it go, I mean, they very well could walk away with it, right? In third place, still a lot of prize money on the line, but it's time to see that third place match, and then we'll be back before the final match to close out today. For right now, Clay and Sundown, we're going it back your way.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and we'll have one best of 3 to decide who gets third, who gets fourth. Then we'll have the grand final to decide who really played for keeps here in the 3v3 objective-based game mode. The third and fourth place match, we got Blizzro, Nigel, Balance, Nani going up against Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, who we saw just barely get edged out in the previous match.
This will be interesting to see if Nani, Blizzro, and Nigel will be able to get back into this, because we saw it was a good fight, but the points wise, it did not reflect that at all. They got stomped in terms of points, and now with that Llama spawning, we'll see exactly who goes. Tautai honestly's got the timer down. He goes a little bit early. Nigel says, I've got it down better, and they go and get that done, and now starting to accrue that points. But can they hold it? We've seen it doesn't matter if you get this Llama right away. If you can't hold it, if you cannot keep it, you're going to be playing a whole different game. Look at that, Wheels just coming on in, Caleb coming on in as well. They just obliterate them.
Yeah, just didn't even knock at the front door. Instead, kicked it on down right away. They'll go over, try and get that nice little 50 health, 50 shield boost onto the Llama holder, and they'll start with a window set up here in the opening round of the third, fourth place match. You can see Wheels, the second he uncrouches, blop, 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 tons of shots coming through. So needs to be careful as they're going to opt to swap the Llama onto Tautai. So he will have an opportunity, boom, picks up the siphon onto Nani. Now he's healthy there under that window setup, but immediately stays out a little too long trying to trade shots. Nigel comes through, great impulse push, grabs the Llama, needs to get that impulse, it needs to get out of dodge, because again, his opponents are going to be spawning pretty much directly on top of it.
The points are starting to accrue back over for them, and I was worried when Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels came in and they took that Llama. I was worried that Nani, Blizzro, and Nigel were not going to be able to get it back, and they're able to get it back, but just look at how quickly that was broken. I spoke too soon. It was almost broken. Blizzro going to drop that back over to the healthiest member, and now the lead that Caleb and company had is gone.
Which is something we saw in a lot of their games, pretty much, where they were able to get that initial lead and then just fall apart. If they can close up that defense, their opening strats are looking really solid, but openings only count for so much if you're going to let your king or queen be taken super fast. Yeah, that's a chess reference, and they're trying to avoid getting checked here in the first round. Caleb, great push going through, and a fantastic double. Just absolutely rips Blizzro Nigel apart, and not able to get the third, just barely.
And that Llama goes right back to the middle. Everyone's going to have to fight for it once again. Nigel's going out there, but doesn't really have the HP to do so. Will get that siphon. They've got to go back across the bridge to try to make it on through, because they failed their impulse just a little bit. As Blizzro, Nigel, and Nani do hold that lead by a good amount. They're going to grab that Llama, but immediately get beamed over there. Tautai trying to hit one more shot. Oh, could have hit it there. Didn't know Blizzro was literally 1 HP.
Yeah, it looked like he was like, oh, I'm not going to bother throwing the pump pellets up there. What is it going to do, hit for 12? Well, he had 5 HP. It was ticking up after the point, so it would have done well, but Nigel has the Llama sitting in the 2-point zone. And no, they're just not, they're not even bothering. They're not able to push out right now because of the top mid control that's coming through. Tautai and Caleb are just completely pinned back into their zone with nothing doing.
And this is just dominance. I thought they would have gone a little bit more aggressive, put up a little bit more of a fight. But right now, this pressure is just getting to them. Look, they're defending the 2-point zone. This is not something we've really seen before. Anytime someone comes out, honestly, this is just spawn camping at this point.
Yeah, that's largely going to end up being a wrap. You can see Tautai trying to end up getting the pressure down here towards the bottom, but the immediate team fire coming through. Caleb also getting cleaned up, so looks like round number 1 going to comfortably go over Blizzard, Nigel, and NAW. Just nothing doing for Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, who unfortunately not going to have an impact on the rest of this map.
And I think they know at this point. I think that's why they're just going in one by one. I mean, literally nothing you can do. There's just not enough time, not enough points. And look, Blizzard is in their spawn. He's trying to find these elims. Tautai is still trying to put up the fight there, but this is just a dominating performance. And in all honesty, if they could have put this up against Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, they could have had a decent chance, but they are just doing so well.
Yeah, match 1, though, we still have an opportunity for them to try and come back and make the chance. We saw in the previous game that they literally just fought, that it wasn't their first match wasn't necessarily the best one. They got a little bit rolled over after getting that initial start. And I mean, with the bus falling off in terms of losing its wheels, they'll hopefully be able to bounce back in the second and then force a 3rd round.
And what's scary about this going forward, if they're able to go in, when they go in this next round rather, is if they're able to establish this again, Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels have shown they don't know how to break this hold. They have no idea how to get in, control that middle area back, because like you said, once you have that top mid control and you're in that 2-point zone, it's just really hard to leave your base.
Yeah, we can see Blizzard, Nigel, and NAW with a little bit of a man-up situation going on there. Will take the first round against Caleb, Tautai. We'll try and get some spare wheels onto that bus and see if round 2 and 3 can't be a little bit closer here in the 3rd round match. But honestly, it's the first time we saw even an attempt at holding that middle circle.
And I'm excited to see if that goes into the grand final match as well between Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, because that is one where every single second is going to matter that much more. It is just going to be such a hard opportunity between both of them.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is a best 2 out of 3 for each one of the rounds. It's the 3rd and 4th place match that we are watching. So we'll have one more opportunity. Here's some more highlights going through. And it's something we've talked about. Just the start for Nigel, NAW, and co. is really good. They've done an absurd job of making sure they get the llama and get it back to their side, but they need to tighten up on those first 2 pushes and make sure that they're getting the siphons onto their low members when possible, because if they can kind of stretch out that first lead, I think it's going to make it that much harder for Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels to try and come back into this match.
Just look at that dominance there. They had so many elims coming on through. The double point area showing up, and I'm really glad we got to see it used this time around and see it just in how good it is when you're able to control it, and you saw the point difference there.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect nothing less when you have that much of an advantage coming through. But we'll see what happens in round number 2. I mean, Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, we saw how they had such an incredibly close match against Snacky, Kenshi, and Chris. I think they got a little bit more in the tank.
We will see here momentarily what they were able to do. Look at the point difference there, a 340 point difference, and I am intrigued to see if we see it once again. This is that second match to decide who ends up getting 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens off the start, because again, Blizzard, Nigel, NAW have done a great job. You can see them trying to get control over the sides right away and then pushing up towards that llama. Nigel will be the one to full send up. They put 2 impulses onto him, but for the first time, pretty much the entire time, they're not going to be able to get control over that llama. However, Blizzard will win the 1v1 against Caleb over on the side, and it seems like, nope, Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels were able to pull the llama all the way back in their base. However, the immediate push, Nigel able to pick up a pair. Can he make it a triple before the spawns end up coming in? And really good disengage. Not sure if that was intentional, but the glider redeployed into the vent. However, Tautai gonna be able to clean that one up.
This is looking good for them. NAW on the outside is going to put some damage down, but not going to get any more than just that. Just some damage. Blizzard going in, and Once again, they're falling victim to that same trap of going too aggressive one by one. Nani is going to be able to grab that llama, but can they get out of there? They can. Look at the movement coming from Nani. Was able to get into that hop up there. Will redeploy back into their spawn, and now they've got a chance so well.
Yeah, and you can see now just desperately trying to defend. They are ticking over, trying to overtake on the lead. Now 18-18 with just over a minute gone by. Nigel getting the push in and providing some great support. He's the only one picking up eliminations when he was already 100 HP, 100 shield. So that leaves Nani and Blezzo in a super vulnerable position right now. You will have a little bit of that ticking over HP regen if you're holding a llama, but it's not really going to be doing much. As you can see, Nigel just trying to throw shots out there as they're able to almost break the setup.
Almost only counts in horseshoes, though. You're gonna need those points to come through. Taltag gonna put the damage down, but not able to stay alive. Nigel not either. Wheels gonna take him down with Caleb getting that last elimination. They do continue to hold the llama, though. Look at them just continuing to scan. That impulse came out, and they are running away. Nigel, and so smart, is staying there, not going away right at first to just try to buy his team some time. They will end up going down, so they did buy a little extra time there with the llama, but not a lot. But every second matters.
As we've seen, it can come down to just a difference of a couple or even 10 seconds, maybe a little less. So Nigel trying to post him. He's right up at the front door, kicking it down, yanking the llama out, and then getting out of dodge. A good job jumping away and then immediately hitting the glider redeploy, trying to create a little bit of distance, pulling back to his teammates in the spawn. Takes a couple AR tags, but Caleb covering him there, and they should have an opportunity here to put some pressure down.
Nigel gonna get taken down. Taltai in there trying to get Blezzo. That llama gonna be dropped here soon. Blezzo puts the damage back, but Wheels will eventually grab it. That glider redeploy coming through, but when you're in the air, that SMG can do so much damage. Honestly, I was gonna say hop into that double point zone for just a little bit. Nigel will impulse their way on out, getting back over to their spawn, but like just clockwork, Taltai going back in, trying to get those shots. Nigel gonna go out. Honestly, such a great play. Just to kind of sacrifice yourself, get yourself back up to full HP. It does take a little bit though, and they're gonna take advantage of that. Blezzo gonna go down. Nigel there putting down the shot. Southside, that spawned player going to come on through. Says, hi Southside, what are you doing? No, thank you. Will's just trying to run it back. Will hit it halfway and now picked up in the double point zone for just a second, but this just increases their lead.
Yeah, you can see Blezzo, Nigel, and Nani starting to feel comfortable. They have over a minute lead with just 90 seconds left in the match. So if they're able to just hold on to the setup for a little bit longer, it should be all she wrote. You can see Caleb trying to get the press in there, doing a good job of putting down the shots with the suppressed AR, or suppressed SMG, going to find one, finds two, and now they got the llama. They got it in the double point zone. How long can they hold it there, though, as they will get a little flank around the side. Nani is going to be able to clean up Tautai, but the teamfire comes down from the top, and as I say that, actually the teamfire gets turned back around. Blezzo, Nigel, and Nani will yoink the llama back into their control, and the time is ticking away. 52 seconds, 54 seconds. The difference now is too big for a 1 point comeback. They will need double digits, and with the other team in control of the llama, it looks like we will have our third place completely solidified here. Blezzo, Nigel, and Nani with what has effectively been a pretty easy 2-0 over Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels.
They put up a great fight in their first game against Arkham Company. They didn't get the points where they wanted it to. This time they figured out the strategy. They're using it so well, and I think with that ticking on over, it just is impossible for them to come back. So you are right, Blezzo, Nigel, and Nani will get that third place. Caleb, Taltai, and Wheels will claim fourth. And a great fight all around. This is probably, like you said, this has been one of the good ones to watch. I mean, honestly, all of them have been really, really good to watch. Even the one prior, right? The fact that they were able to use that double point zone so effectively is what I love to see. And look, Nani's just hiding while Nigel and Blezzo are just going on through.
Yeah, and just going to be able to walk that one out. Congratulations on the third place, taking home the bronze, and a nice little pay bump for the whole team across the board. But that was the penultimate battle before the main course. We'll have the grand finals coming up just after this, but now we're going to dive into some of the replays and just really showing the elimination capability. And this is the part that I super enjoy, because normally in these type of situations when we're watching in BR play, these guys are throwing builds all over the place in these situations, having to re-edit. There's not a ton of times where you get to see these raw spray transfers and just the show of like actual combat accuracy. It's not bullseye bonanza. These targets are shooting back at you, and these guys are just hitting some nuts shots.
And it's honestly so awesome to see, because that's one of my favorite types of fighting, is when there's no build, when you just land and you just have your weapons and it's just your raw aim versus their aim. And this has been such a pleasure to be able to cast. But we have one more match to come, but we need Shayo, Kelly, and Zeke to break it all down.
Friends, you guys are crushing it per usual. Fantastic showing here, and congratulations to your third place team. But now we have to set our eyes on the last match of Play for Keeps. I mean, you know, Shy Wager, the anime reference would be, these are the gods. They've collected all these crazy things from around the world. They've said we've ascended to godhood, but this happened like years ago. They've never left godhood. And now Kenshi and his trio are like, yeah, I guess we have to stop you. I don't know how, though.
I mean, it'll be a certain way, Kelly. It'll be a certain way.
Listen, all right. Out of all of the animes, out of all of the tropes that animes have, the redemption arc is the best one, okay? Kenshi and Snacky, they've already gotten second place twice in a row now. Who do they lose to? Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. They bring Chris back. That's the storyline, right? We didn't have him in season 6. They thought without him, maybe they could have gotten that first place. But now that he's back in this new opportunity right here in play, maybe this is the redemption arc that we need, all right? Maybe finally the gods are going to be taken down, because as we know in Dragon Ball Z, gods don't really do much.
I mean, redemption is what I'm going to be looking at when I'm looking at this matchup. For me, just like your face, Zeke, you got something cute, and that's hope. I respect it. And we allowed, you know, it to go this far to second place, but we got to get realistic a bit. Look at the teams that these guys took out. They're good as well, right? Completely accurate. The shots are looking good. They're in the center. It's back and forth. But when you look at Arkham Rex and Epic Whale play, they're not making business transactions. There is no back and forth. It's just pushes forward. It's just shoves. It's rude. And I don't think the polite trio that you're rolling in with here, right? The nice conversations these guys like to have, they're not going to be able to keep up, Zeke. There's no time for cuteness. It's time to get rough and raw.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've talked of Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. The question becomes, okay, for Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, Kelly, what do they have to do? Okay, they enter the ring. This is your world heavyweight champion, the gods of this new planet. What do they have to do to win?
So we've already set the stage for like where these teams come from, but within the tournament Play for Keeps itself, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale went 2-0, uncontested whatsoever. It was an easy win. Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, they went 2-1, and then in that final game, it got down to about 10 points right there. So they're going to have to completely change up their game plan. Clearly, even in competing against the lower level teams, they still struggled a little bit. Now they're going up against Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, who are just going to be going into this without any strategy and just playing out of their minds right now. So I think that they're going to have to try and do something a little unique, a little different, something that we haven't seen before. But obviously, that's very difficult. There's only one day for this tournament, Shayo. It's a little hard to develop a meta within that in only 24 hours.
No, it definitely is. And for me, like, the last thing would be looking at my NA West imaginary notebook, right? I see prize money on the line, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale in NA West. I almost called it Epic West. I honestly could with the way this guy
it might as well
this weekend. I mean, it just looks like a simple solution and an easy read on the future, Zeke. You have to basically bend time to get your prediction correct.
Oh, man. Well, hey, production, if I'm wrong, just change mine and we'll show the prediction standings at the end. Okay, everybody, this is it. Cue the chorus. Angels, let's get the ladies with the high-pitched voices. They're starting to sing. Drums, bass, let's get all this in here. We're fighting gods. Sundown, Clay, good luck.
All I gotta say is it's a 5-1. 5 of us picked what is going to end up being the eventual winner, and then one of them is banking on the fact that production is gonna bail him out for his poor prediction abilities. So I'm gonna try and throw a nice little reverse card in there and say, you've activated my trap card, Zeke, where actually the predictions are locked for this one, and we're gonna go up and see who's gonna take it home. Everybody who has put in the time, put in the effort, done their homework, thinks that Arkham Rex and Epic Whale are going to take this home. And then you got this one dude over here who doesn't really know what he's talking about, who thinks that Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris even remotely have a chance in this competition to take home the grand finals. I mean, Clay, you're on my side, right?
I am, and I am all for getting Zeke in the predictions, but he came out of left field with this one today. And so Shia was talking about solutions. For us, it just looks like 2 + 2, and we all know that equals 4. But Zeke's out here trying to solve for limits and do the derivatives right now. And honestly, nobody needs to be doing calculus when we're playing Fortnite.
And we all know the limit does not exist, just like you cannot limit my excitement here. Grand finals, play for keeps. It is the last of our creative challenges, period, before we have the FNCS All-Star Solo Showdown tomorrow, where 90 of the top players qualified, and then 10 players through opens were able to get a last shot chance, and is the biggest solo competition we have had in a hot minute. But enough of that here, as off of the bat, Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris win control and pull the llama back to their side. A little bit of onus here on Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, as they're also going to get a nice little llama swap down there, and Chris gets ripped apart, giving it opening to Rex, who goes straight on through, battering ram and all. Kenshi now trying to play defensive and does a great job picking up the pair and forcing them back.
And this is where I believe Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex are going to have that advantage at breaking this, essentially a freeze in terms of where the llama is, but they are slowly making their way forward. They're not pushing in with as aggressiveness as you'd expect. Snacky trying to get some shots on the Rex. Rex will turn around and absolutely eliminate him. Chris, a reminder, has that llama. They've got to get in. And honestly, they want to wait for these players to respawn, go for the shots, then start to chip away at them, get them down together so they can all start to hop in. There you go. Now coming through. 1, 2, 3. They all fall down, and the llama is theirs. Rex, though, needs to get out and recognizes that using that glider redeploy. Oh, honestly, could have bunny hopped there into a glider redeploy, but boom. That freeze is broken. They're starting to gain points, only 40 off.
Yeah, 46 off with just 1:20 down on the clock, and then Epic Whale picks up a great pump swap there to deny the initial incursion. Both Kenshi and Snacky going down. Arkham holding the right-hand high ground. Rex currently sitting on the llama. They'll swap it out, give it to Epic Whale, send Rex out to try and get some shots. Chris is going to go down. Siphon goes over to Rex, but now they're in a tough 2v1 with pressure coming from the side. Kenshi, great push going in, but Arkham shuts that down. And despite how good Kenshi has looked individually today, the teamwork from Arkham Rex and Epic Whale on the defense is solid, with a quick stat flying in the left-hand side. Kenshi's trio was 2-1 against Rex's trio when they fought head-to-head last season, so one of the few who undoubtedly has a winning record up against our reigning 2-times FNCS champions.
And you said one of the few, there's not a lot. As Snacky is coming to fight Rex. Rex misses every single shot. Now only Arkham left to defend. Can they do it again? They grab the lead, but it's not going to be for long. Arkham gets just obliterated there. They hop in. Impulse going to come on through, but when you impulse away and you glider redeploy, you are going to get beamed. Rex is trying to find Kenshi there. Oh no, gonna get blocked off by that platform. They all get back together, but they're pretty weak. Can Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale break it? Shots come through, only 30. Epic Whale will get one. Chris is trying to run away. Will get the other. Where is Snacky? Right there, running in the pump of Epic Whale. He gets an impulse. He's got to go. Decides just to glider redeploy on out. Will impulse into the glider redeploy. Back they go, and we are back and forth. The lead is changing hands and hands and hands.
Epic Whale with the 3-piece nugget right there, and he picked up his toy. That was the llama, tossed it on his back, and then ran like he stole something he shouldn't have. He knew he got caught, but the hand was not caught in the cookie jar, and he pulls it back to their side, and they're starting to open up a little bit of a lead. It's been a close back and forth, but now with a little bit over 100 seconds left, a 30-point lead has opened up for Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale. Here comes the push, though. Can Snacky, Kenshi, and Chris break this hold? Epic Epic Whale. He had the 3-piece before. Can he make it a 6? Some great support coming through from Arkham, but he's going to get picked out. Arkham gets 1, gets 2. Can he be the one to pick up the 3? That was full white tags, and he's just gonna back up. He says, hey, I don't gotta chase. You have to come for me. I got cronies respawning. That's Epic Whale into the immediate 4-dink, and he says, I smell blood in the water. That's Kenshi, who's served up for Chum, and Chris just gets obliterated as well. This is a skill difference right now.
It was a close game for a moment, but just look at the difference. And now we're getting to that point where it is no longer a 1-point game. You can't keep holding it in that 1-point area if you're Kenshi stacking Chris. If they get it, right, if they're able to break this, they have to go for the double. But I don't think Arkham is going to be dropping that llama anytime soon. He wants it. Look, gonna find Kenshi's head there and get some tags onto him. Chris is going to fall as well. You said it perfectly. Skill difference. Everybody on this team is playing so well, and knowing this, not able to go over to Kenshi stacking Chris, what can they do differently next game? Can they break these freezes at all?
And as you talked about it, it's over. All she wrote, 2 points all the way through, wouldn't be enough. Round 1 here in the grand final goes to the 2-time, back-to-back, the 4X for all of them. Arkham, Rex, Epic Whale, just one more play for keeps match away from the $5,000 prize, and yet another tournament victory for them, which goes into just, at this point, like you would need one of those scrolls where you just, the messenger comes out, he rolls it, and it just keeps unrolling. That's the list of these guys' trio accomplishments at this point. It's never ending.
And honestly, I just want to see Zeke's face right now and see what he's thinking, what his prediction can do, because let's be honest, there's not a lot. His prediction is looking very, very bleak, and I can see it in the back end there, and he is just shaking his head.
Yeah, I was about to say, we actually have a fun little screen that shows us all the talent's face and some of the background while they're in that. And I spent a couple of times just kind of looking over onto my side monitor, looking to see what Zeke was doing. And the whole time he was sitting there, just hands in his hair, head in his hands, you know, kind of trying to like wipe the sweat off of his brow, really just being like, oh God, I don't know what's gonna happen. Production says they aren't gonna change my picks. I'm stuck with this just awful prediction coming through. And I mean, 130-point difference from the reigning champs. I think they're gonna be able to do it. I wouldn't be shocked if we see another clean 2-0.
I wouldn't be either, and that, I mean, make it a 5-time right now at the end. And then honestly, if Epic Whale, Arkham, or Rex are able, there he is, he is just sleeping right now. We know we gotta poke some fun as he finally getting back into the prediction game. It's okay, it's rough. I'm not that good at it. We're not all Sundown, we're not all Shio at these predictions. Kelly even as well, getting some really good predictions this last season. So you know what? It's just a lot of fun between us here.
I mean, sometimes you got to put in the homework. We spend so much time going through, watching the BR VODs, like having a little bit of a battle back and forth between us, breaking down all of this stuff, that when we do have some of the differences in predictions, we got to poke fun of them. But of course, there's a reason that so many of us pick these guys. They are absurd. If you put them in any trio competition, I mean, honestly, it could be a fashion show, and they probably come up with some sick new tech to be able to just outskill their opponent, because they just always seem like they have one extra level. Like, it felt like it was close there for a while. I genuinely thought that Snacky, Kenshi, and Chris were going to be able to have the position, but they just took the extra 15, 20 seconds, set up that push, and were able to obliterate it.
And that, again, yeah, you said it, is the difference. They had that planned out push. They started chunking them down. Then, when they were confident to go in, this is the push that they ended up making. They went in. Epic Whale, that's right when they got that llama away from that freeze that was tying them up, and then they just really never lost it at all. Right here, they did lose it for a brief moment, but Arkham picked it back up, and again, almost getting another 3-piece there. And you said, realized, I don't have to do anything. I can just sit here. I can just hold this llama and wait. And look, Arkham throwing a default dance in there at the end as well. Love to see it.
Ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. da-da-da-da, and I mean, he's just going to be enjoying that celebration because, again, they are one more win away, 5 minutes from $5,000, another feather in the cap, a notch in the belt, whatever you want to call it. All these guys do is win no matter what, and when they walk in the building, pretty much everyone else leaves because the competition's over at this point. Might as well exit the server. No need to put your hands up because they are just running through, no prisoners, and I mean, there's a reason they're known as the best in the West at this point. It's gonna take David and honestly probably a whole bunch of help to bring down the Goliath.
Looks good, but it could happen, right? There's still a possibility, but like you said, I am with you here. It's still a possibility, playing a little bit of that advocate there for Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, but they just look so good. Anytime you can get them in a trios game mode together, the synergy that they've built up over the past couple of years, just as teammates and as friends, is just unmatched in West. And the only time we ever saw it was Scented and Edgy and Rex before Scented and Edgy went over to NAEs. And that was really the biggest rival there to Arkham and Epic Whale. And then they ended up leaving. Arkham and Epic Whale said, oh, wait a minute, let's get together. They take Rex, and now they formed this amazing trio that is just dominating. So I'm excited to see them in this next game. I am on board still with my prediction that they are going to win it, but I'm all down for an upset.
I mean, that's what we'd be looking for, but we're gonna kick it back on over the desk real quick before we get into that final match. Zeke, you got something to say, bud?
You know, you get one prediction wrong one time, and
was it just once?
You know. Okay.
Was it a prediction, my man?
In the arms. All right, listen. So, hey, look, real quick, Fortnite fam, we had a little issue with the map there, so we're just getting back up. We're rebooting it. We're going to go right back into creative as soon as it's ready. I promise we won't be here too long. Listen, guys. Listen, Kelly, Shy Wager, listen. Am I the villain? You know, I thought I'd go against the grain, you know? I shot my shot. It was gonna be a miss, but hey, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So
I don't think you're a villain because that implies that you're kind of like on the upper echelon of characters. I think you're more of just a supporting actor, right? Like you're not the protagonist, you're not the antagonist. You're just kind of a side.
Production, can you just remove me? Can we just go to a 2-box, please?
I was gonna go with, if we're looking for roles here inside, you know, a movie or something. Villain is a bit, you know, that's a lot to take in, Zeke. I would say, you know, the Village Fool, Cabbage Patch Farmer number 4. You know, someone rolling in minimal lines like the, you know, he's you know, like it's just.
You know, I guess I deserve this. I guess I did this to Monster D-Face earlier. You know, I guess everyone decided, hey, you know, we should just gang up on Zeke and, you know, just make him the fool. That's fine. You know what? It's fine. I'm not crying. You're crying.
No, but,
yeah.
But seriously, when we're looking at that first matchup, we were actually kind of worried. I was saying remove me from the end of show entirely because Kenshi, Snacky, Chris, they had a 40-point lead, Kelly. Is that signs of like these guys kind of maybe possibly coming back?
I mean, that's really not something that we're going to see until the next season, right? Are they going to go back with Chris, who they had in season 5? Or are they going to keep up with Favs, which obviously they had an incredible performance in season 6 there. They got second place twice, though. So is it that Kenshi and Snacky are missing that third element, that third piece of the pie? Or is it something completely different? Because right now it kind of just seems like Kenshi and Snacky, they need a different third, but I don't think that's really the case at all. I think that it's just Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale are so much better. And it kind of goes to what Clay was saying, where Commandment, Scented, and Edgy were sort of the catalyst. They were the antagonist to the reigning champs, but they're no longer here. They move it over to NA East, and now someone has to step up. A team has to do whatever they can, and it looks like that's going to be Kenshi and Snacky's team, but they've fallen short twice now. 3 times if you consider this tournament.
I mean, they're still rolling in. They're still kind of near second place. They still got one more map to go to see what's possible. I'll give credit to Zeke, right? He picked the best possible team so far to do it. They are in second. It's not like, you know, the pick is somewhere in the 3rd or 4th realm, and those teams are good too. You saw the tech that they were bringing to the table. My question, Zeke, is just why? What do you see, right, after even watching that first map now? What are you still latching on to see that these guys can win?
Listen, just like in anime, someone's got to have hope. There's got to be that one person that steps up and has hope and believes that this could all be changed for the better. Listen, I get it, okay? Arkham Rex, well, there's no denying that they are titans, gods in flesh. But listen, it's okay to lose sometimes, okay? Listen, Rex, Arkham, if you guys just want to throw for me and then just make me look intelligent, that would be awesome, and I would appreciate it. No, look. You know, I figured we're all going to pick them, so I had to go with Kenshi. I'm happy. I'm thankful they made it to at least that second place, showing off their own skill set. But yeah, 11 actually said it best back in EU Shy Wager. You were there to hear this. For some trios, they're just better than everybody else. They just are, and that's Rex, Arkham. Like this trio is... They're just better, and that's not to take away anything from any of these other trios that have competed today. It's just for this trio specifically, they are so far ahead than everybody else, and they make it look easy. You know, of course, they're going to walk away the champs.
I think a lot of it is going to come down to kind of, you know, this David versus Goliath story now. How many seasons has it been that we've seen Arkham Rex and Epic Whale kind of dominate over everyone else? And to be fair, in Season 5, they didn't get first place day 1 or day 2. It was their consistency that allowed them to get that first place finish. So I do think that there are a lot of teams within contention that they're there, right? And that's, we're talking about anime, we're talking about these cliches. Well, there's nothing better than having this godlike enemy in front of you, and then finally, after years of trying and trading, being able to take that down. But maybe that's not going to be this season. Clearly, it wasn't the last 3 seasons, but eventually, David will take down Goliath. Eventually, something is going to happen to be able to take down Arkham Rex and Epic Whale.
I would just say no. I mean, these guys are in the penthouse suite. They're living up top. I like the theory. I like it a lot. And I like the fact that, you know, some people still have hope. I've been majorly converted, though. I follow the religion of Arkham Rex and Epic Whale in NA West. These guys just have complete dominance over everyone in every mode. In All-Stars 2, the predictions were them heavy in the solos, and now we're coming in with trios overall in terms of, you know, the skill challenges, and obviously everyone's picking them because they're on the same team. You can see their synergy. The question for me, too, I mean, I guess we get to talk about this a little bit tomorrow, but we can jump into it today, is solos. Which one of them, right, is going to take the one all the way up top? I mean, someone's gonna have to choose if we're riding that bandwagon.
Shayo, there's only one of these players out of the team of 3 that has the 4X in their name, and that 4th X is due to the FNCS Invitational. Of course, that's Epic Whale right there. But if you actually look at Vert, who is going to be competing in our solo tournament, I believe he actually got first place in the most recent football tournament that was happening. I'm sorry that I butchered that right now. I believe it was the EUFA. But also, Vert got first place in the last solo tournament that we saw. So I do think that there's definitely some individual players out there that can kind of break down these individual of Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, because they are strong in their synergy. They are strong as a team player. No 3 of them won any of the skill challenges that we saw in the last 2 days. So I think if it comes down to a solo championship, then yes, a bunch of players actually are within contention.
Yeah, and that still is tomorrow. We still have one map to go here today, and it'll be them, Zeke, that everyone's kind of expecting to win it through.
All right, here we go. All right, Chris and crew, baby, let's go. It's the last game. It's time to turn it all around, boys. That's what the script says. I'm looking at it, so let's make it happen. Clay, Sundown, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shayo, and Kelly. And we had a little bit of technical difficulties going on there. Turns out when you try and switch predictions when they've already been locked, it actually throws a little bit of a wrench into the plan there. So let's pull it back a little bit. Match 1 in the grand finals, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale smashed. It wasn't even close. There was a little bit of an opening there, but after the first break, they ran away with it. They 2-0'd in their first match, and they're looking to make it a 4-0 clean sweep here. And one thing to keep an eye on, this is how they gain control off the start. They send Rex up to the top right. They sit one at home, and they just cover the other side. You can see Arkham immediately goes off and then uses his impulse to just push Chris out into Rex's firing line. Epic Whale wins his 1v1 over on the side, delays Snacky. They pull the llama back, and they get first setup.
And that's what's so great about that setup is even though Arkham did end up going down, Rex was right there to be able to grab that llama. But as this is all happening, they are crumbling. Shots are coming through. They don't have the llama anymore, but they are right there. They're spawning together, but they're pushing out one by one. Epic Whale is now going to come out. Arkham trying to put the damage down as well. Will get the shots. Epic Whale trying to hit the 4th elimination there. It seemed like at that point, Arkham will get it though. 2 points over to Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris. But right now, they are looking so good. And you gotta wonder that if Zeke has he's got hope, but it's looking bleak.
I mean, generally the meme goes, so you're saying there's a chance? In fact, I'm not. I'm saying there's no chance. We might as well just give them the 5 grand now at this point. Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, we saw that it was maybe close for the first 2 minutes in the last game when they had the opener. But this time, you have to break this setup, which they have done so absurdly well, where they hold the high ground on one side and they sit 2 people back into the spawn. They spread out a little more than any other trio who we've seen in this game mode. And it's really because they know they can fall back on their individual skill. Straight up, they're just better.
And they've got this technique down where they send players out, they swing them out if they're lower or if they're higher HP, and they make sure that the player that has the llama is safe at all times. And look at this, they're just going out and fighting. They're not trying to stay in. Look at the shots from Rex, look so good. While Kenshi is trying to put pressure down, 21 HP will recoup some of it. But look, Epic Whale going out, causing confusion, not allowing them to advance past that midpoint is doing Arkham so well. Arkham does go down, a little sneak through does come through, but just like that, again, it doesn't matter because Rex is right there.
And the issue is they're not breaking at the correct time. They're only able to take down one player, and then Chris comes flying in. Chris is doing a great job of immediate impulse into the bunny hop and then glider redeploy straight in. He takes one down with him every time, but he's not waiting for Snacky and Kenshi to be in a spot where they can then capitalize and break it. And right as I say, they finally go together when they have the top pressure as well. There's the impulse hop straight over the top, and they're going to be able to pull it back. Halfway through, and currently a 90-point lead for our 2 times defending FNCS winners, Rex, Arkham, Epic Whale, looking to close it out here as they just spray some shots in and get the chip damage first.
And they're going to do it. They're send up Rex right here to the stair. Going to cause some confusion there. Epic Whale going to get the damage down. Puts down a lot. And Arkham from behind will say hi. Thank you for that llama. I don't know what you were doing with it. We must have misplaced it for a little bit. Somehow found its way onto your side of the map. They take down Kenshi together and look back on over. A flying 159 for Arkham. It doesn't even matter at this point. It just looks so good for them. They have found their stride. They hit it last game, and they have not stopped running since.
Yo, I need a replay of that 159 because he had to hit every pellet from nearly max distance while in the air. That is ridiculous. I don't think I could do that if I literally had a lock on in 100 times to do it. And these guys make it look almost seamless. Headshot, headshot, headshot. There's a reason Arkham is so freaking good. 110-point difference. Only 80 seconds left on the board. A last desperation push. Maybe some opportunity in the 2-time zone. Snacky is doing really well in terms of picking up the eliminations, but they're not eliminations that actually matter. They're not impactful. They've pulled the llama back. They try to get it to the 2-point zone, but it's done. It's dusted. All she wrote, play for keeps, 4 times FNCS champ, add another title to their belt. NRG's Epic Whale, 100 Thieves Arkham, 100 Thieves Rex. They will walk away with absolutely everything. They were denied in the individual skill challenges, but when you put the 3 of them together, I dare you to name a better, more consistent, long-lasting trio.
I mean, I can't.
18 elims!
The elims on Epic Whale. Normally, just dominance. Again, we said that in the very first game that they played. They came out and they did it yet again. They are just going, I mean, Epic Whale now going into the double point zone just to try to push that lead just a little bit more. But honestly, I think he wants that 20 bomb. Trying to get one there onto Chris, not able to do so. 10 seconds left. I think everybody knows. Congratulations to them going for the pickaxe elim. Snacky is honoring it as well. And then he pulls out the SMG. And Epic Whale says, wait a minute. I wanted a pickaxe battle for that 20th elim. They get it. They pick up the overall dub, and they are your play for keeps champion.
They talk about the 5Ds of dodgeball. Well, instead, that was dunked on, dominated, decimated, destroyed, and then dunked on again. Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham made it look not even close. And again, there was a reason they were the 80% favorite, but we might as well knock out the other 20%. They just looked better. And again, it's one of those ones where if you're gonna type it in team chat, you just go, you know what, GG, team difference. It was a skill diff all the way through. Each one of the players putting up double-digit elims, rotating correctly, breaking setups. They just looked better.
And this is what is the scariest thing about them as a trio is because they're able to translate this into real Fortnite games, right? Real competitive games. Because this skill of fighting together in those box fights, in those scenarios where there's builds, there's chaos, they do it. And that is why they have won the past 3 FNCSs.
I mean, just a monstrous performance there. And you talk about it like there's tons of things that are applicable there. The goal of this kind of skill challenge, if we look at all the other ones, is all about the individual mechanics and stuff. And boom, here's just look at Arkham with the push end up coming through. Huge 105, and then immediately hits it again, 100, pushes through. And if we talk about just monster shot, headshot after headshot, grabs the llama, and that's breaking a setup. Just so easy. And here's the one we talked about. Look at this shot. Immediately turn. Defensively, he hits the shot. He knows someone else is there. Look how far away he is. Every single pellet. Look at that. The red markers that came through there. That is nuts. That is literally a perfect shotgun shot. And it is the analogy for these guys. They were perfect today, and it seemed effortless, and they're going to take that one home.
It seemed effortless for them, and I think for them it was just a little bit, right? Because we normally say, hey, this is really hard, there's the best of the best, but for them it was the best of the best, but they're just a level ahead. So that is it from Sundown and myself. It has been a pleasure, and we'll be back tomorrow casting the solo competition. We'll see if they can do it again, but we're gonna send it back over to Zeke, Shelly, and Kaio. That's their name today.
Yeah, Kelly, you know what to do. Let's get the business. Let's get the business. We hot, 100% we hot, and so is the God Trio. Yes, sir. Zeke, comments?
You know what? At least here's my secret. You know, I didn't actually predict the team to win. I predicted the team that would give them a run for their money. That was my prediction, actually. I said that. Dang it, production! Dang it!
Predictions play for keeps. I'm looking at our chat. Who do you guys think will win first? And Zeke's the first one to say Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris. Brave.
Wow.
A brave move. A smart move. I don't know. Investigations, yeah, they're still going on. But
Shayo, you know how there's a lot of people out there, they're like, man, I can't tell if that's, you know, being brave or being stupid. I feel like that's kind of in a conundrum that we're in right now. I feel like Zeke might not have been brave. He might have just made a misstep. Maybe he had like a rough morning and he didn't know what he was predicting, because it was pretty obvious to the other 4 of us.
The community is definitely confused after that one, but I mean, it was clear to see who the victors were today. Arkham, Rex, Epic, Will. I mean, these guys, a landslide rolling in. Even though still, in that last match, I had some questions when it started, right? We had Kenshi, Snacky, Chris. They rolled in, had 2 points for a bit, started coming back. Still, the first place champions, $5,000 here, Kelly. They're rolling the big bucks.
Yeah, $5,000, and every team that competed today is going to be walking away with some change. Of course, though, when we're talking about pricing, we have to talk about the solo competition that's going to be starting tomorrow, guys, and it's going to be 100 of the best players, 12 of which you got to see today compete. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be performing. I know that I already kind of added my little piece saying that there was an opportunity to take down Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. It's when they're not together in this solo situation. So I do think that this right now, we've seen them be champions, right? They completely undefeated in this play for keeps. Tomorrow, I don't think it's going to be a similar situation.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to share the space, right? So that'll be different. It also is solos on the Fortnite Battle Royale island. That'll be the fun time to see too, Zeke. But so far today, play for keeps. That was so much fun to watch. And yeah, 100 total players. I mean, it all comes down to this. It's the final stage of the FNCS All-Star Championship. I mean, this is what everyone has been looking forward to. And Zeke, still, predictions aside, today has been a lot of fun. The skill challenges have been the most fun ever, I feel like, when we were involved with the FNCS. It was really, really fun.
Yeah, it was absolutely super fun. Hopefully you guys at home can tell we're just having a blast as well. Fortnite fam, that wraps up the competition for today. We've got one last stop, solo competition tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss that. It is going to be insane. There's a ton of prize money in all these regions. As always, please give these two a follow. Give Clay and Sundown a follow. Without all of them, this just isn't possible. Fortnite fam, we love you. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the FNCS All-Star Champions. And as always, we'll see you guys on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.